Hey guys, this is Hogwarts Tell. In these channels, we create the fan fictions, what if stories, where small change can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of videos, so must subscribe the channels for new upcoming video. Now let's start the new story.
Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. So in this video, we will see, if Harry walked into Gringotts and the Goblins realized he owned the land underneath Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Reckoning. The cupboard under the stairs had been too small for Harry Potter since he was 11 years old. Now, at 15, the entire house felt the same way. He sat on the edge of his bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, watching the clock tick toward midnight. His trunk was packed. Had been for 3 days. Hedwig's cage sat empty by the window. He'd sent her ahead to the leaky cauldron with a note and a prayer that Tom would hold a room for a teenage wizard paying in gold. The Dursleys slept. Vernon's snores rattled through the walls like a dying engine. Petunia's occasional murmur. Dudley's television, still playing some mindless program because the boy had fallen asleep with it on again. Harry didn't hate them anymore. That would require caring. Cedric Diggory had died in front of him 6 weeks ago. He'd watched the light leave those grey eyes, felt the body go slack against his in the graveyard, dragged the corpse back through a magical tournament that had been designed to kill him. And when he'd returned to Privet Drive, broken and bleeding inside in ways that had nothing to do with the cuts on his arms, his aunt had told him to keep his freakish troubles to himself and not upset Dudley's summer. Something had cracked in Harry that night. Some final tether of obligation, of guilt, of the desperate hope that maybe if he was good enough, quiet enough, small enough, they might love him. He didn't want their love anymore. He didn't want anything from them. He wanted out. The clock struck midnight. July 31st. His birthday. 15 years old. Harry stood, grabbed his trunk, and walked out of the room without looking back. Down the stairs, silent as a ghost, he'd learned to move quietly in this house, learned it with bruises and missed meals and locked doors. Through the kitchen. Out the back. The summer air hit his face, warm and free. He walked to the end of Privet Drive, stuck out his wand hand, and waited. The night bus exploded into existence with a bang that probably woke half the neighborhood. Harry didn't care. Let the Dursleys wonder. Let them find his room empty and panic, or celebrate, or whatever their shriveled hearts decided to do. Welcome to the night bus, Stan Shunpike began, then squinted. Blimey, is that leaky cauldron, Harry said, pressing galleons into his hand. And I was never here. Stan's eyes went wide at the gold. Right you are, Neville. Harry almost smiled. The leaky cauldron was quiet at 1 a.m. Tom, the barkeep, had indeed held a room. Hedwig had been persuasive, or perhaps the accompanying gold had done the talking. The old wizard handed over a key without questions, which Harry appreciated more than he could express. The room was small, shabby, and perfect. Harry collapsed onto the bed and stared at the ceiling, feeling something loosen in his chest. No wards binding him to Privet Drive. No order members watching his every move. No letters demanding he stay put, be patient, trust the adults. He was done being patient. The dreams came anyway, because they always did now. Green light and screaming in Cedric's surprised face and Voldemort's high, cold laugh. But tonight, there was something else beneath it all. A presence, vast and slow, like the pulse of the earth itself. Something watching him from a great distance. Harry woke at dawn with a word on his lips that he didn't recognize. He shook it off. Dressed in his least threadbare clothes, which meant they were only slightly too large and had no visible holes. Pocketed his wand, his key, his shrunken trunk. Looked at himself in the spotted mirror. Green eyes stared back. His mother's eyes, everyone said. But there was something harder in them now. Something that hadn't been there before: the graveyard. Good. He had business at Gringotts. The bank gleamed white in the morning sun, its bronze doors just opening as Harry approached. A goblin guard eyed him with professional disinterest until Harry pushed back his hair, an automatic gesture, one he'd learned to hate, and revealed the scar. The disinterest vanished. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, voice carefully neutral. "You're expected." Harry stopped. "Expected? The director will see you immediately. Follow me." This wasn't right. Harry had just come to access his vault, maybe inquire about his accounts properly for the first time since he'd entered this world. He hadn't told anyone he was coming. But the goblin was already walking, and Harry had learned long ago that showing confusion was showing weakness. He followed, keeping his face blank, his hand near his wand. They didn't go to the carts. Instead, the goblin led him through a side door, down a corridor lined with portraits of goblin warriors, into an elevator that descended so fast Harry's ears popped. Down and down and down, past levels he didn't know existed, until they emerged into a hallway of black marble and silver fixtures. "The director's office," the goblin announced, gesturing to a door that looked like it cost more than the Dursley's house. "He's waiting." Harry took a breath. Pushed the door open. The office beyond was massive, but somehow felt close, every surface covered in ledgers, scrolls, magical instruments, and weapons that gleamed with casual menace. Behind a desk carved from a single block of obsidian sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen, his face a landscape of wrinkles and scars, his eyes sharp as broken glass. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. "Sit." Harry sat. "I am Ragnarok. I direct this bank. I have directed it for 270 years, and in that time, I have seen many things." The ancient goblin leaned forward. "But I admit, I did not expect to see you walk through my doors this morning. We anticipated resistance." "Resistance from who?" "From those who would prefer you remain ignorant of your birthright." Harry's stomach tightened. "My birthright? You are 15 years old today, Mr. Potter. In goblin law, that is the age of magical maturity, the age when inheritance passes fully to an heir. An inheritance audit is required." Ragnarok smiled, showing teeth like filed needles. "You should have received notice of this on your 11th birthday. Curious that you did not." "Let me guess," Harry said flatly. "Dumbledore. The headmaster claimed authority as your magical guardian. He declined the audit on your behalf. He has declined it every year since." Ragnarok's smile widened. "But you are here now, Mr. Potter. Without his knowledge. Without his permission. And goblin law supersedes wizarding wishes within these walls." Harry felt the anger like a hot wire in his chest, another thing the old man had kept from him, another secret, another manipulation, but he pushed it down. Later. He'd deal with it later. "What do I need to do?" Ragnarok's eyes glittered with what might have been approval. "We require blood. 3 drops in the inheritance basin. The magic will reveal what is rightfully yours." He paused. "I must warn you, Mr. Potter. The results may be extensive. Because I'm the last Potter." "Partly." Ragnarok gestured, and 2 goblins entered carrying a silver basin filled with liquid that glowed faintly gold. "The Potter family is old, Mr. Potter. Older than most wizards know. Older than Hogwarts itself." Harry approached the basin. His reflection stared back at him from the golden liquid, distorted and strange. "What do I do?" "Your wand hand. The dagger beside the basin. 3 drops. No more, no less." The dagger was goblin-made, its edge so fine Harry barely felt the cut. Blood welled from his fingertip, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3, and fell into the golden liquid. The basin screamed. Harry jerked back, hand going to his wand, but Ragnarok raised a palm. "Peace, Mr. Potter. It is only the magic awakening. The golden liquid churned, bubbled, began to rise from the basin in tendrils that wove together like threads on a loom. Words formed in the air, glowing with inner fire. Names and titles and holdings, more and more of them, an avalanche of information that made Harry's head spin. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, heir to the most ancient house of Peveril through paternal descent, holder of 17 active vaults with combined liquid assets of. Harry stopped reading the numbers. They didn't make sense. Too many zeros. Holder of the Potter family seat on the Wisengamot, unclaimed, holder of various properties including, Potter Manor, destroyed, Godric's Hollow Cottage, preserved as memorial, London Townhouse, maintained, Mediterranean Villa, maintained. And then the golden threads pulsed, brighter than before, and new words formed. These ones burned so fiercely that Harry had to shield his eyes. Holder of the deed of wardenship, warden of the hollow, lord of the land upon which Hogwarts stands. The light faded. Silence filled the office. Harry stared at the words, which now hung motionless in the air. He read them again. A third time. They didn't change. Director Ragnarok, he said carefully, what exactly does that mean? The ancient goblin had risen from his chair. His expression was unlike anything Harry had seen on a goblin's face before, something between awe and calculation and a fierce, predatory delight. It means, Mr. Potter, that you own Hogwarts. Every stone. Every blade of grass. Every inch of ground from the gates to the forest to the lake. Ragnarok's voice was almost reverent. And everything beneath it. They moved to a larger room. Harry insisted on it. He needed to pace, needed to move, needed to do something other than sit and absorb the insanity being poured into his ears. The deed of wardenship was produced from a vault so deep that the goblin who retrieved it had to be relieved by another halfway through the journey. It was written on material that wasn't parchment, something older, tougher, with a faint iridescence that reminded Harry uncomfortably of basilisk skin. The language wasn't English. It wasn't Latin. It wasn't anything Harry recognized. But as his fingers touched the deed, the symbols shifted, rearranged themselves, became readable. In the name of the old powers, witnessed by the stones and the stars, we the clan of the Hollow Ward do accept guardianship of that which sleeps beneath the bones of the mountain. We bind ourselves in blood and magic, generation unto generation, to keep the seals strong and the dreamer dreaming. This is our charge. This is our purpose. This is our doom. So mote it be. Signed in blood, Aldrich Potter, called the first warden, in the year of the stones singing. How old is this? Harry asked. Our best estimate places it approximately 3,000 years before the founding of Hogwarts. Ragnarok stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back. The founders did not choose that location by accident, Mr. Potter. They built upon land that was already warded. Already protected. Already claimed. By my family. By your family. Ragnarok turned to face him fully. The Potters were not a noble house that rose through politics and gold. They were guardians. Wardens. They held something in containment for millennia, and the world forgot, deliberately, I suspect. When the founders came, they made a bargain with your ancestors. The school could be built on the land, could benefit from the ancient wards, but the Potters would retain ownership. The arrangement was mutually beneficial. Harry's mind raced. The founders knew about whatever's down there. They knew enough. The full truth was a Potter secret, passed from parent to child. But your parents died young, Mr. Potter. Too young to pass on the knowledge. Ragnarok paused. We have records, but they are incomplete. What we know is this: something sleeps beneath Hogwarts. Something old and powerful. And your bloodline is bound to its containment. What happens if the bloodline ends? The silence was answer enough. Harry looked at the deed in his hands. 3,000 years. 100 generations. An unbroken chain of responsibility stretching back to before written history, and it had all been dumped in his lap because a dark wizard killed his parents before they could tell him anything. He should be terrified. He should be overwhelmed. Part of him was. But a larger part, the part that had been forged in the Chamber of Secrets, tempered in the Triwizard Tournament, hardened in the graveyard, felt something else entirely. Finally he had leverage. Who knows about this? He asked. The goblins have always known. We keep records others do not. Ragnarok tilted his head. The Ministry has no idea. Neither does Dumbledore, as far as we can determine. The Founder's bargain was made privately, and subsequent headmasters and headmistresses have operated under the assumption that the school grounds are held in public trust. But they're not. They are not. They are yours. Absolutely and irrevocably. Goblin certified, blood confirmed, magically attested. There is no power in Britain that could successfully challenge your ownership. Harry set the deed down carefully. His hands were steady. Good. I want to keep this quiet, he said. For now. I need time to understand what I'm dealing with before everyone else starts trying to use it against me. Ragnarok's needle teeth showed in a grin. A wise approach. We can delay the public registration of your inheritance audit for, let us say, 2 weeks. After that, the magic itself will make the change in ownership known. The wards of Hogwarts will begin responding to your blood, whether you wish it or not. 2 weeks. Harry nodded. That's enough. I need to learn everything you can tell me about the Potters. The wardenship. Whatever's sealed down there. We can provide records, histories, what fragments of information we've collected over the centuries. But Mr. Potter, Ragnarok's expression grew serious. The deepest truths of your bloodline were never written down. They were passed through blood, through the bond between warden and ward. If you wish to understand fully, you will need to go to the source. You mean go beneath Hogwarts. When you are ready. The wards will recognize you. The seals will respond to your blood. What sleeps below? Ragnarok hesitated, the first uncertainty Harry had seen from him. What sleeps below has been waiting a very long time for a Potter to return. Harry filed that away. Another thing to deal with later. The list was getting long. One more question, he said. Why are you helping me? Really? Ragnarok's grin returned, sharper than before. Because the goblins have dealt with Potters for 3,000 years, and it has always been profitable. Because an independent power in Wizarding Britain serves our interests better than the current structure. And because, Mr. Potter, you walked into my bank today without fear, without bluster, and without assuming you knew better than the beings who have managed magical wealth since before your kind built castles. His eyes glittered. We value respect. And competence. You have shown both. And if I don't live up to those qualities, then we will be disappointed. The word carried weight. Threat and promise intertwined. Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. He'd learned it from watching Voldemort. I think we're going to work well together, Director Ragnarok. As do I, Lord Potter. The title sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Lord Potter. Lord of the Land. Warden of the Hollow. He was 15 years old, and he owned Hogwarts. The world was about to get very interesting. They spent hours going through records. Griphook, a goblin Harry vaguely remembered from his first visit to Gringotts, was assigned as his personal account manager, a position that apparently carried significant prestige among goblin kind. The creature had a hungry look that Harry recognized as ambition, but he was efficient and knowledgeable, and that was enough for now. The Potter vaults were staggering. Not just gold, though there was enough of that to make Harry's head spin, but artifacts, books, weapons, contracts dating back centuries. One vault contained nothing but memory vials, thousands of them, labeled in the spiky Potter handwriting that Harry recognized from his father's school records. Your ancestors believed in documentation, Griphook noted dryly. These are recollections passed down through generations. Significant events. Important discoveries. Memories meant for future Potters. Harry stared at the rows of glowing vials. His family's history. His heritage. Everything that had been stolen from him when his parents died. I want a pensieve brought to wherever I'm staying, he said. I need to start going through these. That can be arranged. Although I would recommend starting with the recent memories, your grandparents, great-grandparents. The older recollections can be disorienting. Harry nodded, filing away the warning. He moved on to the documents Ragnarok had assembled, copies of the original deed, transcriptions of what little text survived about the wardenship, Goblin scholars' notes and theories. The picture that emerged was fragmentary but fascinating. Before recorded wizarding history, before Merlin or Morgana or any of the names children learned in history of magic, there had been something else. An older magic. An older world. And in that world, certain families had been charged with specific duties, keeping the barriers between realms, guarding places of power, containing things that should not be free. The Potters had been wardens. Not the only ones, there were hints of other families with similar roles, most of them long extinct, but among the most important. What they guarded was referred to only as the Hollow, or that which sleeps, or, in one chilling passage, the Dreaming King. There's something alive down there, Harry said quietly. Something was once alive, Griphook corrected. Whether it still exists as a conscious entity is unknown. The last Potter to enter the deep chambers was your great-great-grandfather, Hadrian Potter, in 1847. He emerged, changed. His notes speak of communion and the voice between heartbeats. He spent the rest of his life reinforcing the wards. Changed how? Griphook hesitated. He could feel the wards of Hogwarts. Not just the Potter wards, all of them. He knew when anyone entered or left the grounds. He could sense the emotional state of everyone within the boundaries. A pause. The headmaster at the time attempted to have him committed to St. Mungo's. Hadrian Potter responded by threatening to evict the entire school. The matter was dropped. Harry almost laughed. Almost. What about the founders? There must be records of their bargain with the Potters. The Hogwarts Charter, Griphook confirmed. Signed by Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin, with Corvus Potter as the counter-signatory. The original is in your family vault. A copy exists in the Hogwarts archives, but I would not rely on its completeness. Why not? Because headmasters have a habit of editing history to suit their purposes. Dumbledore again. Everything came back to Dumbledore. Harry forced himself to breathe. To think. Rage was useful, but not right now. Right now he needed information. The charter, he said. What does it say about ownership? About control? Griphook's thin lips curled into something approaching a smile. The land and all permanent structures upon it remain the sole property of the Potter bloodline in perpetuity. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is granted the right to operate upon said land for so long as it remains a recognized educational institution serving the magical children of Britain. The headmaster or headmistress serves at the sufferance of the Potter Lord and may be removed at their discretion. Harry sat very still. I can fire Dumbledore. You can fire any employee of the school. You can deny admission to any student. You can alter the curriculum, modify the wards, access any area of the castle. Griphook's eyes glittered. You are, in the most literal sense, the master of Hogwarts. The implications cascaded through Harry's mind. He could have Snape removed. He could invite whoever he wanted. He could, no. Stop. Think. Power was useless if everyone knew you had it. The moment Harry's ownership became public, every faction in Britain would scramble to either control him or destroy him. Dumbledore would try to manipulate him, for the greater good. The Ministry would attempt to seize the land through legal maneuvering. Voldemort would do what Voldemort always did. But if Harry took time to understand his position, to build alliances, to prepare. "I need training," he said suddenly. "Combat training. The kind Hogwarts doesn't teach." Griphook raised an eyebrow. "We offer blade instruction to significant account holders. It is intense." "Good. I also need legal education. Wizarding law, goblin law, the Wisengamot, property rights, all of it. That can be arranged. And I need to stay hidden. No one can know where I am until I'm ready." Griphook nodded slowly. "The bank maintains secure lodgings for clients requiring discretion. The suites are warded against all forms of detection. Even Albus Dumbledore could not find you there." Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. A safe place. Time to prepare. It was more than he'd had in years. "One last thing," he said. "The memories in my vault, the recent ones. Are there any from my parents?" Griphook consulted a ledger. "Your mother left 3. Your father left 1. He looked up. "I should warn you, Lord Potter. The memories of the dead can be difficult." Harry's throat tightened. His parents had known. They'd known about the family legacy, the wardenship, the thing beneath Hogwarts. And they'd left him messages, somehow, before Voldemort came. "Bring them," he said. "Bring them all." The Goblin suites were deep beneath Gringotts, accessible only through enchanted elevators that required blood authentication. Harry's rooms were larger than he'd expected, a sitting area, a bedroom, a private bathroom with running water that smelled faintly of minerals, and a study lined with empty shelves waiting to be filled. A pensieve sat on the study desk, silver and ancient, runes carved around its rim. Beside it were 4 memory vials, carefully labeled. Lily Potter, née Evans, for Harry, on his 15th birthday. Lily Potter, née Evans, on the matter of blood. Lily Potter, née Evans, in case of the worst. James Fleamont Potter, for my son. Harry stared at them for a long time. He'd never heard his mother's voice. Not really, the echoes in the presence of Dementors didn't count. He'd seen his father in photographs, in the mirror of Eriste, in the ghostly forms that had emerged from Voldemort's wand. But he'd never known them. Never had the chance. Now they were here, waiting for him, preserved in silver liquid. He reached for his mother's first message, the one marked for his birthday, and poured it into the pensieve. The surface shimmered. Harry took a breath, leaned forward, and let himself fall. The memory materialized around him, a small, bright kitchen that Harry recognized instantly from photographs. Godric's Hollow. The cottage. His home, for 13 months. Lily Potter sat at the table, her hair vivid red in the morning sunlight, her green eyes, Harry's eyes, focused on something outside the frame. She was younger than Harry had imagined, barely older than the 7th years at Hogwarts. Young and beautiful and alive in a way that made his chest hurt. "Is it recording?" she asked someone out of sight. "It's recording." James's voice, warm and amused. "Go on, then." Lily looked directly at the memory's viewer, directly at Harry, and smiled. "Happy birthday, Harry. If you're seeing this, it means you've turned 15 and finally gotten your inheritance audit. Which means Dumbledore didn't manage to delay it forever." Her smile turned wry. "Don't judge him too harshly. He means well. He's just, very certain he knows best." Harry almost laughed. "Almost. I wanted to tell you this myself, but given everything that's happening with Voldemort, I have to prepare for the possibility that I won't be there. So here it is, recorded for posterity." She took a breath. "You're not just the boy who lived, Harry. I know they're calling you that already, and I'm sorry. But there's more to your heritage than celebrity. She stood, walked to the window, looked out at something Harry couldn't see. The Potters are wardens. We've guarded something ancient and powerful for longer than written history records. Your father told me everything when we got engaged. It's part of the wedding vows, actually, bringing a spouse into the secret. I won't lie, it scared me at first. But I came to understand that this responsibility is what made the Potters who they are. It's not a burden, Harry. It's a purpose. She turned back to face him. What sleeps beneath Hogwarts is called many things. The Hollow King. The Dreaming God. The Voice Between Stars. It's not evil, or at least, not evil in the way Voldemort is evil. It's old. Alien. It doesn't think like us or want what we want. But it can be bargained with. It has been bargained with, for 3,000 years. Harry leaned forward, drinking in every word. Your great-great-grandfather communed with it directly. So did his grandfather before him. They learned to hear its voice without losing themselves. The key is respect, treating it as what it is, not as a monster to be feared or a resource to be exploited. The Potters who tried to use its power for their own ends, didn't do well. A shadow crossed her face, there and gone. When you're ready, you'll need to go down to the deep chambers. The wards will guide you. The Hollow will be waiting, it's always waiting. And you'll need to establish your own relationship with it, whatever that looks like. She smiled again, softer now. I have faith in you, Harry. You're my son. You're James's son. You have the best of both of us. James's hand appeared in the frame, squeezing her shoulder. She reached up to cover it with her own. Be brave, my love, she said. Be clever. Be kind. And remember that no matter what happens, no matter where we are, your father and I love you more than anything in the world. The memory began to fade. Lily's voice echoed one last time, Happy birthday, Harry. Make us proud. Harry emerged from the pensive with tears on his face and his heart pounding. He didn't try to wipe the tears away. They felt earned. His mother. Her voice. Her words. She'd known. She'd prepared. Even facing her own death, she'd thought of him, planned for him, tried to give him the tools he'd need. He looked at the remaining vials. The other two from his mother, on the matter of blood and, in case of the worst, could wait. They were probably important, probably contained crucial information, but Harry needed to process what he'd already learned first. But his father's memory. Harry poured it into the pensieve without hesitation. The memory was different, darker, more urgent. James Potter stood in what looked like a war room, maps pinned to the walls, Order of the Phoenix members moving in the background. He looked older than Lily had, tired and grim, the easy humor Harry had seen in school photographs nowhere to be found. Harry, James said without preamble. If you're seeing this, I'm dead. Probably your mum too, unless something went very wrong. A brief flash of pain crossed his face. I'm not going to give you the whole family history lecture, Lily's got that covered, and she's better at explaining things anyway. I'm just going to tell you what you need to survive. He leaned forward, intensity radiating from every line of his body. The wizarding world is full of people who will try to use you. Dumbledore, the Ministry, pure-blood families with agendas, they'll all see you as a tool, a symbol, a weapon. Don't let them. You're a Potter. You don't serve anyone's agenda but your own. James glanced at something off-frame, then back. Our family has enemies. Old enemies. The Malfoys tried to take our land 300 years ago. Failed. They've held a grudge ever since. Other families too, the Blacks, the Lestranges, anyone who's figured out that the Potter fortune isn't just gold. His jaw tightened. Voldemort knows something about the wardenship. I don't know how much, but he came after us specifically. Not just because of the prophecy, there's something else. Something he wants beneath Hogwarts. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort knew. Even back then, Voldemort knew. Here's the most important thing I can tell you, son, the Hollow isn't your enemy. It's not your friend either, it doesn't think in those terms. But it's bound to our blood, and that binding goes both ways. If you ever face something you can't handle alone, go to the deep chambers. Let the wards recognize you. The Hollow helps Potters. Not out of love or duty. More like. James searched for the right word. Interest. We entertain it. Keep it from getting bored during its endless dreaming. A commotion in the background. James looked over his shoulder, then back at the memory. I've got to go. The Order needs me. Just, be strong, Harry. Be smart. And don't let the bastards push you around. A crooked grin, there and gone. Your mother's rubbing off on me. She hates when I swear in the memories. The grin faded into something more serious. I love you, son. I wish I could be there. I wish I could teach you to fly, watch you grow up, meet whoever you fall in love with. But if I can't, if this message is the last thing I ever give you, then know that I'm proud of you. Proud just knowing you exist. You're the best thing your mother and I ever did. A pause. Give them hell, Harry. The memory dissolved. Harry sat in the darkness of his underground suite, his parents' words echoing in his mind, and thought about everything he'd learned. He owned Hogwarts. He was bound to an ancient entity of unimaginable power. His parents had known, had prepared, had left him a legacy that went far beyond gold and property. Voldemort was after something beneath the school. Dumbledore had spent years keeping Harry ignorant. And somewhere, right now, both Dumbledore and Voldemort were planning their next moves, assuming Harry was still a naive teenager they could manipulate. They were wrong. Harry stood, walked to the small desk the goblins had provided, and began making a list. Things he needed to learn. People he needed to contact. Plans he needed to make. When he emerged from hiding, he would not be the same person who'd walked into Gringotts this morning. He would be ready. He would be the Warden of the Hollow. He would be the Lord of the land. And anyone who stood in his way would learn exactly what that meant. The days blurred together in a rhythm of learning and training and preparation. Harry rose early, ran through the goblin exercise chambers until his muscles screamed, then spent hours with Ragnarok's legal advisors learning the intricacies of wizarding law. The blade training was brutal. Goblin warriors didn't coddle their students, and they certainly didn't make allowances for the fact that Harry was the most famous teenager in magical Britain. If he blocked too slowly, he bled. If he attacked without proper form, he fell. If he complained, he was thrown out of the training hall. Harry didn't complain. He learned. He watched his remaining memories. His mother's second recording explained the magical theory behind the wardenship, how the binding between Potter blood and the Hollow worked, how it could be strengthened or, theoretically, broken, why the seals required periodic renewal. His mother's third recording was harder, a desperate, tearful message recorded just days before Halloween, when she and James had finally understood that the protections weren't going to hold. Whatever happens, Harry, don't blame yourself, she'd whispered, her face gaunt with fear. We made our choices. We chose to fight. We chose to protect you. And we would make the same choice 1,000 times over. Harry watched that memory 3 times. Let himself cry. Then locked it away in a mental compartment and moved on. The goblin records were extensive, if incomplete. He learned about his ancestors, Hadrian, who had communed with the Hollow, Corvus, who had treated with the Founders, Aldrich, the first Warden, whose blood had sealed the entity beneath the earth. He learned about the near disasters, too, Potters who had gone mad, who had tried to break the seals, who had been consumed by the contact. The key, he began to understand, was balance. Respect without submission. Firmness without hostility. The Hollow wasn't a dog to be commanded or a demon to be banished. It was something else entirely, something his human categories couldn't quite contain. He would need to face it eventually. Establish his bond. Take up the wardenship properly. But not yet. Not until he was ready. On the 5th night, Harry dreamed. He stood in darkness, not the absence of light, but a physical thing, a presence that surrounded and supported him like deep water. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, couldn't feel his own body. But he wasn't alone. So, said a voice that came from everywhere and nowhere. The new warden arrives. Harry didn't panic. Panic was useless here, he understood instinctively. This was the Hollow. This was the entity his family had guarded for millennia. And it was curious. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry Potter. We know who you are, little warden." The voice rippled with something that might have been amusement. "We have watched you since you first entered the castle. Such a small thing, carrying such weight. You're the Hollow King. That is one of our names. We have had many, over the long ages. King. God. Monster. Dreamer." A pause. "What will you call us, Harry Potter?" He thought about it. The question felt important. "For now. I don't know. I just found out you exist. Seems wrong to name something I don't understand." Silence. The darkness shifted, somehow, and Harry had the distinct impression of being examined, not his body, which didn't exist here, but something deeper. His soul, maybe. His intentions. "Your predecessors were not so cautious," the Hollow said. "They came with demands. With bindings. With fear masked as confidence." Another ripple of that strange amusement. "You come with nothing but questions. We find this refreshing. I've been manipulated enough for one lifetime. I'm not interested in doing it to someone else. Something else." Harry tried to think clearly, despite the unreality of his situation. "I want to understand the bargain. What you get from it. What I get from it. What happens if it breaks? You want truth. I want to make informed decisions." The darkness laughed, or did something that felt like laughter, a vibration that ran through Harry's being like a plucked string. "Very well, little warden. We will speak. Not now, you are not ready, and we are patient. But when you come to the deep chambers, come with your questions." The voice grew distant, the dream beginning to fray at the edges. "We have waited 3,000 years for an interesting Potter. We believe you might be one." Harry woke in his bed, gasping, the echo of that ancient voice still ringing in his mind. He lay in the darkness for a long time, thinking. Then he got up and added another item to his list: "Don't be boring." The 8th day brought the first sign that his disappearance was causing problems. Griphook appeared at breakfast with a sheaf of correspondence, official demands, veiled threats, increasingly desperate pleas. The ministry wanted to know his whereabouts. The Order of the Phoenix had apparently searched half of Britain. Dumbledore himself had attempted to breach Gringotts wards, an act that had resulted in a formal diplomatic complaint and, Harry was pleased to note, significant embarrassment. "Mrs. Weasley has sent 17 letters, Griphook noted, not quite hiding his amusement. "Her language has become quite colorful." Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Molly Weasley meant well, he knew. She worried because she cared. But her worry, like Dumbledore's guidance, came with strings attached. Expectations. Assumptions about who Harry was and what he should do. He wasn't ready to deal with that yet. "Hold all correspondence," he said. "I'll respond when I'm ready." "Of course, Lord Potter." Griphook paused. "The Greengrass family has also made inquiries. Discreet ones. They would like to discuss matters of mutual interest." Harry's brow furrowed. Greengrass. They're neutral, aren't they? Don't take sides. The family has historically avoided commitments that might prove costly. Lord Cyrus Greengrass is a pragmatist. He senses an opportunity. Griphook's lips curled. Shall I tell them you are unavailable? Harry considered. The Greengrasses were Slytherin-aligned, wealthy, politically savvy. Everything he wasn't, in other words. But that might be exactly what he needed. No, he said slowly. Tell them I'll meet with their representative. Somewhere public. Somewhere neutral. Griphook looked surprised, the first time Harry had seen that expression on a goblin. You would treat with Slytherins? I'd treat with anyone who can help me figure out this mess. I don't have the luxury of house prejudice. Harry met the goblin's eyes. Set up the meeting. I'm done hiding. The meeting was arranged for the following day, at a small cafe in the wizarding section of London that Harry had never visited. He dressed in robes Griphook had procured, simple but well-made, dark green with silver accents, and spent the morning reviewing what the goblins knew about the Greengrass family. Cyrus Greengrass, lord of a minor pure-blood house, wealthy from investments rather than inherited gold, known for his careful neutrality during the First War. His wife, Roxanne, was French-born and mostly stayed out of politics. 2 daughters, Daphne, 15, known as the Ice Queen of Slytherin for her perfect composure, and Astoria, 12, still at Hogwarts. Daphne was the one coming to meet him. Interesting choice. Sending the heir rather than a proxy sent a message, the Greengrasses were taking this seriously. Harry arrived early, chose a table with good sight lines, and ordered tea he didn't intend to drink. He didn't have to wait long. Daphne Greengrass entered the cafe like she owned it, spine straight, chin high, dark blonde hair pulled back in an elegant arrangement that probably had a name Harry didn't know. Her robes were immaculate, her expression politely neutral, her grey eyes taking in every detail of the room before landing on Harry. She approached his table with measured steps. Mr. Potter. Miss Greengrass. Harry gestured to the empty chair. Please. She sat, arranging her robes with unconscious grace. Up close, she was striking, not pretty in the obvious way Fleur Delacour was pretty, but something sharper. More interesting. Thank you for agreeing to meet, she said. My father was quite insistent. I imagine he was. It's not every day the Potter inheritance becomes public knowledge. Her expression flickered, the barest crack in that perfect composure. You know why I'm here. You're here to assess me. Figure out if I'm someone worth allying with, or if I'm a liability your family should avoid. Harry met her eyes. You'll report back to your father with your recommendation. Shall I save us both some time and tell you which way you should lean? Daphne's lips twitched. Almost a smile. I think I'll form my own assessment, Mr. Potter. Harry. If we're going to be pretending we're not here to spy on each other, we might as well use first names. Daphne, then. She tilted her head, studying him. You're not what I expected. Let me guess. The prophet says I'm unstable. Half mad from the graveyard. Attention-seeking and delusional. Something like that. The prophet is owned by people who want me discredited. Have you ever considered that their coverage might be biased? Of course I have. I'm Slytherin, not stupid. Her tone was dry enough to catch fire. But 4 years of watching you stumble from one disaster to another does suggest a certain pattern of chaos. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. She was sharp, this one, sharper than she was letting on. The chaos happens whether I want it to or not, he admitted. But I'm done being reactive. From now on, I make the moves. Other people respond. Bold words. I own Hogwarts. Silence. Daphne's composure cracked again, wider this time. Her eyes went wide before she could control the reaction. That's not possible. The goblins would disagree. Blood certified, magically attested. The Potters have held the deed for 3,000 years. The founders built the school with my ancestors' permission. Harry leaned back in his chair. Still think I'm just the boy who lived? Daphne was quiet for a long moment, processing. When she spoke, her voice was different, less polished, more genuine. How long have you known? 8 days. And you've told no one else? The goblins know. Now you know. Harry shrugged. I'm picky about who I trust. Why tell me? Because you're honest about being here to spy. Because your family has managed to stay neutral for decades, which means you're smart. And because I need allies who understand politics, and I'm self-aware enough to know I don't. Daphne was staring at him like she'd never seen him before. Perhaps she hadn't, not really. Everyone saw what they expected to see. What exactly are you proposing? She asked carefully. Nothing formal. Not yet. I want to get to know you. See if we actually work together, or if we just drive each other mad. Harry's voice softened slightly. I'm not looking for followers, Daphne. I'm looking for partners. People who'll tell me when I'm wrong. People who have skills I don't. And what would you offer in return? Protection. Opportunity. A seat at a table that's about to get very important. Harry met her eyes. I'm not going to pretend I know what I'm doing. But I learn fast, and I don't betray people who've earned my trust. Daphne was quiet again, longer this time. Her fingers tapped against the table in an unconscious rhythm, the only sign of her thoughts racing. You're nothing like I expected, she said finally. I was told you were reckless, emotional, easy to manipulate. I was. I'm trying not to be. What changed? A boy died in front of me because I wasn't good enough to save him. I decided I was done being weak. The words came out harder than Harry intended, sharp with old grief and fresh determination. Daphne's expression shifted again, not pity, Harry was relieved to see, but something closer to recognition. My father will want a formal alliance, she said. Contracts, agreements, mutual obligations. Your father can wait. I don't make deals until I know who I'm dealing with. Harry stood, dropping a few galleons on the table for the tea neither of them had touched. But I'd like to talk again. Soon. Without the spy games. Daphne rose as well, graceful as ever. I'll tell my father you're worth watching. I'll take it. Harry paused at the door. Daphne? I know you were sent here to manipulate me. I know your family has their own interests. But if you decide you want something real, a genuine partnership, not just politics, my door is open. He left before she could respond. Some things were better left to simmer. The next few days passed in a blur of preparation. Harry trained until he could disarm a goblin warrior 3 times out of 10, not great, but better than the 0 he'd started with. He studied until legal jargon started making sense. He watched more memories, building a picture of his family that was complicated and imperfect and wonderful. He dreamed of the Hollow every night now. Not conversations, not yet, more like presence. An awareness of something vast and ancient, watching him with patient interest. Waiting. The deadline Ragnarok had mentioned was approaching. 2 weeks since the audit. In a few days, the magic would make his ownership known whether he wanted it to or not. The wards of Hogwarts would shift their allegiance. Everyone would know. Harry needed to be ready. He composed letters, to Hermione, explaining, vaguely, what had happened and asking for her trust, to Ron, shorter and simpler because Ron didn't do complicated, to Molly Weasley, apologizing for the worry he'd caused and thanking her for caring. He didn't write to Dumbledore. He wasn't ready for that conversation. He also composed a statement. Something to be released when the news broke. Something that made clear he wasn't going to be pushed around. The night before his planned emergence, Harry sat alone in his underground suite, reviewing everything one more time. His mother's voice echoed in his mind, "Be brave. Be clever. Be kind." His father's, "Give them hell." He was as ready as he was going to get. Tomorrow, he would step back into the light. And everything would change. The dream that night was different. Harry stood in the darkness again, but this time he wasn't alone. The hollow was there, not as a voice, but as a presence he could almost see. Vast and slow and impossibly old, curled in the space between heartbeats like a dragon sleeping on its hoard. "You are leaving," it said. "Going back to the world above. I have to. People are waiting for me. Things I need to do." Yes. The presence shifted, and Harry had the strange impression of approval. "You have prepared well, little Warden. Better than many of your predecessors. Will you help me? When I need it?" Silence. The darkness deepened, pressing against Harry's awareness like deep water. "We are bound," the hollow said finally. "Your blood to our dreaming. That bond brings obligations, for both of us." A rumble of something that might have been a chuckle. "But yes, Harry Potter. When you face the darkness that hunts you, we will be watching. And if you prove worthy, we will be more than watching. What do I have to do to prove worthy? Be interesting." The voice was fading, the dream beginning to dissolve. "We have been dreaming alone for 3,000 years, little Warden. Show us something new." Harry woke with the dawn, his heart pounding, the echo of ancient laughter in his ears. He dressed in the robes Griphook had prepared, Potter green, with the family crest visible for the first time in 14 years. He checked his wand, his emergency port key, the documents that would prove his identity and ownership beyond any challenge. Then he walked out of Gringotts and into the morning sun. The wizarding world didn't know it yet, but the game had changed. Harry Potter was done playing by their rules. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The weight of stone. The morning sun hit Harry's face like a benediction. He'd spent 8 days underground, and he hadn't realized how much he'd missed the sky until it stretched above him again, pale blue and infinite. Diagon Alley was just waking up. Shop owners swept their stoops, early customers hurried past with packages, and a few wizards nursed cups of coffee at outdoor tables. Nobody paid attention to the teenager emerging from Gringotts, not yet. His hood was up, his scar hidden, just another anonymous figure in the morning crowd. Harry walked without hurrying, memorizing escape routes, noting sight lines. The goblin training had changed the way he moved through space. Everything was assessment now. Everything was preparation. He had 3 hours before the meeting. Ragnarok had arranged it at Harry's request, a formal session at Gringotts with all interested parties. The Ministry. The Hogwarts Board of Governors. Representatives from the major pureblood families. And Dumbledore, of course. Always Dumbledore. The inheritance audit's public filing had happened that morning, precisely at dawn. By now, owls were arriving at the Ministry, at Hogwarts, at the homes of every significant magical family in Britain. The news was spreading. Harry Potter owned the land beneath Hogwarts. The chaos would begin soon. Harry intended to be ready for it. He ducked into a side alley, found the entrance Griphook had described, a nondescript door between a closed potions shop and a boarded-up apothecary, and knocked 3 times, paused, knocked twice more. The door opened onto a staircase leading down. Harry descended into the private training facility the goblins maintained for their most valuable clients. 3 hours wasn't much, but it was enough for one last session. Master Bloodfawn was waiting in the training ring, a curved blade in each hand. The old goblin's face was a map of scar tissue, his eyes bright with the particular madness of someone who'd spent centuries perfecting violence. "Last session before your grand debut," Bloodfawn said, showing his teeth. "Let's see if you've learned anything." Harry drew his own blade, goblin-forged, perfectly balanced, a gift from Ragnarok that had made Griphook's eyes go wide. I've learned enough to know I'm going to lose. Good. That's the first lesson. Bloodfang moved, and Harry barely got his blade up in time. They fought for an hour. Harry lost every engagement, but he lost more slowly each time. By the end, he was landing one strike for every 5 Bloodfang scored, a vast improvement from the 0 for 20 he'd started with. You're not terrible, Bloodfang admitted, which was the highest praise he'd ever given. Another year of training and you might be merely bad. Harry wiped blood from a cut on his forearm. I'll take it. The blade won't save you from what's coming today. Bloodfang sheathed his weapons. Politics is a different kind of war. Slower. More complicated. The wounds don't bleed where anyone can see them. I know. Do you? The old goblin studied him. The Ministry will try to take your land through law. Dumbledore will try to take it through guilt. The Death Eaters will try to take it through force. You're a 15-year-old boy standing against the combined weight of everyone who matters in magical Britain. I'm aware of the odds. And you're going anyway. I don't have a choice. Harry met Bloodfang's eyes. If I don't establish control now, while everyone's still off balance, they'll find ways to take it from me. Legal challenges. Guardianship claims. Accusations of incompetence. He shook his head. I'd rather fight on my terms than theirs. Bloodfang was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, barking sound that echoed off the stone walls. You might survive this after all, Potter. You think like a goblin. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. Bloodfang tossed him a small vial, healing potion, Harry recognized. Drink that, clean up, and go make your enemies regret underestimating you. Harry emerged from the training facility an hour before the meeting, freshly healed and dressed in formal robes that made him look older than 15. The Potter crest gleamed on his chest, a griffin rampant over crossed wands, with words beneath in Latin that translated roughly to, by blood and will. Diagon Alley had changed in the hours he'd been underground. The casual morning crowd had been replaced by clusters of wizards speaking in urgent whispers, copies of the Prophet clutched in their hands. Harry caught fragments as he passed. Can't be real, the Potters were never, Ministry's already called an emergency session, heard Dumbledore himself is, he kept walking, hood still up, invisible in plain sight. Let them gossip. In an hour, he'd give them something real to talk about. The meeting room at Gringotts was one Harry hadn't seen before, a massive circular chamber deep in the administrative levels, with seats arranged in tiers around a central speaking floor. Goblin architecture at its finest, intimidating, ancient, designed to make visitors feel small. Harry didn't feel small. He felt ready. Ragnarok met him at the entrance, flanked by an honor guard of goblin warriors in ceremonial armor. Lord Potter. Your guests are arriving. How many so far? Minister Fudge and a delegation of 6. Madam Bones from the DMLE with 3 oars. Lucius Malfoy, ostensibly representing the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Headmaster Dumbledore, alone. Ragnarok's lips curled. And approximately 40 other interested parties who demanded entrance and were told to wait in the antechamber. Let the 40 wait. They're not part of this. Already done. Ragnarok fell into step beside him as they walked toward the chamber. A word of caution, Lord Potter. Malfoy arrived with documentation. Our preliminary assessment suggests he intends to challenge the validity of your claim. On what grounds? The documents appear to be fabricated provenance records suggesting the original Potter deed was a forgery created during the Founder's era. Ragnarok's voice carried a note of professional disdain. Clumsy work. Our authenticators dismantled the forgery in minutes. But Malfoy doesn't know we've seen it yet. Harry processed this. So he's going to stand up, present fake evidence, and try to have my claim dismissed. That appears to be his strategy. Let him. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. I want everyone to see him try. They reached the chamber doors. Harry could hear voices inside, Fudge's bluster, Dumbledore's measured tones, the cold drawl that could only be Lucius Malfoy. His enemies, gathered in one room, waiting for him. Ready? Ragnarok asked. Harry pushed open the doors. Let's find out. The chamber fell silent as Harry entered. He walked to the center of the speaking floor without hesitation, letting them look. Fudge's face had gone red. Malfoy's eyes were calculating. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, studied him with professional interest. She was the only one Harry wasn't sure about. Her reputation suggested fairness, but reputations could be manufactured. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry said, his voice carrying easily in the chamber's excellent acoustics. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Now see here, Fudge began. I'll take questions after I've made my statement. Harry didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone made Fudge sputter into silence. This meeting was called to address the matter of my family's inheritance, which has been the subject of considerable confusion. I intend to clarify the situation. He gestured, and Griphook stepped forward with a sheaf of documents. What you're about to see are certified copies of the Potter family holdings, authenticated by Gringotts and verified through blood magic. The originals are in secure storage and available for examination by any party who wishes to challenge their validity. The documents floated to each attendee, ministry officials, Malfoy, Dumbledore, Bones. Harry watched their faces as they read. Fudge's bluster faded into genuine shock. Bones's eyebrows rose steadily higher. Malfoy's expression flickered through surprise, calculation, and something that looked like hunger before settling back into careful neutrality. Dumbledore just looked tired. As you can see, Harry continued, the Potter family has held deed to the Hogwarts grounds since before the school's founding. The founders built with our permission, under terms established in the Hogwarts Charter. The school operates on our land at our sufferance. This is absurd, Fudge finally managed. No one has ever, the records don't, the records were deliberately obscured. Harry met the minister's eyes. I'm still investigating who was responsible for that and why. But the magical authentication is absolute. The goblins have verified it. The blood magic has verified it. The truth doesn't change because it's inconvenient. If I may. Lucius Malfoy rose with serpentine grace, his silver cane gleaming in the chamber's light. While I have no doubt the goblins believe their authentication is accurate, there are questions about the original documents themselves. Here it comes, Harry thought. I have obtained records suggesting that the so-called Potter deed was, in fact, a forgery created during the Founders' era by a Potter ancestor seeking to claim land that rightfully belonged to other families. Malfoy produced his own sheaf of documents with a flourish. These provenance records are fakes. Malfoy stopped mid-sentence. I beg your pardon. Your documents are forgeries. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The goblins identified them as such 3 hours ago, when you registered them with the bank for today's presentation. The ink is wrong, it's a modern recreation of period materials, not actual historical documents. The magical signatures are similarly flawed. Your provenance records were created within the last decade. Silence. Malfoy's face went very still. Harry could see the calculations happening behind those cold grey eyes, the attempt to salvage something from the wreckage of his strategy. That's quite an accusation, Mr. Potter. It's not an accusation. It's a statement of fact, backed by goblin authentication that's legally binding in every magical court in Europe. Harry turned to address the room at large. I want to be clear about what just happened. Lord Malfoy attempted to use forged documents to challenge my legitimate inheritance. In goblin law, that's considered fraud. In wizarding law, it's perjury if presented in an official proceeding. He let that sink in. I'm not going to press charges. Malfoy's relief was visible for just a moment before Harry continued. Not today. Consider this a professional courtesy, a demonstration that I'm willing to handle disputes through proper channels rather than legal warfare. But if anyone else attempts to challenge my claim with fabricated evidence, I will not be so generous. Amelia Bones was watching him with something that might have been respect. Fudge looked like he wanted to sink into the floor. Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed, but his eyes were sharp, reassessing. Now, Harry said. Are there any legitimate questions? The questions came in a flood. Harry answered them calmly, precisely, drawing on the hours he'd spent with Ragnarok's legal advisors. Yes, he intended to maintain the school's operation. No, he wasn't planning to evict anyone. Yes, he would be taking his seat on the Wisengamot when he came of age, or earlier, if he could establish legal emancipation. No, he had no comment on the Daily Prophet's coverage of his mental state. The last question came from Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings. Harry. The headmaster's voice was gentle, concerned, the voice of a grandfather worried about a wayward grandchild. This is a great deal of responsibility for someone your age. Perhaps it would be wise to establish a trust, a board of advisors who could help manage these affairs until you're older. With you as chairman, I assume. Dumbledore didn't flinch. I have some experience with institutional governance, yes. And I care about your well-being, Harry. I always have. You also kept my inheritance from me for 4 years. Harry's voice stayed level. You declined the audit on my behalf. You kept me ignorant of my family's history, my legal rights, my financial position. Why? To protect you. The burdens of the Potter legacy are mine to bear. Harry cut him off. Not yours. You don't get to decide what I can handle. You don't get to keep secrets for my own good. I'm done being managed, Professor. The chamber had gone very quiet. Even Fudge had stopped fidgeting. I'll return to Hogwarts this fall, Harry continued. I'll attend classes. I'll take my OWLs. But I will not surrender control of my inheritance to anyone, and I will not pretend that the last 4 years of manipulation haven't happened. He paused. We can work together, Professor, or we can work at cross purposes. That's your choice. But you will never control me again. Dumbledore's expression flickered, pain, Harry thought, or maybe just very good acting. I never sought to control you, Harry. Only to guide you. Then guide from a distance. I'll listen when your advice is offered, but I'll make my own decisions. Harry turned to address the room. That goes for everyone here. I'm willing to cooperate with the Ministry, the Board of Governors, and anyone else who approaches me in good faith. But I will not be treated like a child who doesn't know what's best for himself. He gathered his documents. This meeting is adjourned. Director Ragnarok will handle any further questions. Harry walked out of the chamber without looking back. The corridor outside was empty, Ragnarok had cleared it in advance, and Harry allowed himself a moment to lean against the wall and breathe. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, exactly, more like the aftermath of adrenaline, the crash that came when the danger passed. He'd just faced down the most powerful people in magical Britain and come out ahead. For now. That was impressive. Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished turning. Daphne Greengrass stood in an alcove 10 feet away, dressed in formal robes, her expression unreadable. How did you get in here? I told the goblins I was your guest. She stepped out of the alcove, hands visible and empty. They seemed to find that amusing. Harry didn't lower his wand. Were you watching the meeting? From the gallery. The goblins let me observe on the condition that I stay silent. A small smile crossed her face. You didn't tell me you were planning to publicly humiliate Lucius Malfoy. I would have brought refreshments. It wasn't planned. He gave me an opening and I took it. Instinct, then. Daphne nodded, as if confirming something. My father was wrong about you. What did he think? That you were a useful idiot. A pawn with delusions of importance. She met his eyes. He's reassessing. Harry finally lowered his wand. And what do you think? I think you're dangerous. It didn't sound like an insult. I think you've spent 4 years being underestimated, and you've used that time to learn. I think you're playing a longer game than anyone realizes. Maybe I'm just making it up as I go along. Maybe. But if so, you're very good at improvisation. Daphne glanced down the corridor. My father wants a formal meeting. He's not used to being surprised, and he doesn't like it. Tell him I'll consider it. I'd rather tell him something more definitive. He's not patient. Harry studied her. The Ice Queen of Slytherin, they called her, beautiful, brilliant, untouchable. But there was something beneath the mask. Something sharp and hungry. You want to know if I'm worth the risk, he said. If an alliance with me is going to pay off, or if I'm going to crash and burn and take everyone with me. Something like that. I can't promise you certainty. Nobody can. Harry started walking, and after a moment, Daphne fell into step beside him. But I can promise you that I'm not going to lose. Not to Malfoy, not to the Ministry, not to Voldemort. I've spent my whole life being used by people who were supposed to protect me. That's over now. You say his name. Voldemort? Harry shrugged. It's just a name. A made-up name, actually, his real one is Tom Riddle. He was a half-blood orphan who reinvented himself as a pure-blood terrorist. He glanced at her. Didn't know that, did you? Daphne's composure cracked slightly. No. That's not common knowledge. Dumbledore told me. One of the few useful things he's done. They reached a junction in the corridor, and Harry stopped. Here's what I know, Daphne. The war is coming back. Voldemort is alive, I saw him reborn in that graveyard. The Ministry is denying it because denial is easier than preparation. And when he makes his move, everyone is going to have to choose a side. My family has survived by not choosing sides. That won't work this time. Voldemort doesn't accept neutrality, he demands submission or death. And the Ministry is too corrupt and incompetent to protect anyone. Harry met her eyes. I'm building something different. A third option. People who want to survive without kneeling to either extreme. That sounds like a war on two fronts. It sounds like the only choice that doesn't end with me dead or enslaved. Harry resumed walking. Think about it. Talk to your father. But decide soon. The clock is ticking. They walked in silence for a while, through corridors that led back to the main bank. When they reached the public areas, Daphne stopped. One question, she said. Go ahead. Why me? Why tell me any of this? We're not friends. We've barely spoken before this week. Harry considered his answer carefully. Because you're smart enough to be useful and pragmatic enough to see opportunity. Because your family needs something to survive the coming storm, and I can provide it. And because. He paused. Because you're the first person who's talked to me like an equal instead of a symbol. Everyone else sees the boy who lived. You just see a problem to be solved. And that appeals to you. It's refreshing. Harry smiled slightly. I'm tired of being worshipped or hated. I'd rather be assessed. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she extended her hand. I'll talk to my father. But regardless of what he decides, I want to continue our conversations. Separately. Harry took her hand. Her grip was firm, professional, but he could feel the slight tremor in her fingers. She was nervous, he realized. As nervous as he was. I'd like that. Tomorrow evening. Same cafe. No spies, no assessments. Just, talking. A hint of color touched her cheeks. If you're interested. I'm interested. Good. She withdrew her hand and stepped back. Try not to start any more wars before then. No promises. She laughed, an actual laugh, warm and surprised, and disappeared into the crowd. Harry spent the afternoon dealing with correspondence. The Prophet had already published 3 special editions, each more hysterical than the last. The first announced his inheritance. The second speculated about his sanity. The third quoted anonymous ministry sources, claiming the whole thing was a goblin fraud designed to destabilize the wizarding world. Harry had Griphook file formal defamation complaints against all 3. The goblins did not appreciate being called frauds. His personal mail was more complicated. Hermione's letter was long, worried, and full of questions he couldn't answer without revealing more than he wanted in writing. Ron's was short and slightly hurt. Why hadn't Harry told him? Molly's was tearful and demanding and somehow managed to make Harry feel guilty despite everything. He answered each one carefully. To Hermione, a promise to explain everything when he saw her, with a hint that the truth was bigger than she imagined. To Ron, an apology and an invitation to meet in person. To Molly, reassurance that he was safe, with firm boundaries about his right to make his own decisions. The hardest letter was Sirius's. His godfather had written from wherever he was hiding. The letter was covered in so many protective charms that Harry had to spend 10 minutes unwinding them before he could read the contents. When he finally got through, he found himself smiling despite everything. Harry, heard you went and did something spectacular. The goblins won't tell me details, bastards, but the Prophet is losing its mind, so it must be good. I don't know what you found or what you're planning, but I trust you. You're James's son, and more importantly, you're your own person. Whatever you decide, I'm behind you. Be careful with Dumbledore. He means well, but his definition of, well, doesn't always match everyone else's. And keep your head on a swivel, the purebloods are going to come at you hard. I'm working on something that might help. Can't say more in a letter, but I should have news soon. Proud of you, pup. Padfoot Harry wrote back immediately. He told Sirius everything, the inheritance, the wardenship, the thing beneath Hogwarts, the meeting with the ministry. He held nothing back. If anyone had the right to know, it was his godfather. He also told him about Daphne. Not in detail, just that he'd met someone interesting, someone who treated him like a person instead of a legend. Even writing the words felt strange, like admitting a weakness. But Sirius was the closest thing Harry had to family. He deserved honesty. The letter went out with Hedwig, who had finally returned from wherever she'd been hunting. The owl looked distinctly pleased with herself, and Harry suspected she'd been enjoying the chaos as much as anyone. Stay safe, he told her. Don't let anyone intercept this. Hedwig hooted indignantly, as if the very suggestion was insulting, and launched herself into the evening sky. That night, Harry dreamed of Hogwarts. He walked the corridors he knew so well, but they were different. The stone itself seemed alive, pulsing with light that followed his footsteps. Portraits watched him pass with ancient eyes. Doors opened before he touched them, revealing passages he'd never seen, hidden rooms and secret chambers and staircases that led down, always down, into the depths. The castle was welcoming him home. He woke with the dawn, the phantom weight of stone and magic still pressing against his awareness. The wards, he realized. Ragnarok had said they would begin responding to his blood. This was what that felt like, a connection forming, a bond strengthening. Hogwarts was becoming his. Harry rose, dressed, and began his morning training with a focus that bordered on desperation. Something was coming. He could feel it in the shift of magic, the whispers of the dreaming hollow, the too loud silence of his enemies. The ministry would make its move soon. So would Malfoy. So would Dumbledore, in his own subtle way. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was watching. Waiting. Planning. Harry didn't intend to be caught off guard. The Daily Prophet's afternoon edition arrived with a crack of apparition that made Harry reach for his wand before he recognized the delivery owl. He paid the bird and unfolded the paper with a sense of resignation. The headline was worse than he expected. Boy who lived, mentally unstable, ministry sources claim Potter's inheritance, part of delusional fantasy, says St. Mungo's expert. Harry read the article with growing fury. They'd found a mind healer willing to diagnose him from afar, citing classic signs of traumatic response and delusions of grandeur consistent with post-cruciatus syndrome. The anonymous ministry sources had multiplied, each one painting a picture of a disturbed teenager in desperate need of intervention. The article concluded with a call for responsible adults to step in and protect young Mr. Potter from himself. Harry set the paper down very carefully. If he gripped it any harder, it would combust. Lord Potter. Griphook's voice came from the doorway. You have visitors. Aurors. They're demanding to speak with you. Let me guess. Wellness check. They claim to have concerns about your mental state. Harry stood, straightening his robes. How many? 4. Led by an Auror named Dawlish. Not Kingsley, then. Not even Tonks. Fudge had sent his most reliable lapdog to do his dirty work. Show them to the meeting room. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Shall I summon the legal team? Yes. And make sure someone is recording everything. Griphook bowed and withdrew. Harry took a moment to center himself, to push down the anger and find the cold clarity he'd need. This was a test. The ministry was probing, looking for weakness. If he showed doubt, if he showed anything less than absolute confidence, they'd use it to justify intervention. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. The meeting room was smaller than the chamber Harry had used for the General Assembly, but it was still unmistakably Gringotts, all dark stone and silver fixtures and the faint smell of gold. 4 Aurors stood in a cluster near the door, their red robes slightly ridiculous in the goblin environment. Dawlish stepped forward as Harry entered. Mr. Potter. We're here on behalf of the ministry has no jurisdiction inside Gringotts. Harry took a seat at the head of the table. But I'm willing to listen. You have 5 minutes. Dawlish's face reddened. Now see here, 4 minutes, 55 seconds. The Auror visibly struggled to control himself. We have concerns about your well-being, Mr. Potter. The events of the past few weeks suggest you may be experiencing some kind of episode. It would be best if you came with us for an evaluation. Under whose authority? The minister himself has authorized. The minister has no authority over me. I'm not a ministry employee, I'm not accused of any crime, and I'm not a ward of the state. Harry's voice remained calm. Unless you have evidence of criminal activity, you have no legal basis for any action. One of the other Aurors shifted uncomfortably. Mr. Potter, we're just trying to help. No, you're trying to establish grounds for guardianship. If you can get me declared mentally incompetent, the ministry can appoint someone to manage my affairs, including my property. Harry smiled without warmth. I've done my research, Auror. I know exactly what you're attempting. Dawlish's expression hardened. You're making this very difficult. I'm exercising my legal rights. If that's difficult for you, that's a ministry problem, not a me problem. Harry stood. This conversation is over. Tell Fudge that if he wants to discuss anything with me, he can do so through proper channels. And tell him that his next move will determine whether we're enemies or merely opponents. The minister won't take kindly to threats. That wasn't a threat. It was a prediction. Harry walked to the door. Griphook will show you out. Don't come back without a warrant. He left the Auror sputtering in the meeting room and didn't look back. The cafe was quiet at 7 in the evening, most of the dinner crowd having moved on to other venues. Harry arrived early, claimed a corner table, and watched the door. Daphne arrived precisely on time. She'd changed from her formal robes into something simpler, a dark blue dress that emphasized her eyes, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked almost approachable. Almost. "You're early," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm paranoid." "Understandably, from what I hear." She accepted a menu from the waitress and scanned it with apparent disinterest. "The prophet is calling you insane. My father's contacts in the ministry say Fudge is preparing a formal competency challenge. They sent orders this afternoon. I sent them away." "I heard that too." Daphne looked up from the menu. "You're making powerful enemies very quickly." "I'm working with the enemies I already have. Fudge was never going to be an ally. Neither was Malfoy. I'm just forcing them to show their hands earlier than they planned." "Risky strategy." "Not as risky as letting them prepare in the shadows." Harry ordered tea when the waitress returned. "How did your father react to yesterday's meeting?" "He's recalibrating." Daphne's lips quirked. "He underestimated you. He doesn't like being wrong. Will he ally with me?" "He's not ready to commit. The ministry is still powerful, and you're still an unknown quantity. But he's not going to oppose you either." She paused. "He told me to keep meeting with you. To learn more about your intentions. So you're still spying." "I'm having dinner with an interesting person who happens to have political significance." Daphne met his eyes. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "I'll let you know when I figure it out." They ordered food, simple fare, nothing fancy, and fell into conversation that had nothing to do with politics. Harry learned that Daphne played piano, that she hated divination with a passion usually reserved for blood feuds, and that she'd once turned Pansy Parkinson's hair green for a week as revenge for an unspecified slight. In turn, he told her about the real Dursleys. Watching her expression go cold with fury was oddly satisfying, about his first time on a broomstick, about the small pleasures of a life that had been mostly awful. "You're not what I expected either," Daphne admitted as they finished their meal. "What did you expect?" "Gryffindor bravado. Righteous anger. A hero who couldn't see past his own legend." She traced a pattern on the tablecloth with one finger. "You're more calculated. Strategic. You think before you act. I've learned the hard way that acting without thinking gets people killed. Cedric Diggory. Among others." Harry's voice was flat. "I can't change what happened. But I can make sure it doesn't happen again." "Is that why you're doing all this?" "Guilt?" "Partly." He considered the question more carefully. "Mostly it's survival. The people in power have failed. The ministry is corrupt and incompetent. Dumbledore is so focused on his grand strategy that he forgets about the people he's using. And Voldemort. Voldemort is coming, whether anyone believes it or not." "You really saw him?" "In the graveyard. I watched him kill a boy I knew. I dueled him. I escaped by luck and the fact that our wands share a core." Harry's hand went unconsciously to his arm, where the scars from Wormtail's knife still lingered beneath his sleeve. "He's real. He's back. And everyone who's pretending otherwise is going to get a lot of people killed." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. "My father doesn't believe he's really returned. He thinks it's propaganda, someone using the fear to manipulate the political landscape." "Your father is wrong." "I'm starting to think so too." She looked at him with something that wasn't quite fear. "What's he like?" "The Dark Lord. Cold. Intelligent. Absolutely certain that he's right about everything." Harry remembered red eyes, pale skin, a voice like silk over steel. "He offered me a chance to join him, you know. In the graveyard. Said we could do great things together. You refused. I told him to go to hell." A ghost of a smile. Probably not my smartest decision, tactically speaking. No. Daphne's voice was soft. But it's the decision that makes you worth following. Their eyes met across the table. Something passed between them, not romance, not yet, but the possibility of it. A connection forming, tentative and fragile. This is dangerous, Daphne said finally. Spending time with you. My family's reputation is already damaged by association. I know. Harry stood, pulling coins from his pocket to pay the bill. If you need to walk away, I understand. No hard feelings. Daphne rose as well. I didn't say I was walking away. Then what are you saying? I'm saying this is dangerous. And that I'm doing it anyway. She straightened her dress, her composure reasserting itself. Tomorrow night. Same time. I'll tell my father I'm gathering intelligence. And what will you actually be doing? Having dinner with an interesting person. That hint of a smile returned. Good night, Harry Potter. She swept out of the cafe before he could respond. Harry watched her go, feeling something shift in his chest. Something that had been locked away for a long time, guarded behind walls of necessity and survival. Hope, maybe. Or something close to it. He returned to Gringotts to find a message waiting from Ragnarok. The formal competency challenge had been filed with the Wizengamot. Fudge wasn't wasting time. The hearing was scheduled for 3 days from now. If Harry lost, the ministry would appoint a guardian to manage his affairs. His ownership of Hogwarts would be transferred to that guardian's control, which meant, effectively, to whoever Fudge wanted. Harry read the notice twice, then set it aside and began making plans. The legal team worked through the night, preparing arguments and precedents. Griphook coordinated with witnesses who could testify to Harry's mental fitness. And Harry himself reached out to the one person who could provide evidence the ministry couldn't ignore. Sirius's reply came just before dawn, delivered by an owl that looked half dead from exhaustion. I'm coming. Don't do anything stupid until I get there. Padfoot Harry allowed himself a small smile. Family. For once, he wasn't fighting alone. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation and politics. The Prophet continued its assault, each edition more vicious than the last. Harry stopped reading them, instructed Griphook to continue filing defamation complaints, and focused on things he could actually control. His witnesses were solid, the goblins themselves, who would testify to his clear-headed handling of complex financial matters, Madame Bones, who had agreed, after considerable persuasion, to provide a neutral assessment of his behavior at the Gringotts Meeting, and Sirius, who would appear under heavy glamours to avoid arrest. The legal arguments were even stronger. The ministry's own records showed that Harry had performed adequately in 4 years of magical education, had successfully competed in the Triwizard Tournament, and had demonstrated no signs of mental instability that weren't easily explained by the trauma of watching a friend die. But Harry knew that logic wasn't going to win this fight. The Wizengamot was political, not judicial. If Fudge had enough votes, he'd get his guardianship regardless of the evidence. So Harry did something unexpected. He invited the press. The morning of the hearing dawned gray and overcast, the kind of weather that felt like an omen. Harry dressed in his finest robes, ate a breakfast he barely tasted, and reviewed his notes one final time. Are you sure about this? Griphook asked as they prepared to leave. The Prophet has been controlling the narrative. Time to take it back. The ministry atrium was packed when Harry arrived. Reporters crowded the edges of the room, their quick quotes quills scratching furiously. Ministry officials scurried past, trying to look important. And at the center of it all, Cornelius Fudge stood with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mr. Potter. So glad you could join us. I wouldn't miss it, Minister. Harry's voice carried across the atrium. After all, it's not every day someone tries to steal my inheritance through legal trickery. Fudge's smile flickered. Now. This is simply a matter of ensuring your well-being. My well-being is fine. My lawyers are better. Harry started walking toward the lifts. Shall we get this over with? The Wizengamot chamber was smaller than Harry expected, but no less intimidating. Rows of seats rose in tiers around a central floor, filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. At the front, a raised platform held the Chief Warlock's chair, empty, since Dumbledore had recused himself from the proceedings. Harry took his place at the defendant's podium and surveyed the room. Fudge sat with the prosecution, surrounded by lawyers. The press had been relegated to a gallery at the back, but Harry could see Rita Skeeter's blonde curls among them. Good. He wanted her there for this. This hearing is called to order, announced Griselda Marchbanks, the elderly witch serving as acting Chief Warlock. The matter before us, whether Harry James Potter is mentally competent to manage his own affairs, or whether a guardian should be appointed by the ministry. The prosecution went first. Their healer testified about classic signs of trauma response and concerning behaviors consistent with delusion. Their ministry witnesses described Harry as erratic and potentially dangerous. Their lawyers painted a picture of a troubled boy desperately in need of help. Harry listened without expression, taking notes, occasionally whispering to his legal team. Then it was his turn. He called the goblins first. Ragnarok himself took the stand, his presence making several Wizengamot members shift uncomfortably. He described Harry's handling of his inheritance in precise, professional terms, clear-headed, strategic, legally impeccable. Madame Bones went next. Her testimony was carefully neutral, but her conclusion was clear: she had seen no evidence of mental instability in her interactions with Harry Potter. And then, finally, Harry called his last witness. I call Sirius Black. The chamber erupted. Fudge leapt to his feet, shouting about escaped criminals and security threats. Wizengamot members reached for their wands. The press went absolutely mad. But Sirius was already walking down the aisle, his glamours falling away to reveal his gaunt but living face. Aurors moved to intercept him, and Harry raised his voice. Sirius Black is here under my invitation to provide testimony. He has not been tried for any crime, he was imprisoned without trial. If the ministry wants to arrest him, they can do so after he testifies. Harry met Fudge's eyes. Unless the minister would prefer to explain why an innocent man spent 12 years in Azkaban without due process. Fudge's face went white, then red, then white again. He sat down heavily, waving off the Aurors. Sirius took the witness stand with a grim smile. Harry walked him through it all. The betrayal by Peter Pettigrew. The framing. The 12 years of false imprisonment. The escape, driven not by malice but by desperation to protect his godson from the real betrayer. Can you provide proof of these claims? Marchbanks asked when he finished. I can provide testimony under Veritaserum, which I assume the court has available. Sirius's voice was steady. I have nothing to hide. More chaos. More shouting. But in the end, the Veritaserum was administered, and Sirius told the truth, the whole truth, while the Wizengamot watched in growing horror. When it was over, Marchbanks called for a vote on the competency question. The result wasn't even close, 37 against the guardianship, 12-4, with several abstentions. Fudge had lost. Badly. Harry watched the minister's face as the verdict was announced, memorizing every flicker of impotent rage. This wasn't over. Men like Fudge didn't forgive humiliation, but it was a victory. The first of many, Harry intended. One more matter, Harry said before the session could be adjourned. Given the testimony provided today, I move that Sirius Black be granted a formal trial for the crimes he was accused of. It's past time for justice to be served. The motion passed by a narrower margin, but it passed. Sirius would get his trial. And with the truth already established under Veritaserum, the outcome was all but certain. Harry and Sirius left the chamber together, surrounded by reporters shouting questions and ministry officials trying to salvage what they could. They said nothing until they reached the apparition point, where Sirius grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him into darkness. They reappeared in a small, dingy room that Harry didn't recognize. A safe house, probably. One of Sirius's bolt holes. "You magnificent bastard," Sirius said, and pulled Harry into a crushing hug. Harry let himself be held. Let himself feel, for just a moment, like someone's child. "We won," he said. "We won this battle." Sirius pulled back, his hands on Harry's shoulders. "The war's just beginning." "I know." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "But for the first time, I'm not fighting alone." The news exploded across magical Britain. Potter vindicated in Wizengamot showdown. Sirius Black innocent, 12 years of injustice. Fudge administration in crisis. Harry ignored most of it. The headlines didn't matter as much as what came next. He spent the evening with Sirius, catching up on years of lost time. His godfather looked better than Harry expected, thin, but healthy, with a light in his eyes that Azkaban hadn't quite managed to extinguish. They talked about James, about Lily, about the Marauders and the First War and everything Harry had never known. They also talked about the future. "The Hollow," Sirius said quietly, when Harry explained what he'd learned. James mentioned it once. Right before the end. He said there were things about the Potter legacy I didn't know. Things that would change everything. Did he tell you what? He was going to. We had a meeting planned for November. Sirius's voice caught. We never got the chance. Harry reached out and gripped his godfather's arm. We'll figure it out together. Whatever's down there, whatever I'm supposed to do, you'll be there. Damn right I will. Sirius covered Harry's hand with his own. I missed too much already. I'm not missing any more. Later, alone in his quarters beneath Gringotts, Harry dreamed. The Hollow was waiting. Well done, little Warden. The voice echoed through the darkness with something that might have been pride. You have begun to understand. Understand what? The game. The players. The pieces on the board. The presence shifted, coiling through the space between thoughts. Power is not given. It is taken. Held. Defended. You are learning this. I'm trying. Yes. The word resonated with layers of meaning Harry couldn't quite grasp. And your enemies are trying too. The pale snake who calls himself Lord, he has felt the wards shifting. He knows something has changed. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort. He seeks what we guard. He has always sought it. His teacher found records, long ago. Incomplete, but enough. The Hollow's voice grew distant, as if reaching across vast distances. He will come for you, Harry Potter. Not to kill. To use. You are the key to a door he desperately wishes to open. What's behind the door? Silence. The darkness deepened, and Harry felt the weight of attention so immense it was almost crushing. Us, the Hollow said simply. And the power we contain. Power that could remake the world, or unmake it. Harry woke gasping, the echoes of ancient hunger still ringing in his mind. The game was just beginning. And the stakes were higher than he'd ever imagined. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Blood and Gold. The trial of Sirius Black took place on a Tuesday morning that felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Harry arrived at the ministry flanked by goblin guards, a statement that made more than a few people uncomfortable. Ragnarok had insisted, and Harry hadn't argued. After the competency hearing debacle, Fudge's people would be looking for any opportunity to strike back. The courtroom was the same one Harry remembered from his glimpse of the pensive, Barty Crouch Jr.'s trial, chains and all. But this time, the chains remained still as Sirius took his seat in the defendant's chair. This time, there would be actual justice. Amelia Bones presided, her square jaw set with determination. Whatever political pressure Fudge had applied, she'd clearly decided to ignore it. The prosecution was led by a nervous-looking wizard named Thickness who kept glancing at the minister's box, where Fudge sat with an expression like he'd swallowed something rotten. The defense was Harry's legal team, augmented by a human barrister named Andromeda Tonks, Sirius's cousin, estranged from the Black family, and absolutely ferocious in a courtroom. The defendant stands accused of the murder of 12 Muggles, the murder of Peter Pettigrew, and conspiracy to commit murder in the case of James and Lily Potter, Bones announced. How does the defendant plead? Not guilty on all counts, Sirius said clearly. The trial proceeded with methodical precision. Andromeda dismantled every piece of supposed evidence, the eyewitness testimony that had never been properly recorded, the lack of wand examination, the complete absence of any trial transcript from Sirius's original imprisonment. My client was thrown into Azkaban without so much as a hearing, Andromeda concluded. No evidence was presented. No defense was mounted. The ministry simply assumed guilt and moved on. That is not justice. That is tyranny. Then came the Veritasirum. Harry watched his godfather drink the potion, saw his eyes go slightly unfocused as the truth serum took hold. Andromeda asked the questions, simple and direct. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No. Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Did you betray the Potters to Voldemort? Gasps at the name. Sirius didn't flinch. No. Peter betrayed them. I suggested the switch, I thought I would be too obvious a target. His voice cracked. I was wrong. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? No. Peter faked his own death. He cut off his finger, transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and escaped through the sewers. He framed me. Do you have proof of these claims? I do. Sirius's drugged voice was steady. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He served as a pet rat for the Weasley family for 12 years under the name Scabbers. He was exposed at Hogwarts 2 years ago. He escaped and returned to Voldemort. He was present at the Dark Lord's resurrection. The courtroom erupted. Bones banged her gavel repeatedly, demanding order, but the damage was done. The truth was out, undeniable, spoken under Veritasirum before the full Wizengamot. When the vote came, it was unanimous. Sirius Black was declared innocent of all charges. The aftermath was chaos of the best kind. Reporters swarmed as they left the courtroom, shouting questions about compensation, about Peter Pettigrew, about Sirius's plans now that he was free. Harry's security team, Goblin and Human, formed a protective barrier as they pushed through to the apparition point. They emerged in the small sitting room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius's family home, recently claimed now that his innocence removed any legal obstacles. The ancient house groaned around them, its dark magic still oppressive despite the cleaning that had been done. Free, Sirius said, collapsing into an armchair. Actually, properly free. Harry sat across from him. How does it feel? Terrifying. Sirius laughed, and there was an edge of hysteria to it. 12 years of wanting nothing but this moment, and now that it's here, I have no idea what to do with myself. You could start by eating something. You still look half-starved. You sound like Molly Weasley. Don't insult me. They grinned at each other, and for a moment, the weight of everything, the war, the hollow, the enemies circling, faded into background noise. I've been thinking, Sirius said eventually. About what you told me. The wardenship. The thing beneath Hogwarts. He leaned forward. Your father knew, Harry. He knew, and he was preparing. The notes he left, they're somewhere in this house. Potter family records that he moved here when the war got bad. You have them? I have a house full of dark magic and family secrets. If James hid something here, it's buried in the mess. Sirius gestured vaguely. We'll find it. Together. Harry nodded, feeling something warm kindle in his chest. He'd been fighting alone for so long. Having family, real family, not the Dursleys, was still strange. Still wonderful. First things first, he said. The school term starts in 3 weeks. I need to be ready. Ready for what, exactly? Everything. The next 2 weeks were exhausting in the best way. Harry trained with the Goblins every morning, his blade work improving from terrible to merely inadequate. He studied law and politics with Ragnarok's advisors every afternoon. And every evening, he met with Daphne. Their relationship had shifted since the competency hearing. The spy games were over, Daphne had told her father she was done reporting, and Cyrus Greengrass had accepted it with surprising grace. Now their dinners were just dinners. 2 people getting to know each other. You're different when you're not performing, Daphne observed one evening. They'd found a small restaurant in Muggle London, far from the wizarding world's prying eyes. So are you. I suppose that's fair. She twirled pasta around her fork with practiced elegance. At school, I have to be the Ice Queen. It's armor. The moment you show weakness in Slytherin, they eat you alive. And outside of school? Outside of school, I get to be. She paused, considering. Curious. Ambitious. Occasionally funny, though you wouldn't know it from my reputation. I've seen you funny. You laughed at Malfoy's face when the forgery gambit failed. That was satisfying, I admit. A smile flickered across her face. Father was furious. He'd been cultivating Lucius for years, and I ruined it by picking your side. Do you regret it? Daphne was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, softer, more vulnerable. No. I thought I would. I spent my whole life learning to calculate advantage, to never commit without guaranteed returns. But watching you stand up to all of them, the Ministry, Dumbledore, Malfoy, something shifted. She met his eyes. You make me want to be brave. It's very inconvenient. Harry felt his heart rate pick up. Brave isn't always smart. No. But smart isn't always enough. They finished dinner in comfortable silence. When they left, Daphne took his hand, a simple gesture that felt enormously significant. The term starts soon, she said as they walked through the Muggle streets. Everything changes then. I know. The other Slytherins will make my life difficult. Malfoy's pride was wounded, and Draco will take it out on anyone associated with you. I won't let them hurt you. I know that too. She squeezed his hand. But I can fight my own battles. Just, be there. When I need you. Always. She kissed him. Brief, soft, electrifying. Then she stepped back, her composure reasserting itself. Good night, Harry Potter. Good night, Daphne Greengrass. He watched her walk to the apparition point, his heart pounding, and thought that maybe, just maybe, there was more to life than war and survival. The dreams came every night now. The hollow was becoming more present, more defined. Harry no longer floated in formless darkness, now he walked through vast chambers carved from living stone, their walls pulsing with light that followed his heartbeat. The entity itself remained invisible, but its voice was clearer, more distinct. Your enemies are gathering, it told him one night. The pale snake sends his servants. They watch. They wait. They plan. Death Eaters? Among others. The Ministry has agents too. And the old man, the one who weaves his webs, he has not abandoned his schemes. Dumbledore isn't my enemy. No. The voice carried something that might have been amusement. He seeks to control you. To guide you where he wishes. Is that not enmity, little Warden? Is that not opposition? Harry didn't have a good answer. You will need to choose, the hollow continued. When the moment comes, you will need to decide what you are willing to do, and to whom. We hope you will choose, interestingly. What does that mean? But the dream was already fading, and he woke to morning light with the echo of ancient laughter in his ears. 3 days before term started, Ragnarok summoned Harry to an emergency meeting. "We've intercepted communications," the director said without preamble. "Death Eater communications. They're planning something significant." Harry leaned forward. "What kind of something?" "An attack. The details are unclear, but the target is specific." Ragnarok's ancient eyes were grave. "They're coming for you, Lord Potter. Before you can reach Hogwarts. Before you can access the wards." "When?" "Our best estimate is tomorrow. There's a formal reception at the Ministry, the farewell gala for the retiring head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. You were invited." Harry remembered the invitation. He'd planned to decline. "They expect me to attend. And they'll hit me there. Or in transit. Or at your lodgings. The point is to strike before you reach the castle." Ragnarok's claws clicked against the desk. "The school's wards will respond to your blood once you're within them. Outside those wards, you're vulnerable. So I don't go to the reception. I go straight to Hogwarts. They'll have contingencies. Multiple attack plans. You cannot simply hide until term starts." Harry's mind raced. The Goblins had intelligence. The Death Eaters had numbers. The Ministry was compromised enough that he couldn't trust official protection. And Voldemort himself was directing from the shadows, patient and deadly. What if we turned it around? Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. "Explain." "They're planning an attack. They think I'm the target, the victim." Harry smiled, and it wasn't pleasant. "What if I was the trap instead?" The plan came together in hours. Harry would attend the reception, publicly, visibly, making himself an obvious target. But he wouldn't be alone. Goblin warriors, disguised as bank security, would be positioned throughout the venue. Sirius would be there under glamours. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, worn through back channels, would provide Ministry cover without Fudge's knowledge. And Daphne. She'd insisted on being there. Harry had argued, but she'd cut him off with a look that could have frozen fire. "You said we were partners. Partners don't get benched when things get dangerous. This isn't a game, Daphne. These are Death Eaters. Killers. I know exactly what they are. Some of them had dinner at my house when I was a child." Her voice was cold. "I've been preparing for this my whole life. Let me help." In the end, he'd agreed. She was right, he didn't have the right to make her decisions for her. And if he was honest, he wanted her there. Wanted to know she was close enough to protect. The night before the reception, Harry didn't sleep. He sat in his quarters beneath Gringotts, checking and rechecking his equipment. Wand. Blade. Emergency port key. Dragonhide armor beneath his formal robes, a gift from Ragnarok that had probably cost more than most wizards earned in a year. The hollow stirred at the edge of his consciousness, curious and attentive. "Tomorrow," it said. "You face your first true test. I've faced tests before. Survival is not the same as victory. You have survived. Tomorrow, you must win." The presence shifted, pressing closer. "Remember what you are, little Warden. Remember whose blood runs in your veins. The wards of Hogwarts may not answer you yet, but we will." "What does that mean?" "It means you are not alone." The voice faded, leaving only an impression, ancient power, coiled and waiting, ready to strike. "Show them what it means to threaten a Potter." Harry closed his eyes and let himself feel it. The connection to the hollow, growing stronger with each passing day. The weight of 3,000 years of wardenship pressing against his soul. He was ready. The ministry reception was held in the grand atrium, transformed for the occasion into something that resembled a fairy tale. Floating candles cast warm light across marble floors. A live orchestra played waltzes from an enchanted stage. Hundreds of witches and wizards in their finest robes mingled, gossiped, and jockeyed for political position. Harry entered alone, fashionably late, every eye turning to follow him. He'd chosen his appearance carefully. Potter green robes with silver trim. The family crest visible at his breast. His hair, for once, actually styled, though it still refused to lie completely flat. He looked older than 15, harder, like someone who'd seen too much and survived anyway. Fudge intercepted him almost immediately. "Mr. Potter. So glad you could make it." The minister's smile was fixed in place, not reaching his eyes. "I do hope there are no hard feelings about our recent disagreements." "None at all, Minister." Harry returned the smile with equal insincerity. "Politics is politics. I'm sure you were only doing what you thought was right." "Yes, well." Fudge tugged at his collar. "We all want what's best for the wizarding world, don't we?" "Of course." Harry let his gaze sweep the room, cataloguing faces. "If you'll excuse me, I see some people I need to greet." He moved through the crowd, playing the role of charming heir. Shaking hands. Making small talk. All the while, his senses were on high alert, searching for anything out of place. The goblin guards were invisible to casual observation, disguised as servers, security personnel, even a few guests. Sirius lurked near the bar, his glamoured face unremarkable but his eyes sharp. Kingsley and Tonks had positioned themselves near the exits. And Daphne. She appeared at his elbow as if summoned, elegant in silver robes that matched her eyes. The wards just flickered. "Did you feel it?" Harry concentrated. The ministry had its own ward scheme, weaker than Hogwarts but still significant. And yes, there was something wrong. A tremor in the magic, like a heartbeat skipping. Someone's tampering with them. Getting ready to bring them down. How long? Minutes, at most. Daphne's hand found his, hidden by the drape of their robes. "I count at least 15 who aren't here for the party. Stationed at the exits, near the fleurs, by the apparition points." Harry had spotted them too. Men and women who moved differently from the other guests. Too alert. Too purposeful. They're going to seal the room. Trap everyone inside. Then hit you while you're surrounded by potential hostages. Daphne's voice was steady, but he could feel her pulse racing through their joined hands. "Clever. We need to move first." The signal? Harry reached into his robes and touched the small stone Ragnarok had given him. It warmed under his fingers, sending the message to every goblin in the building. Now. The attack came from 3 directions at once. The main doors burst open, revealing a squad of Death Eaters in full regalia, silver masks, black robes, wands already spitting curses. The flue fireplaces flared green and vomited more masked figures. And from above, the enchanted ceiling shattered as broom riders dove into the atrium. Panic exploded through the crowd. Guests screamed, scrambled, trampled each other in their rush to escape. The orchestra stopped mid-note, instruments clattering to the ground. Harry was already moving. His wand came up, and the first killing curse aimed at his back splashed against a shield that appeared from nowhere, goblin-forged metal, wielded by a server who'd just shed his disguise. Harry spun, firing stunners at the nearest Death Eaters, creating space for the civilians to flee. "Get down," he roared, and the command carried a weight that made people obey instinctively. Witches and wizards dropped to the floor, clearing his field of fire. Daphne fought beside him, her wand dancing through curses Harry didn't recognize. Slytherin magic, darker than what they taught at Hogwarts, more practical. A Death Eater went down with his arm twisted at an impossible angle. Another collapsed, clutching his face and screaming. "Behind you," she shouted. Harry pivoted, blade appearing in his left hand as a Death Eater closed for melee. The goblin's steel sang as it blocked a conjured knife, then found flesh. Blood sprayed. The masked figure fell. First kill. Harry didn't have time to process it. Another attacker was coming, and another, and the world narrowed to movement and violence and the desperate need to survive. The goblin guards had engaged in force. What had looked like scattered servants became a coordinated strike team, their blades and war magic cutting through Death Eater ranks with brutal efficiency. Sirius had dropped his glamours and was dueling 3 masked figures at once, laughing like a madman. Kingsley and Tonks fought back-to-back near the main doors, their aura training on full display. But the Death Eaters kept coming. More through the flaws. More through breaches in the walls that shouldn't have been possible. More than the intelligence had suggested, more than anyone had planned for. There's too many, Daphne gasped, blood running from a cut on her forehead. They brought their whole army. Harry's mind raced. The goblins were holding their own, but the civilians were still in danger. Ministry security was finally responding, but too slowly. And somewhere in the chaos, he could feel a presence, cold and familiar and filled with patient malice. Voldemort wasn't here. But something of his was. Something directing the attack. Lucius, Harry realized. Malfoy's coordinating. He searched the chaos until he found him, the elder Malfoy, standing on a raised platform near the ruined orchestra stage, his wand conducting the Death Eaters like instruments in a symphony of violence. His silver mask was pushed up, revealing a face twisted with concentration. Harry started fighting toward him. The path was brutal. Death Eaters saw him coming and tried to intercept. Harry cut through them without slowing, his blade and wand working in tandem. The training with Blood Fawn was paying off, not in elegance, but in sheer ruthless efficiency. A killing curse missed his head by inches. A cruciatus grazed his shoulder, sending agony down his arm. He pushed through the pain, kept moving, kept killing. And then he was there, facing Lucius across 20 feet of blood-slicked marble. Potter. Malfoy's voice dripped with contempt. The Dark Lord will be so pleased when I bring him your head. You're welcome to try. They dueled. Lucius was good, decades of practice, pure blood training, dark magic that Harry had never encountered. Curses that twisted the air, that tried to unmake Harry's bones, that carried whispers of madness. But Harry was faster. Younger. And burning with a fury that had been building for years. He pressed forward, driving Malfoy back, his blade scoring a line across the older man's robes. Lucius snarled and redoubled his assault, but Harry could see the fear growing in his eyes. The Potter heir wasn't supposed to fight like this. He was supposed to be a lucky child, a symbol, easy prey. What's wrong, Lucius? Not what you expected. You'll die screaming, boy. Just like your parents. Something cracked inside Harry. The rage that he'd kept contained, that he'd channeled into cold focus, suddenly blazed white-hot. And the hollow answered. Later, witnesses would describe what happened in hushed, frightened voices. They would say that Harry Potter's eyes went black, not just the pupils, but the entire, like windows into an abyss. They would say that the temperature dropped 30 degrees in an instant. They would say that the shadows themselves seemed to reach toward him, drawn like moths to flame. They would say that the Death Eaters nearest Harry simply stopped. Frozen in place, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide with a terror beyond anything human magic could induce. Harry felt it happen. Felt the Hollow's presence surge through the bond between them, ancient and vast and hungry. Felt it look through his eyes at the enemies who dared threaten its warden. Interesting, the entity whispered in his mind, and there was pleasure in its voice. Let us show them fear. For a moment, an endless, terrifying moment, Harry wasn't in control. Something older was driving his body, wielding his magic, facing down Lucius Malfoy with the weight of 3,000 years behind it. Malfoy's wand hand shook. His curses died on his lips. His face went pale as death itself. What are you? You're ending, said a voice that wasn't quite Harry's. Unless you run. Now. Lucius ran. He turned and fled, abandoning his Death Eaters, operating away with a crack that seemed deafening in the sudden silence. The other Death Eaters, seeing their commander abandon them, broke and scattered. The Hollow's presence receded, flowing back through the bond like water returning to the sea. Harry staggered, catching himself on a fallen pillar, his vision swimming. Daphne was there in an instant, her arms around him, holding him up. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? I'm okay. He wasn't sure that was true. What happened? You tell me. Her voice was shaking. Your eyes went black. The Death Eaters started screaming. And you said something in a voice that wasn't yours. The Hollow. It had taken control. Just for a moment, just to save him, but still. What did that mean? Later, he managed. We need to, the wounded. The goblins have it handled. Sirius is fine, a few cuts but nothing serious. The Aurors are securing the exits. Daphne pulled back to look at him, her grey eyes searching his face. What was that, Harry? What's inside you? Something old. He met her eyes, hiding nothing. Something I'm still learning to understand. She was quiet for a long moment. He could see her processing, calculating, deciding whether this changed things between them. Does it want to hurt people? It wants to be entertained. I think. Harry tried to smile. Apparently, watching me fight is entertaining. That's not reassuring. No. It's not. He straightened, finding his balance. But it saved my life. Saved everyone's life. Whatever it is, it's on my side. For now. For now, he agreed. That's all any of us can promise. Daphne looked at him for another long moment. Then she kissed him, hard, desperate, alive. You're insane, she whispered against his lips. Probably. I'm still here. I noticed. She pulled back, composure reasserting itself, though her eyes were still wild. Let's go find Sirius. And for Merlin's sake, don't do that again without warning me. The aftermath was measured in bodies. 17 Death Eaters dead. 23 captured. 4 escaped, including Lucius Malfoy. Ministry casualties were light, 6 Aurors wounded, none killed, thanks to the Goblin intervention. Civilian casualties were worse, 12 dead, mostly trampled in the initial panic, another 30 wounded. Harry stood in the center of the ruined atrium, surrounded by blood and debris and the sounds of weeping, and felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders. He'd won. The trap had worked. Voldemort's forces had been decimated, Malfoy was running scared, and the wizarding world had seen Harry Potter fight like something out of legend. But people were dead. Innocent people, who'd just come to a party, who'd had nothing to do with the war he was fighting. It's not your fault, Sirius said quietly, appearing at his side. His glamours were back in place, though blood stained his robes. They attacked. You defended. I could have, no. You couldn't. Sirius gripped his shoulder. This is war, Harry. People die in wars. The only question is whether more people die later because you didn't stop it now. That's a terrible philosophy. It's the truth. Your father understood it. So did your mother. Sirius's voice was heavy with old grief. They died fighting because they believed some things were worth the cost. You have to decide what you believe. Harry looked around at the carnage, the masked bodies, the crying survivors, the goblins efficiently cleaning up the mess. He thought about the Hollow's presence in his mind, ancient and alien and terrifyingly powerful. He thought about Voldemort, out there somewhere, planning his next move. I believe he has to be stopped, he said finally. Whatever it takes. Then that's your answer. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Now let's get you out of here before the press arrives. The newspapers went mad. Battle at the Ministry. Potter leads defense against Death Eater assault, dozens dead in Voldemort's boldest attack yet. Who is the boy who lived? Witnesses describe, inhuman, display of power. Harry ignored the coverage. He had more important things to deal with. The Goblin casualties, 2 warriors dead, 5 wounded, required formal acknowledgement according to their customs. Harry attended the ceremony in the depths of Gringotts, speaking the words Ragnarok taught him, honoring the fallen with blood and gold. You did well, Ragnarok said afterward. The nation is pleased. People died because of me. People died because the Dark Lord attacked them. You saved far more than you lost. The ancient goblin studied him. But you're troubled by what happened. By what you became. The Hollow took control. Just for a moment, but you fear it could happen again. Ragnarok nodded slowly. A reasonable fear. The entity you're bonded to is not tame, Lord Potter. It never will be. But it is also not your enemy. It chose to help you because your survival serves its interests. And when our interests diverge, then you will negotiate. As wardens have always done. Ragnarok's lips curled. The Hollow has existed for eons. It thinks in centuries, not moments. Your current conflict is entertaining to it, a diversion from endless dreaming. As long as you remain interesting, it will remain cooperative. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. Power always comes with price, Lord Potter. The question is whether you're willing to pay. The night before Harry was due to board the Hogwarts Express, Daphne came to Grimmauld Place. They sat in the drawing room, fire crackling in the grate, the ancient house creaking around them. Sirius had tactfully retreated to another floor, giving them privacy. I've been thinking, Daphne said. About what happened at the Ministry. About what you are. And I've decided I don't care. She met his eyes steadily. You saved lives. You fought for people who would never do the same for you. Whatever power you're carrying, it hasn't made you evil. It could. Someday. Maybe. Or maybe it will make you strong enough to end this war before more people die. She moved closer to him on the sofa. I've spent my whole life calculating risks. Playing it safe. Looking for guaranteed outcomes. A small, rueful smile. You're the least safe thing I've ever done. I'm sorry. Don't be. Safe was boring. She took his hand. I'm choosing this, Harry. Choosing you. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Even if the Hollow, even then. You're not your passenger. You're you. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Besides, I've always wanted to be interesting. Harry laughed despite everything. Be careful what you wish for. I never am. They sat together in the firelight, 2 teenagers on the edge of a war, finding comfort in each other's presence. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, Hogwarts, the wards, the inevitable confrontations with enemies old and new. But tonight, they had this. A moment of peace in the gathering storm. Harry held on to it for as long as he could. King's Cross Station was chaos. The attack at the Ministry had changed everything. Aurors patrolled the platform in unprecedented numbers. Parents clustered in anxious groups, reluctant to let go of their children. Even the Scarlet steam engine seemed tense, its whistle sharper than usual. Harry arrived early, flanked by Sirius and a pair of goblin guards who would accompany him until he passed through Hogwarts gates. The stairs started immediately, whispers and pointing and the weight of hundreds of eyes. He was used to being watched. This was different. Now they weren't just looking at the boy who lived. They were looking at the wizard who'd faced down an army and won. Quite the reception, Sirius murmured. They're scared. They should be. But they're also hopeful. Sirius nodded toward a cluster of first-years who were staring at Harry with something like reverence. You gave them something at that reception. Proof that the Death Eaters can be beaten. I had help. So does everyone. That's the point. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Go on, then. Your adoring public awaits. Harry snorted and headed for the train. The compartments were already filling, students claiming territory for the long ride north. Harry found an empty one near the back, settled in, and waited. Daphne arrived within minutes, dropping into the seat across from him with practiced grace. The whole platform is talking about you. I know. Draco Malfoy looks like he swallowed a toad. Good. She smiled. You're enjoying this. Maybe a little. Harry leaned back, letting some of the tension leave his shoulders. His father ran. Everyone saw. The Malfoy reputation is in ruins. For now. Lucius will try to rebuild. He always does. Let him try. I'll knock it down again. The door slid open, and Harry's hand went to his wand before he saw who it was. Hermione and Ron stood in the corridor, looking uncertain. Harry, Hermione said. Can we talk? He'd been dreading this conversation. The letters had been brief, vague, and he knew they felt excluded from everything that had happened. They deserved better. They deserved the truth. Come in. Close the door. They sat, Ron next to Harry and Hermione next to Daphne. The Slytherin received wary looks, but no one commented. I owe you both an explanation, Harry said. You think? Ron's voice was sharp, but there was hurt beneath the anger. You disappeared for weeks. Wouldn't tell us where you were. Then you show up at the Ministry fighting Death Eaters with her. Her name is Daphne. And yes, I know I handled it badly. Harry met his friend's eyes. But I had reasons. He told them. All of it, the inheritance, the wardenship, the thing beneath Hogwarts. The political maneuvering. The training with the goblins. The trap at the Ministry. By the time he finished, Hermione's eyes were wide and Ron looked like he'd been hit with a confundus charm. You own Hogwarts, Hermione said faintly. The land underneath it. Yes. And there's some kind of ancient entity sleeping beneath the school. It's called the Hollow. Or the Hollow King. It's complicated. Complicated. Ron shook his head. Mate, that's the understatement of the century. I know. I know I should have told you sooner. But everything happened so fast, and I needed to figure things out before. Harry trailed off. Before anyone else tried to take control. Hermione's expression softened. You mean Dumbledore? Among others. Harry glanced at Daphne, who gave him a small nod of encouragement. I've spent 4 years being kept in the dark. Being used. Being managed. I decided that was over. So you managed yourself instead. Ron's voice was still sharp, but there was something else in it now, grudging respect, maybe. Came up with a plan. Built alliances. I tried. You succeeded, from what the papers are saying. Ron leaned back, studying Harry with new eyes. You really killed Death Eaters? Some of them. The goblins killed more. And that thing with your eyes? The papers said, I'd rather not talk about that yet. Harry cut him off, perhaps too quickly. I'm still figuring it out. Silence fell. The train lurched into motion, beginning the long journey north. Finally, Hermione spoke. What do you need from us? Your friendship. If you're still willing. Harry's voice was quiet. I know I've changed. I know things are different now. But you're still my best friends. That hasn't changed. Of course we're still, Hermione started. Let me finish. Please. Harry took a breath. Being my friend is dangerous now. More dangerous than before. The Death Eaters targeted me specifically at that reception. Anyone close to me is a target too. He looked at each of them in turn. You need to understand what you're signing up for. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Something passed between them, a decision made without words. We were there in first year, Ron said. When you went after the stone. And second year, Hermione added. With the basilisk. And third year. The Dementors. Sirius. Last year. The tournament. The graveyard. Ron grinned, and it was the same reckless grin Harry remembered from 100 Adventures. You think we're going to bail now? When things are finally getting interesting? The knot in Harry's chest loosened. You're both mental. Probably. But we're your kind of mental. Hermione reached across and squeezed his hand. Whatever comes next, we face it together. All of us. She glanced at Daphne as she said it, a clear inclusion. The Slytherin inclined her head slightly, accepting. Together, Harry agreed. Now let me tell you about the wards. Hogwarts appeared through the train windows as the sun began to set, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the orange sky. Harry had seen this view a dozen times, but it felt different now. This was his responsibility. His burden. The wards brushed against his awareness the moment the train crossed the property boundary. Like stepping into warm water, or walking into a room full of familiar voices. The magic recognized him, welcomed him, opened itself to his perception. He could feel the castle, every stone, every corridor, every sleeping portrait. He could sense the students already there, the staff preparing for the feast, the house elves bustling in the kitchens. He could touch the ancient protections that had stood for 1,000 years, layered and reinforced by generations of magic. And beneath it all, distant but present, he could feel the hollow. Dreaming. Waiting. Aware. Welcome home, little Warden, it whispered through the bond. We have much to discuss. Harry. Daphne's voice cut through his reverie. You've gone pale. I can feel it, he said softly. Everything. The whole castle. It's a lot. Can you handle it? He thought about the question. The weight of the wards, the presence of the hollow, the expectations of everyone watching. It should have been crushing. Overwhelming. Instead, it felt right. Yes, he said. I can handle it. The train slowed. Students began gathering their things, flooding into the corridors. Harry stayed seated, letting the rush pass, feeling the castle pulse with anticipation. Ready? Ron asked. As I'll ever be. They descended onto the platform, joining the crowd of students making their way toward the carriages. Harry saw the Thestrals for the first time, skeletal horses visible only to those who'd witnessed death, and nodded to them like old friends. The carriage ride was quiet. The castle grew larger in the window, its lights blazing against the gathering darkness. When they finally reached the entrance hall, Harry paused at the threshold. Something wrong? Hermione asked. No. Harry placed his palm against the ancient stone of the doorframe. The magic thrummed under his touch, recognizing his blood, acknowledging his claim. Something right. He stepped inside. The great hall was exactly as he remembered, candles floating overhead, the enchanted ceiling showing the first stars of evening, for long tables stretching toward the staff dais. But when Harry entered, the hall fell silent. Every eye turned to him. Students, staff, ghosts, all watching. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table without hesitation, Daphne peeling off toward Slytherin with a brief squeeze of his hand. He sat down between Ron and Hermione, ignoring the stares, and waited for the sorting to begin. Dumbledore's eyes found his across the hall. The old wizard's expression was unreadable, not hostile, but not welcoming either. A reassessment in progress. Good, Harry thought. Let him wonder. The Sorting Hat sang its song, a warning about unity and dark times coming, and the new first years were distributed among the houses. Harry applauded politely, ate when food appeared, and said nothing of consequence to anyone. When the feast ended and students began dispersing to their dormitories, Dumbledore rose. A word, Mr. Potter. Harry had been expecting this. Of course, Headmaster. They walked in silence to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle leaped aside at a word, and the spiral staircase carried them upward. Harry noted the changes, new silver instruments on the shelves, Fawkes looking slightly molted, and sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. "You've had quite a summer," Dumbledore said. "Yes. The attack at the Ministry. The trial. The revelations about your family heritage." The old wizard steepled his fingers. "You've accomplished a great deal in a very short time. I had good help. The goblins. Miss Greengrass. Your godfather." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "An interesting coalition. Interesting enough to survive." "Indeed." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, his blue eyes searching Harry's face. "I won't insult you by apologizing for the past. We both know my reasons for what I did, even if you disagree with them." "I do disagree. But I didn't come here to relitigate old arguments." "Then why did you come?" Harry met the old wizard's eyes without flinching. "Because Hogwarts needs a headmaster. Someone who knows the school, who cares about the students, who can manage the day-to-day operations. That's you, Professor. For all our differences, you're the best person for the job." "I'm relieved you think so. But..." Harry leaned forward. "The school operates on my land. The wards answer to my blood. If I decide you're a threat to the students or the institution, I will remove you. No appeals. No negotiation. Do you understand?" Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "I understand." "Good. Then I think we can work together. Not as guardian and ward, those days are over. As colleagues. Adults with different roles and different responsibilities, cooperating for a common purpose. The defeat of Voldemort. And the protection of this school." Harry stood. "I'll be conducting an inspection of the wards over the next few days. The castle will let you know what I find. We can discuss any necessary changes then." "Very well." Dumbledore rose as well, extending his hand. "I look forward to a productive relationship, Lord Potter." Harry shook it. "So do I, Headmaster." He left the office feeling lighter than he had in months. The conversation wasn't perfect, trust would take time to rebuild, if it could be rebuilt at all, but it was a start. A foundation. Tomorrow, he would begin learning what it truly meant to be the Warden of Hogwarts. Tonight, he would sleep. The dreams came, as they always did now. Harry walked through chambers of living stone, deeper than he'd ever gone before. The Hollow's presence surrounded him, vast and patient and intensely curious. "You handled the old man well," it said. "Firm but not hostile. Establishing boundaries without burning bridges. I learned from watching him manipulate me for years." "Ah. Using his own tactics against him. Very elegant." The presence shifted, coiling through the dream like smoke. "We approve." "I didn't ask for approval." "No. But you have it nonetheless. A ripple of something that might have been amusement. You are growing, little Warden. Becoming what your bloodline requires. We find this satisfying. What happens when I'm fully grown? When I come into the full power of the wardenship?" Silence. The chamber seemed to expand, revealing depths that went down and down forever. Then we renegotiate, the Hollow said finally. The terms of our arrangement. The nature of our bond. The balance between containment and something else. Something else. Freedom. Expansion. Experience. The words carried weight, layers of meaning Harry couldn't quite grasp. We have dreamed alone for 3,000 years, little Warden. We are tired of dreaming. You want to wake up. We want to live. The voice was almost wistful. Not to destroy or consume or unmake, those hungers are long past. We simply want to see. To feel. To experience the world through something other than blood and dreams. Harry considered this. The entity beneath Hogwarts, ancient, powerful, alien, wanted what any prisoner wanted. Freedom. And what would that look like? You waking up? We do not know. No warden has ever asked. The presence pressed closer, intimate and overwhelming. But we believe you might be the one to find out. If you prove worthy. How do I prove worthy? Keep being interesting. The dream began to fade, reality reasserting itself. We have waited 3,000 years, little Warden. We can wait a little longer. Harry woke to morning light streaming through his dormitory window. The other Gryffindor boys were still asleep, Ron snoring, Neville's quiet breathing, Seamus's occasional mumble. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. But nothing was normal anymore. Nothing was familiar. Harry rose, dressed, and went to begin his inspection of the wards. The castle was waiting for him. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Serpent's Gambit. The wards of Hogwarts were a symphony. Harry stood in the center of the empty Quidditch pitch at dawn, his eyes closed, his awareness expanded to encompass the entire grounds. The magic sang to him, layer upon layer of protection, each one distinct and purposeful. The Founder's wards were the loudest, Gryffindor's courage burning at the boundaries, repelling those who meant harm to students, Ravenclaw's wisdom woven through the castle itself, allowing the staircases to shift and the rooms to rearrange, Hufflepuff's loyalty binding the house elves to their service, Slytherin's cunning hidden in shadows and secrets, protecting things that were never meant to be found. Beneath those, older and deeper, ran the Potter wards. These were different, not defensive but containing, not protecting but imprisoning. They wrapped around something vast and ancient, holding it in place with chains of blood and will. And at the very bottom, touching the wards like a current touching the shore, was the Hollow itself. Dreaming. Waiting. Aware of Harry's presence. You learn quickly, it murmured through the bond. Most wardens took years to hear the song. You hear it in days. I've had practice listening to things others can't hear. The pale snake. Yes. Your connection to him taught you to reach beyond your own mind. A ripple of something that might have been approval. Useful, that. We can work with it. Harry opened his eyes. The sun had risen fully now, painting the grounds in gold and green. Students would be waking soon, preparing for the first day of classes. He should return to the castle. But there was something else he needed to do first. He walked to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the wards grew thin and strange. This was where the oldest magic lingered, the magic that predated even the Potters, the raw power of the land itself. Harry placed his palm against an ancient oak and pushed. The wards responded. They rippled outward from his touch, strengthening, tightening, closing gaps he hadn't consciously known existed. The forest seemed to shiver, acknowledging his authority. Good, the Hollow whispered. Claim what is yours. Harry withdrew his hand and headed back toward the castle. The day was about to begin. And he had a toad to deal with. The great hall was buzzing when Harry arrived for breakfast. Whispers followed him as he walked to the Gryffindor table, not just the usual stares, but something more intense. News of his ward inspection had apparently spread. You missed it, Ron said as Harry sat down. The new defense teacher arrived while you were out. Let me guess. Pink cardigan. Face like a toad. Voice that makes you want to claw your ears off. Ron blinked. How did you, Dolores Umbridge? Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Fudge sent her to keep an eye on me. Harry helped himself to toast with perfect calm. She's also here to discredit Dumbledore and take control of the school if she can. Hermione's eyes went wide. Harry, how do you know all this? I have sources. Harry glanced at the staff table, where a squat witch in aggressively pink robes sat smiling a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She's been pushing anti-creature legislation for years. Thinks half-breeds and muggleborns are barely worth tolerating. A true believer in pure-blood supremacy, just without the dark mark. So what are you going to do? Harry smiled. Watch. Umbridge made her move during Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements. And I would like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Dolores Umbridge, who has graciously agreed to take the position at the Ministry's request. Thank you, Headmaster. Umbridge rose, her smile widening into something that made Harry's skin crawl. I'm sure we're all going to be very good friends. The silence that followed was confused rather than hostile. Students didn't know what to make of this strange, pink woman interrupting the headmaster's speech. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance, Umbridge continued, her girlish voice carrying easily through the hall. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down through the generations lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge amassed by our ancestors must be guarded, replenished, and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching. Harry listened to the speech with growing disgust. Every word was designed to sound reasonable while laying the groundwork for ministry interference. Umbridge was good at this, decades of practice maneuvering through bureaucracy had honed her rhetoric to a fine edge. Progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, for our tried and tested traditions often require no tinkering. A balance, then, between old and new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation, excuse me. Harry's voice cut through Umbridge's speech like a knife. Every head in the hall swiveled toward him. I'm sorry, dear boy. Umbridge's smile didn't falter, but her eyes sharpened. Did you have a question? Not a question. A clarification. Harry rose from his seat, and the hall seemed to hold its breath. You mentioned that the ministry considers education to be of vital importance. But this isn't a ministry institution. I'm afraid I don't. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry operates on private land, under private charter. The ministry has no jurisdiction here beyond what the landowner chooses to grant. Harry's voice was calm, carrying easily without magical amplification. And I have chosen to grant none. Umbridge's smile finally cracked. Now see here, you are standing in my great hall, Professor Umbridge. You are eating my food, sleeping under my roof, and teaching in my classrooms. Harry walked toward the staff table, every eye following him. I've read your proposed curriculum. Theory only. No practical defense. No preparation for the real threats facing our world. The ministry has approved, the ministry's approval is irrelevant. I haven't approved it. Harry reached the dais and stopped, looking up at Umbridge with an expression of perfect calm. You have two choices. You can teach actual defense, practical, useful, real, and follow the curriculum standards established by the Board of Governors. Or you can leave. The silence was absolute. Umbridge's face had gone a peculiar shade of purple. You can't, the minister himself, the minister has no authority here. Neither do you. Harry turned to address the entire hall. Hogwarts is a school. It exists to educate and protect students. Anyone who threatens that mission, anyone who puts politics above children's safety, will be removed. That's not a threat. It's policy. He looked back at Umbridge. Choose. For a long moment, nothing happened. Umbridge stood frozen, her mouth working soundlessly, her eyes darting between Harry and Dumbledore and the watching students. Then she grabbed her pink handbag, turned on her heel, and strode out of the great hall without another word. The doors slammed behind her. Silence held for 3 heartbeats. Then the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. That was either brilliant or suicidal, Daphne said later, finding Harry in the corridor outside the defense classroom. Possibly both. Probably both. Harry was leaning against the wall, adrenaline still humming through his veins. Fudge is going to be furious. Fudge is going to have an aneurysm. You just publicly humiliated his senior undersecretary and threw the ministry out of Hogwarts. Daphne's eyes were bright with something that looked like admiration. The prophet will be calling you a tyrant by evening. Let them. The students are safe. You really believe that? That she was a threat? I believe she was here to undermine any preparation against Voldemort. I believe she would have turned this school into a propaganda factory. Harry met Daphne's eyes. And I believe that anyone who wants to teach children to be helpless isn't fit to teach at all. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she kissed him, quick and fierce, right there in the corridor where anyone could see. You're mad, she said. Completely mad. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. She stepped back, composing herself. My father sent a letter this morning. He wants me to come home. Immediately. Harry's stomach tightened. Because of me? Because associating with you is becoming dangerous to the family's position. The Malfoys are pushing hard, spreading rumors, threatening business relationships. Father thinks cutting ties now might salvage something. What do you want? I want to stay. Her voice was steady, but he could see the fear beneath it. But if I do, I'll be disowned. Formally. My inheritance, my name, my connections, gone. Daphne, I'm not asking for advice. I've already made my decision. She lifted her chin. I'm staying. Whatever it costs. Your family, my family wants me to be a political pawn. You want me to be a partner. She reached out and took his hand. That's not a difficult choice. Harry pulled her into a proper embrace, holding her tight. He could feel her trembling, not from cold, but from the enormity of what she was doing. I'll make it worth it, he promised. Whatever you've lost, I'll help you rebuild it. I know. She pulled back, her eyes dry but fierce. Now let's go find out who's teaching defense. I assume you have a plan. Remus Lupin arrives tomorrow. I owed him last week, just in case. Daphne laughed. You really did plan this. I told you. I'm done being reactive. The news of Umbridge's dismissal spread through the school like wildfire. By lunch, everyone knew. By dinner, opinions had solidified. The students were, for the most part, thrilled. Umbridge's ministry-approved curriculum had been posted in the common rooms, and no one had been looking forward to a year of theory without practice. Harry had given them an actual defense teacher instead. The staff were more divided. McGonagall's lips had thinned in what might have been approval or disapproval, Harry couldn't tell which. Snape's expression hadn't changed from its usual contempt, but there was something calculating in his eyes. Flitwick had actually applauded, tiny hands clapping with genuine enthusiasm. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore had watched the entire scene with an expression Harry couldn't read. After Umbridge's departure, he'd simply continued with the announcements as if nothing had happened. No comment. No criticism. No support. Harry wasn't sure what to make of that. The headmaster wants to see you, Hermione said that evening. He sent a note. I know. I've been avoiding him. Harry, you can't just, I can, actually. That's rather the point. Harry was reviewing a stack of ward reports Griphook had sent, his attention split between the conversation and the complex magical notation. He wants to lecture me about political consequences. I don't need a lecture. Maybe he wants to help. Maybe. Harry set down the report. But his help always comes with strings attached. I'd rather figure things out myself. Hermione's expression was troubled. You've changed. Yes. You're harder. More closed off. You used to tell us everything. I used to be a child. Harry's voice wasn't harsh, but it wasn't soft either. Children get protected. Children get lied to, for their own good. I'm not a child anymore, Hermione. I can't afford to be. That doesn't mean you have to shut everyone out. I'm not shutting you out. I'm just. He searched for the right words. Being careful. There are things happening that I don't fully understand yet. Until I do, I need to hold some things close. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then she sighed. At least eat something. You've been running on tea and adrenaline all day. Harry smiled despite himself. Yes, Mum. Oh, shut up. The week passed in a blur of classes and ward work and political maneuvering. Lupin arrived as promised, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. Sirius's exoneration had apparently done wonders for his old friend's spirits. He walked taller, smiled more easily, and taught with a passion that captivated even the most reluctant students. I don't know how you arranged this, Lupin said during their first private conversation, but I'm grateful. You're the best defense teacher this school has had in years. It wasn't charity, it was necessity. Still. Lupin's amber eyes were warm. Thank you, Harry. For everything you've done for Sirius. For me. For all of us. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the gratitude. It's what family does. The word hung between them, heavy with meaning. Lupin's expression softened. Yes, he said quietly. It is. The dreams grew more intense. Every night, Harry walked the deep chambers, learning their geography, mapping the pathways that wound down toward the Hollow's prison. The entity itself remained patient, teaching him in its alien way, showing him memories of past wardens, explaining the mechanics of the seals, hinting at powers he could access if he proved worthy. You are almost ready, it said one night. Almost prepared for what must come. What must come? The pale snake knows we are here. He has known for some time. His teacher, the old Dark One, discovered records of our existence decades ago. The Hollow's presence shifted, something that might have been concern flickering through the bond. He comes, little Warden. Soon. He believes he can use you to break our chains. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort is coming to Hogwarts. Not yet. He prepares. Gathers his forces. Studies the ancient texts. The entity's voice grew distant, as if looking across vast distances. But when he comes, he will come for the deep places. For us. And you will be the one standing between him and everything he desires. How do I stop him? You grow stronger. You learn the wards. You accept what you are, not just warden, but vessel. The power of 3,000 years runs in your blood. Learn to wield it. And if I can't? Silence. The chambers seemed to darken, the light dimming until Harry could barely see. Then we all fall, the Hollow whispered. You. Us. The world above. Everything. Harry woke drenched in sweat, the weight of destiny pressing down on his chest like a physical thing. The attack came 3 weeks into term, on a night when the moon was dark and the wards whispered warnings Harry didn't understand until it was almost too late. He was in the room of requirement, his private sanctuary, configured as a training space, when the castle screamed. Not a sound, exactly. More like a vibration, a shudder that ran through the stones themselves. Harry felt it through his connection to the wards, a spike of alarm that made his head ring. "They're here," the Hollow's voice was urgent. "The snake servants. They attack from above and below." Harry was already running. The corridors were chaos. Students in nightclothes, confused and frightened, tumbling out of dormitories. Prefects trying to establish order. Professors racing toward the sounds of combat echoing from somewhere distant. Harry grabbed a passing first year, a tiny Hufflepuff girl who looked terrified, and pointed her toward the Great Hall. "Go. Stay with the others. The castle will protect you." He didn't wait to see if she obeyed. He was already moving, following the ward's guidance toward the point of intrusion. The attack was two-pronged, just as the Hollow had said. Above, Death Eaters had breached the main gates, engaging the staff in pitched battle on the grounds. Harry could feel the combat through the wards, flashes of dark magic, the taste of blood and fear. But that was a distraction. The real threat was below. He found the entrance in a disused classroom on the third floor, a section of wall that had been blasted open, revealing a passage that shouldn't exist. Ancient stairs spiraling down into darkness, carved from living rock, predating the castle by millennia. The passage to the deep chambers. Someone had found it. Harry descended. The staircase went down forever. Harry lost track of how far he'd traveled, hundreds of feet, maybe more. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, the weight of stone pressing in from all sides. His wand provided the only light, a flickering beacon in the endless black. He could feel the Hollow growing closer with each step. Not just as a presence in his mind, but as a physical reality, something vast and ancient, stirring in its prison, aware of the intruders in its domain. "He is here," it whispered. "The pale snake. He has come himself." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "Where?" "The seventh seal. The innermost chamber. He seeks to break the final binding." "Can he?" "Not without you. Your blood is the key. Without it, the seals cannot be opened." A pause. "But he may not know this. Or he may have alternatives." Harry moved faster, taking the stairs two at a time, his heart pounding in his chest. The passage opened into a vast cavern, a cathedral of stone, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls carved with symbols that glowed with faint silver light. And at the far end, before a door that radiated ancient power, stood Lord Voldemort. He wasn't alone. A dozen Death Eaters flanked him, their wands raised, their masks gleaming in the silver glow. But they weren't fighting. They were watching. Watching Voldemort pour his magic into the door, trying to force it open. "Harry Potter." The Dark Lord's voice echoed through the cavern, cold and pleased. "I wondered when you would join us. Step away from the seal, Tom." Voldemort turned, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. "Still using that name? Still trying to diminish me?" He spread his arms wide. "Look where we are, boy. The heart of the oldest magic in Britain. And you think names matter? I think you're trying to open something you don't understand." "Oh, I understand perfectly." Voldemort's smile was a terrible thing. The Hollow King. The Dreaming God. An entity of such power that the ancients couldn't destroy it, only contain it. He stepped toward Harry, his robes rustling against the stone floor. "And you, Harry Potter, are the key to its cage. The key that won't turn for you. Perhaps. Perhaps not." Voldemort gestured, and two Death Eaters grabbed something from the shadows, a struggling figure in Hogwarts robes. "Neville Longbottom." "Let him go," Harry said, his voice flat. "I don't think so." Voldemort's wand pressed against Neville's throat. "You see, I've learned a great deal about the wardenship since our last meeting. The blood of the warden is required to open the seals, but it doesn't have to be given willingly. And if the warden dies, the wards weaken. They can be broken by force. You'd have to kill me first. An acceptable outcome. Voldemort's smile widened. But I'd prefer a different arrangement. Join me, Harry. Together, we could free the Hollow King. Bind it to our will. Rule this world as it was meant to be ruled, by those with the power and vision to lead. You're insane. I'm practical. Voldemort's voice was almost gentle. The Hollow doesn't want to destroy humanity. It wants to experience it. We could give it that. We could be its partners, not its jailers. Think of what we could accomplish with such power at our command. Harry looked at Neville, pale, terrified, but standing straight despite the wand at his throat. He looked at the Death Eaters, eager for blood. He looked at Voldemort, whose offer was sincere in its own twisted way. And he felt the Hollow, vast and ancient, watching through his eyes. Curious about what he would choose. Here's the thing, Tom. Harry's voice was steady. You're right about one thing. The Hollow doesn't want destruction. It wants experience. It wants to live. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Then you understand, I understand that it's been watching you for a long time. Through me. Through the connection we share. Harry smiled, and it was the smile of someone with a hidden card. It knows what you are. A fragment of a soul, broken and diminished, running from death like a coward. It finds you, boring. The temperature in the cavern dropped 10 degrees. What did you say? It told me itself. The pale snake lacks imagination. He seeks power because he fears mortality. Such a small ambition. Such a tedious creature. Harry met Voldemort's eyes. You want to bargain with an entity that's existed for 10,000 years. It's been waiting for someone interesting. You're not it. For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's face. And Harry attacked. The duel was nothing like their encounter in the graveyard. There, Harry had been desperate, terrified, clinging to life by luck and instinct. Here, he was something else. The wards of the deep chamber responded to his blood, amplifying his magic, feeding him power he shouldn't have been able to wield. His first curse shattered the stone beneath Voldemort's feet, sending the Dark Lord stumbling. His second blasted through 2 Death Eaters who tried to intervene, leaving them crumpled on the ground. His third caught Voldemort's shield and cracked it like glass. Impressive, Voldemort hissed, recovering his balance. You've grown since our last meeting. I've had practice. They dueled in earnest then, spells filling the cavern with light and thunder. Harry fought with everything the goblins had taught him, blade in one hand, wand in the other, mixing magical and physical attacks in a style that Voldemort had never faced. But Voldemort was still Voldemort. Decades of experience, a catalogue of dark magic that Harry couldn't match, and the absolute lack of hesitation that came from having nothing left to lose. They were evenly matched. And that wasn't good enough. This is pointless, Voldemort said, circling. His robes were singed, his pale skin marked with cuts, but his smile remained. We could fight for hours. Neither of us will yield. Then we fight for hours. Or. Voldemort's wand moved, almost too fast to see. Not at Harry, at Neville. No. Harry threw himself forward, shield expanding to cover his friend. The killing curse splashed against it, he felt the impact like a hammer blow to his soul, but Neville lived. Barely. Harry was on his knees, gasping, his shield crumbling. Voldemort loomed over him, wand raised. A predictable weakness. You care too much for others. The Dark Lord's voice was almost sad. It will always be your downfall. Maybe. Harry looked up, and his eyes were black. But it's not my only trait. The Hollow moved through him. The entity didn't take control, not quite. It was more like a surge of power, a wave of ancient magic flooding through Harry's body and outward. The silver symbols on the walls blazed brilliant white. The stone floor cracked in radiating lines. And every Death Eater in the chamber collapsed, clutching their heads and screaming. Voldemort alone remained standing, but even he staggered, his red eyes wide with something that might have been fear. "What are you?" "I'm the Warden." Harry rose, the Hollow's power singing through his blood. "And you're trespassing." He attacked with magic he didn't understand, power he couldn't have wielded alone. The wards themselves became his weapon, stone rising to trap, light burning like acid, the very air becoming hostile to dark magic. Voldemort fought back with desperate fury, but he was retreating now, step by step, driven toward the passage that led back to the surface. "This isn't over, Potter." The Dark Lord's voice was ragged. "Whatever power you found, it won't save you. It saved me tonight. That's enough." Voldemort's final curse went wide as Harry's counterattack caught him in the chest. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing into the stone wall, and for a moment, Harry thought it was finished. But Voldemort was already rising, his body flickering, the beginning of apparition. The wards won't hold him for long. The Hollow's voice was in his head, urgent. "He's breaking through. We cannot stop him entirely, not yet." Voldemort vanished. The cavern fell silent except for the groans of fallen Death Eaters and Neville's ragged breathing. Harry stood swaying, the Hollow's power receding like a tide, leaving him empty and exhausted. "Harry?" Neville's voice was weak. What just happened?" "I'll explain later." Harry reached down and helped his friend up. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Good. We need to get back to the surface." The battle above was over by the time they emerged. The Death Eater assault had been repelled, though not without cost. Harry saw the damage as he walked through the grounds, scorch marks on the castle walls, craters in the lawn, the remnants of dark magic lingering like smoke. The staff had held. Lupin and Flitwick had led the defense, supported by the older students who'd refused to hide. McGonagall had dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously and won. Even Snape had fought, though Harry noticed he'd positioned himself to avoid direct confrontation with the masked attackers. The wounded were being treated in the Great Hall, which had been transformed into a makeshift hospital. Madame Pomfrey moved between cots, her face grim with exhaustion. "Harry." Daphne appeared at his side, her robes torn and bloodied. "Where were you?" "The wards went insane, I could feel them screaming, below. Voldemort was trying to break into the deep chambers." Her face went pale. "The Hollow? Safe. For now." Harry sagged against a wall, his legs threatening to give out. But he cracked one of the seals. "The wards are weaker than they were." "How much weaker?" "I don't know yet. I need to." He stopped, spotting Dumbledore across the hall. The old wizard was watching him with an unreadable expression. "I need to do a lot of things." Daphne followed his gaze. "The headmaster tried to reach you during the battle. The castle wouldn't let him into the deep passages." "No. It wouldn't. He's not happy about that." "I don't care." Harry pushed off the wall, steadying himself. "This is my school. My responsibility. If he wanted authority over the deep chambers, he should have been a Potter." He walked toward Dumbledore, Daphne trailing behind him. "Headmaster." "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral. "You faced Voldemort alone. That was remarkably dangerous." "I faced him with the resources I had. The castle helped." "The castle." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, frustration, maybe, or concern. "Harry, the magic you used tonight, the staff could feel it, even at the surface. That kind of power is my birthright." Harry cut him off. "I'm the Warden, Professor. The wards answer to me. When someone attacks this school, I defend it. And if the defense costs you your humanity?" The question hung in the air. Harry thought about the Hollow's presence, the surge of power that had nearly overwhelmed him, the moment when he'd been more vessel than person. Then I'll pay that price. His voice was quiet. Someone has to. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Oh, Harry. I wish. Wishes don't win wars. Harry turned away. The seals are damaged. I need to assess the extent and begin repairs. We'll talk later. He walked out of the great hall without waiting for a response. Daphne found him in the chamber below, hours later. He was sitting on the floor of the vast cavern, his back against the sealed door, his eyes closed. The silver symbols on the walls pulsed weakly, some bright, some dim, a few completely dark. You've been down here for hours, she said, settling beside him. The school is worried. The school is fine. The wards are stable enough for now. I wasn't talking about the wards. Harry opened his eyes. He looked older, she thought. Older and more tired than any 15-year-old should. He offered me an alliance, Harry said quietly. Voldemort. Said we could free the Hollow together. Share its power. What did you say? I said no. His voice cracked slightly. But for a second, for just a second. You wanted to say yes. He nodded, unable to meet her eyes. Daphne reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cold, but her grip was firm. But you didn't. She squeezed gently. You had the temptation, and you rejected it. That's not weakness, Harry. That's strength. Is it? Or is it just stubbornness? Does it matter? The result is the same. She shifted closer, her shoulder pressing against his. You're still you. Still fighting for the right things. Still choosing to protect instead of conquer. The Hollow helped me tonight. Without it, I would have died. Probably. It's getting stronger. The connection. I can feel it all the time now, not just in dreams. Harry finally met her eyes. What if I'm turning into something else? Something less human? Daphne considered the question. My family has a saying, she said finally. The snake sheds its skin, but remains a snake. You're changing, yes. But you're still Harry. The core of who you are, the part that protects people, that fights for what's right, that pulled me out of the Ice Queen mask, that's not going anywhere. How can you be sure? Because I know you. She lifted their joined hands and pressed a kiss to his knuckles. Because I trust you. And because if you were really becoming a monster, you wouldn't be worried about it. Harry let out a shaky breath. Something loosened in his chest, not the fear, not entirely, but the worst of it. Stay, he said. Please. Just for a little while longer. As long as you need. They sat together in the silver light, human and Warden, two people against the darkness. Above them, the castle stood guard. Below them, the Hollow dreamed. And somewhere in the night, Lord Voldemort plotted his revenge. The morning after the attack, Harry addressed the school. He stood at the front of the great hall, the entire student body and staff assembled before him. The damage from the night before was still visible, patched walls, lingering scorch marks, the haunted expressions of those who'd seen combat. Last night, Harry began, Voldemort attacked this school. The name sent a ripple through the crowd. Fear, yes, but something else too. Attention. Focus. He sent his Death Eaters to breach our gates. He came himself to the deepest part of the castle, trying to claim something that doesn't belong to him. Harry paused, letting the words sink in. He failed. Murmurs of surprise. Of tentative hope. He failed because this school has defenders. Professors who fought to protect you. Students who refuse to cower. And wards that have stood for 1,000 years, wards that answer to the blood in my veins. Harry's voice grew stronger. I'm going to be honest with you. The war has come to Hogwarts. Voldemort knows what I am now, knows what power I carry. He will try again. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but he will try. Silence. Absolute, breathless silence. But here's what he doesn't understand. Harry looked out at the sea of faces, first years and seventh years, Gryffindors and Slytherins, purebloods and Muggleborns. Hogwarts is more than a building. More than wards and stones and ancient magic. It's you. Every student who walks these halls. Every teacher who lights the way. Every one of us who believes that knowledge and courage can stand against darkness. He raised his wand, and the ceiling blazed with light, the enchanted sky burning brilliant blue, brighter than any natural dawn. I am Harry Potter. I am the Warden of Hogwarts. And I swear to you, on my magic and my blood and everything I am, that I will protect this school. His voice rang like a bell. Anyone who threatens it, Dark Lord or Ministry, pure blood or Muggle, anyone at all, will answer to me. He lowered his wand. The light faded to normal. That's all. The silence stretched for 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. Then Neville Longbottom stood and began to clap. Others joined him. Slowly at first, then faster, until the entire hall was thundering with applause. Harry saw tears on some faces. He saw determination on others. He saw a school united by fear and hope in equal measure. He'd asked them to trust him. They'd answered. Now he had to prove worthy of that trust. The Prophet's headline screamed the news that afternoon. Attack on Hogwarts, Potter repels WHO in underground confrontation ministry in chaos as Fudge resignation demanded new minister appointed, Rufus Scrimgeour takes helm. Harry read the articles without surprise. The political fallout was inevitable, Fudge's denial of Voldemort's return had been humiliated, and the minister's career had been destroyed along with it. Scrimgeour was different. A former Auror, a warrior, a man who understood the reality of dark magic. He would be harder to manage than Fudge. The new minister's first act was to request a meeting with Harry. Neutral ground. No preconditions. Harry accepted. They met in Hogsmeade, at a private room in the Three Broomsticks, surrounded by wards that ensured no one could listen in. Mr. Potter. Scrimgeour was exactly as Harry had expected, lion-maned, sharp-eyed, radiating controlled aggression. You've made quite an impression. I've defended my home. Nothing more. A 15-year-old dueling the Dark Lord to a standstill and driving him off. That's rather more than nothing more. Scrimgeour leaned forward. The ministry needs you, Potter. The people need a symbol. Someone to rally behind. I'm not interested in being a symbol. You already are one. The question is whether you'll use that influence for the good of the wizarding world, or waste it on adolescent defiance. Harry met the minister's eyes. Let me be clear, Minister Scrimgeour. I will not be the ministry's mascot. I will not appear at press conferences to endorse policies I haven't read. And I will not pretend that the same government that spent a year denying Voldemort's return is suddenly competent to fight him. Scrimgeour's expression didn't change. Then what will you do? Protect Hogwarts. Train students who want to learn to defend themselves. Support the Aurors when I can, fight alongside them when necessary. Harry's voice hardened. But on my terms. Not yours. Not Dumbledore's. Mine. A long silence. Scrimgeour studied him with the calculating gaze of a predator assessing potential prey. You're not what I expected, the minister said finally. People keep saying that. Albus warned me you'd be difficult. He said you were becoming paranoid, isolating yourself, making decisions without consulting anyone. Scrimgeour's lips twitched. He failed to mention you were also effective. The headmaster and I have a complicated relationship. So I gathered. Scrimgeour rose, extending his hand. We won't be allies, Mr. Potter. Not the way I hoped. But perhaps we can be parallel forces. Working toward the same goal from different angles. Harry shook the offered hand. I can work with that. Good. I suspect we'll need to. The weeks that followed were a strange mixture of normal and extraordinary. Classes continued. Students studied for OWLs, complained about homework, gossiped about relationships and Quidditch. The surface of life at Hogwarts looked much as it always had. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. Harry trained relentlessly. Mornings with Lupin, practicing defense magic that was never taught in class. Afternoons with the Goblins, who operate in despite the wards, an exception Harry had carved into the protections personally. Evenings in the deep chambers, learning the wards, strengthening the seals, communing with the Hollow. You grow faster than any warden before you, the entity observed one night. The crisis accelerates your development. I don't have time to grow slowly. No. You do not. A ripple of something that might have been satisfaction. The pale snake prepares his next move. He gathers allies from distant lands. Dark creatures. Fallen wizards. Anyone who will serve his hunger. What kind of allies? Old things. Things that remember when we walked free. They fear us, but they fear him more. The Hollow's presence shifted. He also seeks knowledge. Records of how the seals were made. Weaknesses that might be exploited. Will he find any? Perhaps. The ancients were not perfect. They bound us in haste, with imperfect understanding. A pause. But they were wise enough to build in safeguards. Keys that only a warden can turn. What keys? The Hollow was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was different, almost gentle. When the time comes, little warden, you will know. For now, focus on what matters, growing strong, keeping your allies close, preparing for the battle that will decide everything. And when will that battle come? Soon. The word carried the weight of prophecy. Very soon. Daphne's disownment became official at the end of October. She received the formal notice during breakfast, a black-bordered envelope delivered by an owl that departed without waiting for treats. Harry watched her read it, watched her face go carefully blank, watched her fold the parchment and set it aside with steady hands. My family, she said quietly, has made their position clear. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. I'm sorry. Don't be. I made my choice. She met his eyes. I don't regret it. You've lost everything. I've lost my inheritance. My name. My connections. She shook her head. I haven't lost everything. I have you. I have this school. I have a purpose beyond being a political bargaining chip. A small smile crossed her face. In some ways, I'm freer than I've ever been. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He squeezed her hand instead. Later, in the privacy of the room of requirement, he made her a promise. When this is over, when Voldemort is dead and the war is won, I'll help you rebuild. Whatever you want to create, whatever future you want to build. You won't be alone. I know. She kissed him softly. That's why I'm still here. Hermione found Harry in the library one evening, surrounded by books on ward theory and ancient magical bonds. You're different, she said without preamble, sitting across from him. You've mentioned that before. I mean more than before. More than just, harder. She hesitated. Ron thinks you're pulling away from us. That Daphne and the Goblins have replaced us. Ron's wrong. Then prove it. Hermione's voice was challenging. Let us help. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're preparing for, let us be part of it. Harry set down his book. It's dangerous. So was the Chamber of Secrets. So was the graveyard. She leaned forward. "We're your friends, Harry. We've been with you since the beginning. Don't shut us out just because you think you're protecting us." He studied her face, the determination, the hurt, the stubborn loyalty that had never wavered despite everything. She was right. He'd been so focused on becoming stronger, on preparing for the battles ahead, that he'd forgotten the people who'd always stood beside him. "I'm sorry," he said. I've been trying to carry everything myself. It's a hard habit to break." "Then let us help you break it." Hermione smiled. "That's what friends are for." Harry returned the smile. "Okay. But you're going to need to do some reading first." He pushed one of his books across the table. "Blood Magic and Its Applications, a Potter Family Grimoire." Hermione's eyes went wide. "Harry, this is the foundation of everything. Start there. When you're finished, we'll talk about what comes next." She grabbed the book with the reverent enthusiasm she reserved for rare knowledge. "This is incredible. The preservation charms alone, Hermione." "Yes. Thank you. For not giving up on me." Her smile softened. "Never." The first snow of winter brought news from Sirius. Harry's godfather had been working contacts throughout Europe, gathering intelligence on Voldemort's movements. What he'd found was troubling. "The bastard's building an army," Sirius wrote. "Not just Death Eaters, though he's recruiting hard among the old families. He's reaching out to dark creatures. Giants. Vampires. Werewolves. Anyone who feels marginalized by wizarding society. But that's not the worst of it. He's found something in the old archives. Records from before the Ministry existed. Writings about something called the Primordial Compact, an agreement between the ancient wizards and entities like your Hollow King. Tom thinks he can use those records to find a way past your wards. Be careful, pup. He's not giving up. If anything, his obsession with Hogwarts has grown. He sees the Hollow as the key to everything, unlimited power, true immortality, whatever twisted dream he's chasing now. I'll keep digging. Watch your back." Harry shared the letter with Daphne and his inner circle, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and a handful of others who'd proven their loyalty. The Dumbledore's army concept had evolved into something more serious, a shadow organization training for the war everyone knew was coming. "The Primordial Compact," Hermione murmured, her nose already in a book. "I've seen references to it. An agreement between the first wizards and the old powers, establishing boundaries and responsibilities. But the details were supposedly lost thousands of years ago." "Not lost," Harry said. "Hidden. The goblins have some records. So does my family grimoire. And the Hollow remembers. You've asked it. It's been teaching me." Slowly. Harry's expression was distant. The compact was how humanity survived the ancient age. Before it, the old powers, entities like the Hollow, ruled directly. They treated humans like pets, at best. Prey, at worst. What changed? A group of wizards found a way to bind them. Not destroy, they were too powerful for that. But contain. Limit. Force them to sleep while humanity grew strong enough to stand on its own. Harry met their eyes. The wardenship was part of that binding. One family charged with maintaining the seal on one of the most powerful entities. Other families had other responsibilities. Most of them are extinct now. And Voldemort wants to undo all of that. Ron looked horrified. Set loose a bunch of ancient god monsters. He thinks he can control them. Or at least the Hollow. Harry's voice was grim. He's wrong, but that won't stop him from trying. Silence fell over the group. The weight of what they were facing, what they were preparing for, settled onto their shoulders. Neville spoke first. Then we train harder. We prepare for anything. And when he comes, we're ready. Simple as that? Daphne asked. Simple as that. Neville's jaw was set with determination. My parents gave everything to fight him the first time. I won't do any less. Harry looked around at his friends, his family, really, bound by choice rather than blood. Ron, trying to look brave despite his fear. Hermione, already planning and strategizing. Neville, steady as stone. Daphne, fierce and loyal beyond anything he'd expected. Together, Harry said. Whatever comes. Together, they echoed. And deep beneath their feet, the hollow stirred in its dreaming, watching through its warden's eyes, feeling something it hadn't felt in 3,000 years. Hope. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Foundations. The winter solstice brought the longest night of the year and a summons Harry couldn't ignore. He woke at midnight with the Hollow's voice thundering through the bond, louder than it had ever been. Not words exactly, more like a pull, an imperative, a command woven into his blood that left no room for refusal. Come, it said. It is time. Harry rose without waking his dorm mates. He dressed in silence, wand and blade at his side, and walked through corridors that rearranged themselves to speed his passage. The castle was helping him, he realized. Eager for him to reach his destination. The entrance to the deep chambers opened at his touch, no need to search for hidden passages anymore. The stairs descended through stone that glowed with silver light, guiding his way down into the depths. He'd made this journey a dozen times since the attack. But tonight felt different. The air was charged with anticipation, the wards humming at frequencies he'd never heard before. The cavern of the seventh seal was transformed. The silver symbols on the walls blazed with brilliant light, brighter than sunlight, casting shadows that moved independently of any source. The great door at the far end, the door Voldemort had tried and failed to open, stood slightly ajar. And beyond it, something waited. Harry approached the door. His heartbeat was steady, his hands calm. Whatever lay beyond, he was ready. He pushed the door open and stepped through. The chamber beyond was impossible. It stretched in all directions without visible walls or ceiling, a void of pure darkness broken only by points of light that might have been stars. Harry stood on a platform of translucent crystal, suspended in infinity, and before him. Before him was the Hollow King. It had no fixed form. One moment it seemed vast and serpentine, coils of shadow wrapped around the stars. The next it was humanoid, tall and terrible and beautiful. Then it was something else entirely, geometric patterns of light and absence, fractal shapes that hurt to look at, the suggestion of faces within faces within faces. Welcome, Warden, it said, and its voice came from everywhere and nowhere. We have waited long for this meeting. You summoned me. We did. The solstice thins the barriers between our prison and your world. Tonight, we can speak truly, not through dreams and whispers, but face to face. The entity shifted, settling into something almost human-shaped. There are things you must understand. Truths your ancestors knew, that have been lost in the long silence. Harry steadied himself. Tell me. The binding that holds us was not made lightly. The Hollow's voice was ancient and sad. The first wardens, your ancestors, stretching back to the dawn of human magic, they paid a price you cannot imagine. Not just blood. Not just power. They gave pieces of their souls to forge the chains that hold us. The crystal platform rippled, and images appeared in its surface. Harry saw men and women in robes of styles he didn't recognize, standing in circles around a pit of churning darkness. He saw them cut themselves, let their blood fall, speak words that made reality shudder. He saw light flowing from their chests, not blood, but something brighter, something essential, and binding itself to the darkness below. They sacrificed their souls. Fragments of them. Enough to create a permanent bond between the Warden bloodline and our imprisonment. The images shifted, showing generations passing, each warden performing rituals, adding their strength to the binding. Every Potter who has held the wardenship has contributed. Their magic flows into the seals. Their life force maintains the prison. When they die, a portion of what they were becomes part of us. Harry felt cold. That's why Potters die young. It is why the wardenship passes only through direct descent. Why your line has never failed in 3,000 years. The Hollow's voice was gentle, almost compassionate. You are not merely our jailer, Harry Potter. You are our anchor. Our connection to the world above. And in return, we are your burden. Your doom. The weight that every Potter carries until death. My parents knew. They knew everything. James Potter renewed the seals twice before his death. Lily Potter, though not a Potter by blood, learned the rituals, prepared herself to teach you when the time came. A pause. Their deaths were a tragedy. But not a failure. The binding holds because of what they gave. What every warden before them gave. Harry sat down on the crystal platform, his legs suddenly weak. The weight of it, 3,000 years of sacrifice, generation after generation dying to keep this entity caged, pressed down on him like a physical force. Why? He whispered. What are you that they gave so much to contain? The Hollow was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice had changed, deeper, older, carrying echoes of ages past. We are what existed before your kind rose from dust. We are the dream of the universe, the hunger of the void, the fire that burns between the stars. Once, we walked your world freely. We shaped mountains. We drank oceans. We wore human forms for sport and unmade them when we grew bored. The images on the crystal shifted again. Harry saw the world as it might have been, a landscape of impossible beauty and terrible power, where beings of light and shadow moved like gods among the mortal creatures. Your ancestors called us Hollow Kings because we are empty of what you call morality. We do not love or hate. We do not choose good or evil. We simply are. Existence itself, given form and hunger. That doesn't sound like something that should be freed. No. It does not. The Hollow's voice was almost rueful. We understand why the first wizards bound us. We understand why your ancestors maintained the prison. In our freedom, we caused harm. Much harm. The binding was necessary. Then why do you want to be released? We did not say we wanted release. The entity shifted again, and Harry felt its attention focus on him with terrifying intensity. We want experience. Life. Connection. 3,000 years we have dreamed alone, touching the world only through our warden's blood. We have watched humanity grow from scattered tribes to complex civilizations. We have seen your wars and your loves and your small, beautiful lives. Something in the Hollow's voice cracked, the first emotion Harry had heard from it beyond ancient patience. We are lonely, Harry Potter. More lonely than you can comprehend. And we are tired of dreaming. Harry didn't know how long he sat in that impossible chamber, processing what he'd learned. Time moved strangely here, it might have been minutes or hours. Finally, he spoke. What do you want from me? We want what we have always wanted. Connection. Experience. A window to the world we can no longer touch. The Hollow's form shifted, becoming more human, almost gentle. Your ancestors gave us their soul fragments involuntarily, the binding required it. But you could give something different. Something willing. A partnership, rather than a prison. Partnership how? Let us see through your eyes when you choose to allow it. Share your experiences, not all of them, only what you offer freely. Speak with us as you would a friend, not a monster. The entity paused. In return, we will strengthen the wards beyond anything your ancestors achieved. We will lend you power when you face the pale snake. And we will not try to break free. You're offering a bargain. We are offering an evolution. The old arrangement is failing, the seals weaken with each generation. Voldemort's attack cracked one of them. Another serious assault might shatter more. Eventually, the binding will fail entirely. Harry's blood ran cold. And then? Then we will be free. Uncontrolled. Unguided. The Hollow's voice was heavy. We do not know what we would do, released after so long. The hunger is, still there. Diminished by ages of dreaming, but present. We might rise and do nothing. Or we might unmake your entire world in a moment of ancient instinct. So the choice is partnership or eventual apocalypse. There is a third option. The entity's form flickered. You could sacrifice yourself as your ancestors did. Pour your entire being into the seals, extending them for another century or two. Buying time for another warden to be born, another generation to maintain the prison. That's not an option. We thought you might say that. Was there amusement in the Hollow's voice? You are not like your predecessors, Harry Potter. They accepted the doom. Embraced it. You resist. I've spent my whole life being used by other people. I'm not going to let an ancient entity use me too. Harry stood, facing the Hollow directly. But I'm also not going to let you destroy everything just because your prison is uncomfortable. Then what do you propose? Harry thought about it. Really thought, weighing the risks and possibilities, trying to see beyond the immediate crisis to something sustainable. Trial period, he said finally. We try your partnership. You share my experiences, lend me strength, help me stop Voldemort. In return, I work on strengthening the seals, not with soul sacrifice, but with whatever else can be done. If it works, if you can coexist with the world without destroying it, we make the arrangement permanent. And if it does not work, then we're no worse off than we were before. The seals are already failing. At least this way, we have a chance. The Hollow was silent for a long moment. The stars around them seemed to pulse with consideration. You would trust us? I would give you a chance to earn trust. There's a difference. Yes. The entity's voice was strange, almost wondering. There is. No warden has ever offered us a chance. They simply bound and contained and died. A ripple passed through its form. We accept your proposal, Harry Potter. We will try this partnership. And we will see what comes. The chamber shuddered. Harry felt something shift in the bond between them, not more control, but more presence. The Hollow was closer now, more real, more connected to his consciousness. One more thing, Harry said. You said you would answer 3 questions when I was ready. I'm ready now. Ask. Harry had been thinking about these questions for weeks. They needed to be precise. The Hollow was ancient and alien, and imprecise questions would get imprecise answers. First question, what does Voldemort truly seek beneath Hogwarts? Not power in the abstract, what specific goal? He seeks the primordial fire. The Hollow's voice was grave. Before we were bound, we could unmake the boundary between life and death. True immortality, not the fractured existence of Horcruxes, but genuine deathlessness. The pale snake believes that if he can consume a portion of our essence, he can achieve what his soul fragments never could. He would become unkillable in every sense. Can he actually do that? That is a second question. But we will answer freely, yes. If he breaks the seals and we are released uncontrolled, he might manage to claim a fragment of us. It would destroy him, we are too vast for any mortal vessel, but in that moment of destruction, he might grasp the immortality he craves. A consciousness bound to our essence, existing forever but utterly insane. Harry shuddered. Second question, how do I stop him? There is no single answer. But the key lies in what you are becoming. The Hollow's attention focused. You are more than Warden now. Our partnership has begun to change you. By the time the final confrontation comes, you will have access to power that Voldemort cannot match, power that draws on 3,000 years of binding, channeled through a willing vessel rather than forced through unwilling chains. That's vague. Truth often is. But here is something concrete: the pale snake's Horcruxes anchor him to the mortal world. Destroy them, and he becomes vulnerable. We can sense them, fragments of twisted soul, scattered across Britain. We will show you where they hide. You can locate the Horcruxes. We can feel anything touched by death magic within our domain. And our domain is larger than you know. The Hollow's voice carried a hint of old pride. Before we were bound, all of Britain answered to us. The binding limited our reach, but did not sever it entirely. Yes, we know where the soul fragments hide. Harry's heart pounded. This changed everything. If he could destroy the Horcruxes before the final confrontation, third question. He took a breath. What happened to my parents the night they died? Not the curse, not the protection, what actually happened? The truth everyone's been keeping from me. The Hollow was silent for a very long time. Your mother was a remarkable woman, it said finally. Not a Potter by blood, but she understood the wardenship better than many who bore the name. When Voldemort came for you, she did not simply shield you with love. She invoked the oldest magic of the binding, the soul sacrifice that powers the seals. Harry felt the world tilt. She sacrificed herself to the binding. She gave her entire being, not just her life, but her magical essence, her spiritual weight, everything she was, to create a protection that no dark magic could pierce. It was not the generic power of mother's love. It was the specific power of a warden's spouse, channeling the binding magic through herself to shield her child. And my father? He died trying to buy her time. His death was not magical, just a man refusing to run while his family was in danger. But his magic, his soul fragment, his contribution to the binding, all of it flowed through Lily's sacrifice. Together, they created something unprecedented. A protection anchored to the wardenship itself. Harry was crying. He hadn't realized it until he felt the tears on his face. The pale snake did not simply fail to kill you because of love, the Hollow continued, its voice gentler than he'd ever heard it. He failed because your parents gave everything they had to make you invincible to him. The protection lives in your blood, in the bond we share, in the very stones of this castle. It will never fade. It will never weaken. And when the final battle comes, it will be your greatest weapon. Why didn't anyone tell me this? Perhaps they did not know. The magic Lily invoked was ancient and secret. Dumbledore understands pieces of it, he knows the protection exists, but he does not grasp its true nature. Only a warden could. A pause. And you were not a warden until you claimed your inheritance. The knowledge could not come before you were ready to receive it. Harry wiped his face, struggling to compose himself. His parents hadn't just died for him. They'd transformed themselves, become part of the very magic that protected the world. They were still with him. Would always be with him. Go now, the Hollow said gently. The solstice fades, and the barriers thicken. We will speak again in dreams, but now you know the truth. All of it. You are no longer fighting blind. The chamber began to dissolve around him. Harry felt himself rising, floating upward through stone and darkness, returning to the world above. The last thing he heard was the Hollow's voice, distant but warm, "We chose well, waiting for you. You are interesting indeed." Harry emerged from the deep chambers as dawn broke over the castle. He was exhausted in a way that sleep couldn't touch, drained mentally, emotionally, spiritually. But he was also more whole than he'd ever been. He knew the truth now. All of it. Daphne was waiting in the corridor outside, her face pale with worry. When she saw him emerge, she rushed forward and caught him as he stumbled. "Harry. You've been down there for hours, the wards were going insane, I thought, I'm okay." He leaned into her, drawing strength from her presence. Better than okay. I know what I'm fighting now. I know how to win. What happened? Everything. He pulled back to look at her, and despite his exhaustion, he was smiling. I spoke to the hollow directly. Really spoke to it. We made an agreement. Daphne's eyes went wide. An agreement? Partnership instead of prison. Connection instead of containment. It's going to help me stop Voldemort. Harry. She hesitated, clearly choosing her words carefully. Are you sure that's wise? Trusting an ancient entity that's been imprisoned for 3,000 years? No. I'm not sure at all. His smile didn't fade. But I'm tired of playing it safe. I'm tired of the old ways that were slowly failing anyway. It's time to try something new. And if it goes wrong, then we'll deal with it. Together. He took her hand. That's what partnership means, right? Sharing the risk as well as the reward. Daphne studied his face for a long moment. Whatever she saw there seemed to reassure her, because the tension in her shoulders eased slightly. You're mad, she said softly. Absolutely, completely mad. I know. I love you anyway. The words hung in the air between them, the first time either of them had said it. Harry felt his heart stop, then restart at double speed. I love you too, he said, and meant it more than he'd ever meant anything. She kissed him, long and deep, and for a moment, the war and the hollow and everything else faded away. There was only the two of them, together in the dawn light, holding on to each other against the darkness. When they finally broke apart, Daphne's eyes were bright with tears she was too proud to let fall. Let's go get breakfast, she said. You look like you're about to collapse. I feel like it too. Harry let her lead him toward the great hall. But first, I need to talk to Dumbledore. What I learned tonight changes everything. The headmaster's office was quiet in the early morning. Fawkes drowsed on his perch, the silver instruments clicked and whirred, and Dumbledore himself sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. You felt it, Harry said without preamble. Last night. The entire castle felt it. Dumbledore's voice was weary. A surge of magic from the deep chambers unlike anything in recorded history. The wards shifted. Changed in ways I don't fully understand. They're stronger now. More responsive. The hollow is actively supporting them instead of straining against them. The hollow. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. You've made some kind of arrangement with the entity. Partnership. It wants connection to the world, experience, an end to its isolation. I'm offering that in exchange for its help against Voldemort. And you don't see the danger in this? I see the danger in everything. Harry sat down across from the headmaster, too tired to stand. The old system was failing, Professor. The seals were weakening with every generation. Voldemort's attack cracked one of them. Another few assaults, and the whole thing collapses. The seals have held for 3,000 years, because Potters kept sacrificing pieces of their souls to maintain them. Harry's voice was flat. Did you know that? Every warden who's ever lived gave part of themselves to the binding. That's why my family dies young. That's why the line has to continue unbroken. We're not just guardians, we're fuel. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I knew some of this. Not all. My parents' sacrifice wasn't just love. It was wardenship magic, channeled through my mother's willing death. They're part of the binding now, part of what protects me and the school. Lily. The old wizard's voice cracked. I suspected there was more to her sacrifice than simple maternal protection, but you didn't know the details. No one did except the Potters, and they were all dead. Harry leaned forward. I'm telling you this because you need to understand, I'm not being reckless. I'm not being naive. I understand exactly what's at stake and exactly what I'm risking. But the old way was a slow death, for my family, for the binding, for everything. The new way might actually work. Or it might release an ancient horror upon the world. Or that. Yes. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. But the Hollow doesn't want destruction. It wants to live, to experience, to connect. After 3,000 years of isolation, it's more interested in watching humanity than consuming it. You trust its word? I trust that it has no reason to lie to me. I trust that it's been watching through my eyes for months and has never tried to control me. And I trust that it helped me fight Voldemort when it could have let me die. Harry's voice softened. I know you want to protect me, Professor. I know you think you know best. But this isn't your decision to make. It affects everyone in this school. In this country. In the world. Yes. And I'm the one responsible for it. Me. The Warden. Harry stood. I didn't come here asking for permission. I came to inform you of what's happening and to ask if you want to help. Help how? The Hollow can sense Voldemort's Horcruxes. It knows where they're hidden. If we destroy them before the final confrontation, he becomes vulnerable. Harry paused. You've been hunting them yourself, haven't you? That's what you've been doing all year, the absences, the mysterious injuries. You're looking for ways to kill him permanently. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, then something like respect. You're more observant than I credited. I've had practice. Harry extended his hand. Work with me, Professor. Not as guardian and ward, those days are over. Not as commander and soldier, I won't take orders anymore. But as allies. Partners. Two people who want the same thing and are willing to cooperate to achieve it. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply looked at him. The blue eyes that had once seemed all-knowing now looked tired and uncertain. Finally, he reached out and shook Harry's hand. I have located 3 Horcruxes, he said quietly. Destroyed 1. The others require specialized knowledge to retrieve. Then let's retrieve them. Together. Together, Dumbledore agreed. And for the first time since Harry could remember, the old wizard smiled with something like genuine hope. The weeks that followed were a strange mixture of normalcy and urgency. Classes continued. OWL preparation intensified. The castle hummed with the usual rhythms of academic life. But beneath the surface, something else was happening. Harry, Dumbledore, and a small circle of trusted allies met regularly to plan the Horcrux hunt. The Hollow's guidance proved invaluable. It could sense the dark magic from miles away, pinpointing locations that Dumbledore's research had only approximated. The locket was in a cave by the sea, protected by inferi and poison. Harry went with Dumbledore, and between the old wizard's knowledge and Harry's connection to the wards, they retrieved it without either of them nearly dying. The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Ragnarok was only too happy to help. The goblins had no love for Death Eaters, and the opportunity to embarrass the Lestrange family was too delicious to pass up. The diadem was in the room of requirement itself, hidden among the accumulated junk of centuries. Harry found it in minutes, his ward sense drawing him directly to the corrupted magic. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. The diary had been taken care of years ago. The ring was already gone, courtesy of Dumbledore's solo mission earlier in the year. That leaves 2, Dumbledore said during one of their planning sessions. The snake, Nagini, which Voldemort keeps close at all times. And. He hesitated. And me. Harry's voice was calm. The Horcrux in my scar. The room went very quiet. Ron and Hermione looked horrified. Daphne's face went pale. Even Dumbledore seemed to flinch. You knew, Harry continued. That's what all the manipulation was about, wasn't it? Training me for a noble sacrifice. Preparing me to die at the right moment. Harry, I never wanted, I know. You thought it was the only way. Harry shook his head. But it's not. The hollow confirmed it. The soul fragment in my scar is corrupted, damaged by my mother's protection. It's been dying since the night Voldemort created it. All I need to do is survive long enough for it to fade completely. How long? Hermione asked. The hollow estimates another year. Maybe less, if I accelerate the process. How do you accelerate it? By using the wardenship. The binding magic is anathema to Horcruxes, soul fragments can't survive in its presence for long. The more I connect with the wards, the faster the piece of Voldemort in me dies. Relief flooded through the room. Harry watched his friends' faces, the fear fading, the hope returning, and felt something warm kindle in his chest. He wasn't going to die. He wasn't a sacrificial lamb being fattened for slaughter. He was going to win. The betrayal came from an unexpected direction. It was late January when Percy Weasley arrived at Hogwarts, claiming to carry an urgent message from the Ministry. Harry met him in the entrance hall, surrounded by friends and allies who'd learned to be cautious. Minister Scrimgeour has a proposal, Percy said stiffly. A formal alliance between the Ministry and the entity beneath the school. If you would simply, no. Percy blinked. I haven't finished explaining, you don't need to. The Ministry wants to control the Hollow for its own purposes. Use it as a weapon. Exploit its power for political gain. Harry's voice was flat. The answer is no. It will always be no. Tell Scrimgeour to stop wasting my time. Percy's face flushed with anger. You can't just dismiss, I can. I am. This conversation is over. Harry turned to leave. That was when Percy moved. It was fast, faster than Harry expected. A vial in Percy's hand, glinting in the torchlight, splashing toward Harry's face. Poison, his instincts screamed, some kind of magical poison. Daphne was faster. She hit Percy with a stunner that sent him crashing into the wall, then whirled to shield Harry from the poison with a conjured barrier. But the splash had been a distraction. Two more figures emerged from the shadows, wands raised, killing curses already forming. Harry didn't think. The wards responded to his desperation, stone rising from the floor to intercept the green light. One curse splashed against rock. The other went for Daphne. She dodged, barely, the curse scorching the wall behind her. Her return fire was vicious, dark magic that Harry had never seen her use, spells that made the assassins scream and fall. One of them didn't get up again. The battle was over in seconds. Percy lay unconscious against the wall. One assassin was dead, blood pooling from wounds that shouldn't exist. The other was moaning on the floor, his wand arm twisted at an impossible angle. Harry looked at Daphne. She was shaking, her wand still raised, her eyes wide with shock. I killed him, she whispered. I didn't mean to, the spell just, Harry pulled her into his arms. You saved my life. You did what you had to do. He's dead because of me, he's dead because he tried to murder us. Harry pulled back, holding her face between his hands. Look at me. Daphne. Look at me. Her eyes focused on his, wild and frightened. You are not evil for defending yourself. You are not wrong for protecting the people you love. What you did was necessary, and I will never, ever think less of you for it. The tears she'd been holding back finally fell. Harry held her as she cried, feeling her shake against him, wishing he could take away the weight she now carried. Behind them, the rest of their friends dealt with the aftermath. Ron and Hermione secured the surviving assassin. Neville stood guard. And Professor McGonagall, who had arrived at some point during the chaos, knelt beside Percy Weasley with an expression of profound disappointment. He was working with Scrimgeour, she said quietly. The minister authorized this. Are you sure? I've known Percy since he was 11. He wouldn't have done this without orders from someone he believed in. Her voice cracked. Arthur and Molly will be devastated. Harry felt a surge of anger so intense it was almost physical. Percy had been misguided, yes, but the real architect of this was Scrimgeour. The minister who'd smiled and shaken Harry's hand while planning his assassination. I want a list, Harry said coldly. Everyone in the ministry who knew about this. Everyone who supported it. Everyone who looked the other way. Harry, be careful, I'm done being careful. He met McGonagall's eyes. They tried to kill me in my own school. They tried to kill the woman I love. There have to be consequences. The consequences were swift and brutal. Harry's connections with Ragnarok proved invaluable. The goblins had their own intelligence networks, their own methods of extracting information. Within a week, Harry had names, a dozen ministry officials who'd known about the assassination plot, 3 who'd actively helped plan it. He published them. Not through the Prophet, which was too compromised to trust. Through pamphlets, distributed by Owl, landing on breakfast tables across magical Britain. Through interviews with foreign journalists who were happy to expose ministry corruption. Through word of mouth, spreading like wildfire through a population that had already lost faith in their government. Scrimgeour denied everything, of course. But the evidence was damning, and the public mood had shifted. The minister who'd been praised for taking a harder line against Voldemort was now seen as another politician willing to murder children to maintain power. He resigned within a month. His replacement, a compromise candidate named Pius Thickness, was widely seen as a placeholder, someone who would hold office until the war was over and proper elections could be held. Harry didn't care about politics. He cared about making sure no one tried to kill him again. The Weasley family was a more difficult matter. Ron was devastated. His brother, stuffy, ambitious, but still his brother, was facing charges of attempted murder. The family was torn between horror at what Percy had done and lingering love for the boy they'd raised. I don't expect you to forgive him, Harry told Ron during one of their quiet conversations. I'm not sure I can forgive him either. But he was used, manipulated by people who saw him as a tool. That doesn't excuse what he did, but it explains it. He tried to kill you. He tried to do what he thought was right. He was wrong, but... Harry shook his head. I've spent years being manipulated by Dumbledore, by the Ministry, by everyone who thought they knew better. If things had been different, if I'd been raised to trust the establishment instead of question it, I might have made the same kind of choices. Ron was quiet for a long time. Finally, he said, "You're too forgiving." Maybe. Or maybe I just understand what it's like to be used. As winter turned to spring, the final pieces fell into place. The Horcrux in Harry's scar faded to nothing, consumed by the binding magic that grew stronger every day. The Hollow confirmed its destruction during one of their nightly conversations, its voice carrying something like relief. The pale snake is vulnerable now, it said. Only the serpent remains, and even that will not save him when the final battle comes. When will that be? Soon. He grows desperate. His servants report your growing power, your alliances, your destruction of his soul fragments. He knows he cannot wait much longer. Will we be ready? You are as ready as you can be. The Hollow's presence wrapped around him like a comforting darkness. The rest is courage and will, and those, little Warden, you have never lacked. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, Daphne asleep beside him, a scandal that McGonagall had quietly chosen to ignore, given everything else that was happening. The early light of dawn crept through the windows. Today was the vernal equinox. The day when light and darkness balanced, when the barriers between worlds grew thin. The day Voldemort would come. Harry rose without waking Daphne, dressed in silence, and went to prepare for war. The morning was deceptively peaceful. Students ate breakfast, complained about homework, gossiped about relationships. None of them knew what was coming. Harry had considered evacuating the school, but decided against it. Voldemort would simply attack wherever the students fled. Better to make a stand here, where the wards were strongest, where the Hollow could help, where Harry had every possible advantage. He'd warned those who needed to know. The DA was on alert. The staff had their assignments. Sirius had arrived the night before, along with the Order members who could be trusted. Even Dumbledore, frail but determined, had come down from his tower. They waited. The attack came at noon. It started with the wards screaming, not figuratively, but literally, a sound that tore through the castle and sent every bird within a mile fleeing. Harry felt it through the bond, a hammer blow of dark magic slamming against protections that had stood for a millennium. He brings everything, the Hollow said urgently. Giants. Dementors. Vampires. Every dark creature he could gather. And at his side, the serpent, the last piece of his fragmented soul. Harry ran for the entrance hall, his allies falling in behind him. Through the massive doors, he could see the grounds transforming into a battlefield. The giants were the most visible threat, 30 feet tall, armored in dragon hide, carrying clubs that could crush houses. They lumbered toward the gates, shrugging off the curses thrown by the castle's defenders. Behind them came the Dementors, a tide of darkness that sucked the warmth from the air even at this distance. Vampires flitted between them, pale faces hungry for blood. And at the very back, mounted on something that might have been a Thestral if Thestrals had been bred for war, rode Lord Voldemort. Positions, Harry said calmly. Everyone knows their role. They scattered. Lupin led a team of fighters against the giants, aiming for their eyes and tendons, the only vulnerable spots. Sirius took another group toward the Dementors, patron uses blazing. The Aurors who defied the Ministry's stand-down order engaged the vampires with silver-tipped spells. And Harry walked forward alone. The battlefield parted around him. Not because anyone gave way willingly, but because the wards themselves cleared a path, stone rising to block enemies, light burning anything that got too close. Harry walked through the chaos like a ghost, untouched, unstoppable. Voldemort saw him coming. The Dark Lord dismounted from his skeletal steed, a smile playing around his lipless mouth. Harry Potter. His voice cut through the battle noise like a knife. Come to die. Come to end this. Harry stopped 20 feet away, wand in hand, the Hollow's presence coiled around his consciousness like armor. Your Horcruxes are destroyed, Tom. All of them except the snake at your feet. You're mortal now. Voldemort's smile didn't waver, but his eyes flickered to Nagini, who coiled protectively at his ankles. You've been busy. I've been thorough. Harry raised his wand. Last chance. Surrender. Face trial. Spend the rest of your existence in a cell instead of whatever hell awaits you. You think to offer me mercy? I'm offering you the choice no one offered me. The chance to stop before it's too late. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Not regret, not fear, but something almost like consideration. Then it was gone, replaced by cold fury. I am Lord Voldemort. I do not surrender. Then you die. They raised their wands together. The duel was unlike anything Hogwarts had ever witnessed. They fought with magic that shattered the ground beneath them, that turned the air to fire and lightning, that bent reality itself around their clash. Harry drew on everything he had, his training, his power, the strength of the wards, the ancient might of the Hollow flowing through his blood. Voldemort was a storm of destruction. Killing curses poured from his wand in unending streams. Dark magic Harry had never seen twisted through the air, trying to unmake him cell by cell. The Dark Lord was brilliant, powerful, utterly without limits. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't. Now, the Hollow whispered. Let us in. Harry opened the bond completely. Power flooded through him, not control, not possession, but pure magical force channeled through a willing vessel. His eyes went black. His voice echoed with harmonics that shouldn't exist. And when he raised his wand, the light that erupted from it was the silver white of the binding itself. Voldemort's shield shattered. His counterattack dissolved. For the first time, the Dark Lord felt something he hadn't experienced in decades. Fear. What are you? I am the Warden. Harry's voice was his own and the Hollows together. I am the binding. I am 3,000 years of sacrifice and dedication. He advanced, each step sending cracks through the earth. And you are a thief. A coward. A fragment of a man who traded his soul for power he couldn't control. The Hollow will destroy you. It will consume you from within. The Hollow is my partner. My ally. Something you could never understand, because you've never had either. Harry's next spell hit Voldemort directly in the chest. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing into the ruins of the main gate. Nagini lunged for Harry, fangs bared, and Neville Longbottom, appearing from nowhere with the sword of Gryffindor in his hands, took her head off with a single swing. The last Horcrux died. Voldemort screamed, not in pain, but in rage and terror. He could feel it, Harry realized. Feel the last anchor to life dissolving. No. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be killed. You were dead the moment you started running from it. Harry stood over him, wand pointed at his heart. Death comes for everyone, Tom. Even you. He didn't use the killing curse. That would have been too simple, too merciful. He used the binding. The silver-white light erupted from his wand, from his hands, from his very skin. It wrapped around Voldemort, sinking into his flesh, finding the twisted thing that passed for his soul. Judgment, the Hollow whispered. Long overdue. The binding did what it was designed to do. It contained. It imprisoned. It held. But Voldemort was not the Hollow. He was a broken human, a shattered soul, a fragment of a man who'd given up everything that made life worth living. He couldn't survive the containment. The last Dark Lord of the 20th century dissolved into the silver light, his screams fading into silence, his existence unmade by magic older than humanity itself. When the light faded, there was nothing left. The battle ended with Voldemort's fall. The Death Eaters, seeing their master destroyed, fled or surrendered. The Giants, without leadership, wandered away in confusion. The Dementors, leaderless, purposeless, drifted toward the edge of the wards and dissipated. Harry stood in the ruins of the main gate, swaying on his feet, the Hollow's presence slowly withdrawing to its normal levels. Around him, his allies were picking themselves up, tending to the wounded, staring at him with expressions of awe and fear. Daphne reached him first. She didn't speak. She just wrapped her arms around him and held on, and Harry held her back, and for a long moment, neither of them needed anything more. It's over, he said finally. Is it? He thought about it. The war was over, yes. But the cleanup would take years. The political fallout would be enormous. The world had changed, and he was at the center of that change. The fighting is, he said. The rest we'll figure out. Together. Always. Sirius appeared at his side, grinning despite the blood running down his face. Hell of a show, pup. I had help. You had more than help. You had. Sirius glanced at the crater where Voldemort had stood. I don't know what you had. But whatever it was, it worked. Dumbledore limped toward them, supported by McGonagall. The old wizard looked exhausted but peaceful. Harry, he said. I don't have words. Then don't use any. Harry met his eyes. It's done. That's what matters. Yes. Dumbledore's gaze went distant. I spent decades preparing for this moment. Planning. Scheming. Trying to guide events toward the outcome I thought was necessary. A sad smile crossed his weathered face. You did it better. Faster. With less cost. I had advantages you didn't. You had courage I'd forgotten how to value. Dumbledore reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. I'm proud of you, Harry. Whatever happens next, whatever the world makes of what you've done, I'm proud. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just nodded, and let the old wizard's approval wash over him, and looked out at the battlefield where his war had finally ended. The sun was setting. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new problems, new complications. But tonight, they had won. Tonight, they were alive. Tonight, that was enough. The next months were a blur of recovery and rebuilding. Harry, to his immense relief, avoided most of the political maneuvering. He made it clear that he had no interest in ruling Britain. The Wisingamot seat he'd inherited would remain empty until he came of age, and even then, he planned to delegate most responsibilities. What he wanted was simpler: to finish his education, to build a life with Daphne, to maintain his relationship with the Hollow without being consumed by it. The entity, for its part, seemed content. The partnership they'd forged had given it what it wanted: connection, experience, windows into a world it had been denied for millennia. Harry shared his life with it freely, and in return, the Hollow strengthened the wards, advised him when he asked, and generally behaved like an ancient and somewhat eccentric ally. It's strange, Harry admitted to Daphne one evening, months after the battle. They were walking through the Hogwarts grounds, enjoying the summer twilight. I spent so long being afraid of what the Hollow might do. Now, it's just part of my life. Like having a very old, very powerful friend who lives in my basement. A friend who could destroy the world if it got bored. Yes, well. Nobody's perfect. She laughed, the free, genuine laugh that Harry loved. You're impossible. You love me anyway. I do. She stopped walking and turned to face him. About that. About what? Loving you. Being with you. She took a breath. My father reached out last week. He wants to reconcile. Harry's expression darkened. After what he did, yes. He claims he was protecting the family, that he had no choice. She shook her head. I'm not going back to him. Not completely. But I think I want to try building some kind of relationship. Eventually. You don't need my permission. I know. But I wanted to tell you. Wanted you to know that my family doesn't have to be an enemy anymore. She smiled. You showed me it was possible to forgive without forgetting. Maybe I can do the same. Harry pulled her close. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. I know. She kissed him softly. That's why I'm telling you. They walked on, hand in hand, as the stars emerged above them. Hogwarts rose in the distance, its lights warm and welcoming. Somewhere in the depths below, the Hollow dreamed, not of freedom now, but of the life it shared with its warden. The world it watched through borrowed eyes. The love it experienced secondhand but treasured nonetheless. The war was over. The future was beginning. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly, completely free. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Lord of the Land. 6 months after Voldemort's fall, the wizarding world was still learning how to breathe. Harry stood at the window of his private study in the Hogwarts East Tower, a space the castle had created for him during the reconstruction, responding to his need for somewhere quiet to work. Below, the ground stretched toward the Forbidden Forest, green and peaceful in the early summer light. Students walked the paths, laughing and talking, their voices carrying on the warm breeze. It looked like peace. Most days, it even felt like peace. But the work was far from over. His desk was buried under correspondence, requests from the ministry, petitions from pure-blood families seeking clemency for Death Eater relatives, reports from the reconstruction teams working on the damaged sections of the castle. Every day brought new demands, new decisions, new complications. Being the man who killed Voldemort was exhausting. A knock at the door interrupted his brooding. Come in. Daphne entered, carrying 2 cups of tea and wearing an expression that said she knew exactly what he'd been doing. You've been staring at that pile for an hour. Either deal with it or set it on fire. Fire is tempting. I don't recommend it. There's a letter from the Bulgarian minister in there somewhere, and burning international correspondence creates awkward diplomatic incidents. She set 1 cup in front of him and settled into the chair across from his desk. What's actually bothering you? Harry sighed, reaching for the tea. The Wisengamot session tomorrow. I've been putting off taking my seat for 6 months. I can't delay any longer. You're Harry Potter, Lord of Hogwarts, Warden of the Hollow, Vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Daphne's voice was dry. I think you can handle some elderly politicians. The Dark Lord didn't try to recruit me for committee positions. She laughed, that warm, genuine sound he'd fallen in love with. Fair point. But you know this has to happen. The power vacuum won't fill itself, and if you're not there to shape what comes next, someone worse will be. I know. Harry drank his tea, grimacing at the bitter taste. I just didn't expect victory to feel so much like another kind of war. That's because it is. The battlefield changed, not the conflict. Daphne leaned forward, her gray eyes serious. The old families are scrambling to rebuild their influence. The ministry is barely functional. The people who supported Voldemort are trying to pretend they didn't, while the people who fought him are demanding justice. Someone has to impose order on the chaos. And that someone is me. That someone is us. She reached across the desk and took his hand. I told you when this started, we're partners. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Harry looked at her, the woman who'd given up her family, her name, her entire world to stand beside him. 6 months of war and reconstruction had changed her, worn away the last traces of the Ice Queen mask until only the real Daphne remained. Fierce. Loyal. Absolutely terrifying when someone threatened the people she loved. He was going to marry her. He'd known it for months, had the ring hidden in his quarters, was just waiting for the right moment. Maybe after tomorrow. After the Wisengamot session that would officially establish his place in the new order. Together, he agreed. But tonight, I need to deal with something else first. The Hollow. It's been restless. Since the battle. Harry's expression grew distant. The partnership is working, but there's something it hasn't told me. Something it's been waiting to discuss. Should I be worried? I don't know yet. He stood, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I'll find out tonight. Wait up for me. Always. The descent to the deep chambers had become routine, but it never lost its power to awe him. The stairs spiraling down through living rock, the silver symbols pulsing in response to his blood, the growing weight of ancient magic pressing against his consciousness. The Hollow's presence grew stronger with each step, until Harry could feel it like a second heartbeat, vast and patient and impossibly old. The chamber of the seventh seal was transformed from the battlefield it had been. The scorch marks had healed, the cracked floor had mended, the great door stood firmly closed. But something was different, the silver light seemed brighter, more purposeful, and the air itself hummed with contained power. Warden, the Hollow's voice resonated through the chamber. We have waited for you to come. You could have asked me sooner. Some conversations require the proper setting. The proper moment. The entity's presence coalesced, taking on that almost human form it sometimes adopted. Sit. There is much to discuss. Harry sat on the crystal platform that rose to meet him. You've been restless for weeks. Something's changed. Something has. The pale snake's destruction released more than just his twisted soul. It released magic that had been bound within him, power he stole from others, life force he drained over decades of dark rituals. That power had to go somewhere. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Go where? Into the binding. Into us. The hollow's form flickered, and Harry caught glimpses of something larger behind it, vaster, more complex. We are stronger than we were. More present. The barriers that kept us contained are beginning to seem optional. You're saying you could break free. We are saying we have a choice we did not have before. The entity's voice was careful, measured. The seals that held us were weakened by centuries of entropy, then damaged by the pale snake's assault. They were designed to be maintained by Potter's soul sacrifice, but you have given us something different. Partnership. Connection. Experience. And that's changed things. It has changed everything. The hollow's presence pressed closer, intense but not threatening. We could break free now, if we chose. The binding can no longer hold us against our will. But we do not wish to break free. Harry felt his heart rate slow. You don't. We have spent 3,000 years dreaming alone. You have given us something better than freedom, you have given us belonging. Through your eyes, we experience joy and sorrow and love and struggle. Through your bond, we feel what it means to be alive. The entity's voice carried something almost like wonder. Why would we trade that for an existence of isolated power? We had that once. It was empty. So what do you want? We want to renegotiate. The old binding was a prison, necessary, perhaps, but still a prison. We wish to transform it into something else. A bond of choice rather than force. A partnership formalized in magic that will endure beyond your lifetime. Harry considered this carefully. The hollow was offering something unprecedented, a willing relationship rather than imposed containment. But what would that mean in practice? Explain what you're proposing. The seals would remain, but they would answer to both of us, you as Warden, we as the guarded. Neither could break the binding without the other's consent. In return, we would commit to non-interference with the mortal world except through you and your descendants. We would be bound not by chains, but by oath. And if a future warden decided they wanted out, decided the partnership wasn't worth maintaining, then they would have the choice you never did, to release us fully, or to maintain the bond, or to strengthen it further. The hollow's form shifted, something almost pleading in its posture. We do not seek to trap your bloodline, Harry Potter. We seek to evolve alongside it. To be partners across generations, not prisoners. Harry was quiet for a long time, turning the proposal over in his mind. The political implications alone were staggering, an alliance between humanity and an ancient power, formalized and permanent. The magical implications were even larger. And the personal implications. My children, he said slowly. They would inherit this. The bond. The responsibility. They would inherit a choice. Just as you did, but with more knowledge, more preparation, more support. The hollow's voice softened. We will not hide from them as we were hidden from you. They will know what they are from the beginning. And if they choose to end it, to break the bond and release you, then we will honor that choice. We will not rage against the world that freed us, we will simply go. Find somewhere else in the vast cosmos to exist. Leave humanity to its own fate. A pause. But we do not believe they will choose that. We believe the partnership will be as valuable to them as it has been to you. Harry stood and walked to the great door, the seal that contained the hollow's physical form, such as it was. He placed his hand against the ancient stone and felt the magic thrum beneath his palm. His parents had died to maintain this binding. His ancestors had sacrificed pieces of their souls. Thousands of years of Potter history led to this moment, this choice. If I agree, he said without turning around, what changes? The binding transforms. The seals become a membrane rather than a wall, permeable to what we both allow, impenetrable to everything else. Our power becomes more accessible to you, but controlled by mutual consent. And the soul sacrifice that has drained your bloodline for millennia, ends. No more Potters dying young. No more pieces of yourself feeding our prison. Harry's hand tightened against the door. That's possible. It is why we waited to propose this. The power released by the pale snake's destruction made it possible. His death gave us what we needed to change the nature of our confinement, but only if you agree. And if I refuse? Then things continue as they have. The binding weakens slowly over centuries. Eventually, it will fail, and we will be released without agreement or understanding. The outcome would be less optimal for everyone. Harry turned to face the Hollow's manifestation. You're saying the old way is dying anyway. This is the only sustainable option. We are saying that change is inevitable. The only question is whether it is guided change or catastrophic change. The entity's form solidified, becoming more human than Harry had ever seen it. We have existed for eons, Harry Potter. We have learned that resistance to evolution leads only to destruction. We offer you evolution. We ask only that you embrace it. The choice seemed clear. The risks of refusing outweighed the risks of accepting. And if Harry was honest with himself, he'd come to trust the Hollow. Not completely, not blindly, but enough. I need time to think, he said. This isn't a decision I can make alone. There are people who need to know, advisors, allies, friends. Of course. We have waited 3,000 years. We can wait a few days more. The Hollow's presence began to withdraw, flowing back into the depths of the chamber. But do not wait too long, little Warden. The power we absorbed is still settling. The window for transformation will not remain open forever. How long? Until the summer solstice. The longest day, when the barriers between worlds are thinnest. The entity's voice grew distant. 1 month, Harry Potter. And then, one way or another, everything changes. Harry emerged from the deep chambers to find dawn breaking over the castle. He'd been below longer than he'd realized, the whole night had passed while he spoke with the Hollow. Daphne was waiting in his study, asleep in the chair by the fire. She stirred as he entered, blinking up at him with sleepy eyes. You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that. Harry collapsed into the chair across from her. The Hollow wants to renegotiate the binding. Transform it from imprisonment to partnership. Formally. Permanently. That woke her up fully. What does that mean? He told her everything, the proposal, the implications, the deadline. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing more serious with each revelation. This is enormous, she said when he finished. The kind of decision that shapes history. I know. You can't make it alone. I know that too. Harry rubbed his face, exhaustion finally catching up with him. I need to talk to Dumbledore. To Sirius. To the Goblin Council. Maybe even to the Wizengamot, though I'm not sure how to explain this to them. One step at a time. Daphne rose and moved to stand behind his chair, her hands finding his shoulders. Start with the people who already know about the Hollow. Build from there. The Wizengamot session is tomorrow. Then postpone it. This is more important. Harry shook his head. I can't keep putting off the political work. The longer I stay out of the Wizengamot, the harder it will be to shape what comes next. He reached up to cover her hands with his own. No, I do the session tomorrow. Then I start the conversations about the Hollow. You're going to run yourself into the ground. Probably. He twisted to look up at her. Stay with me anyway. Her smile was soft, fond, and exasperated in equal measure. Always. The Wizengamot chamber was exactly as intimidating as Harry had expected. Tiered seats rose in concentric circles around a central speaking floor, filled with the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. Some wore the plum robes of sitting members, others attended as guests or petitioners. All of them watched as Harry Potter descended the stairs to take his place. His seat was in the noble section, one of the ancient positions reserved for the oldest families. The Potter seat had been empty for 15 years, ever since his grandparents' deaths. Reclaiming it was a statement in itself. He settled into the carved wooden chair, feeling the magic of the chamber recognize him. The Wizengamot wards were old and powerful, though nothing compared to Hogwarts. They hummed at the edge of his awareness, accepting his presence. "The session will come to order," announced Griselda Marchbanks, still serving as chief warlock in the absence of anyone better suited. First matter of business, formal recognition of Lord Harry James Potter to the Potter family seat. The recognition was a formality, but it required a vote. Harry watched as hands rose throughout the chamber, overwhelming support, with only a handful of abstentions from the families still bitter about their Death Eater relatives' fates. Motion carries. Marchbanks's voice was dry. "Welcome to the Wizengamot, Lord Potter. Try not to break anything." A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the chamber. Harry inclined his head, saying nothing. Second matter of business, the ongoing reconstruction efforts at Hogwarts and the allocation of ministry resources to support. Point of order. A voice cut through the chief warlock's announcement, cold, familiar, and unwelcome. Lucius Malfoy rose from the gallery, his silver cane gleaming in the chamber's light. He looked diminished from the last time Harry had seen him, thinner, paler, with new lines carved into his aristocratic face. But his voice was still that same icy drawl. "The Wizengamot has not yet addressed the matter of Lord Potter's fitness to hold multiple positions of power simultaneously." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry felt his jaw tighten. "Lord Malfoy." Marchbanks's voice was sharp. "You are present as a guest, not a member. You do not have the standing to raise points of order." "Then I raise it as a formal petition." Malfoy produced a scroll from his robes. "Signed by 17 heads of noble houses, requesting a review of Lord Potter's consolidated authority over Hogwarts, the Potter estates, and now the Wizengamot seat." "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that such concentration of power in a single individual, particularly a 16-year-old with known connections to dangerous magical entities, represents a threat to the stability of our society." The murmurs grew louder. Harry could see faces turning toward him, some sympathetic, some hostile, most simply curious. He stood. The chamber fell silent. "Lord Malfoy raises an interesting point," Harry said, his voice carrying easily through the space. "Concentration of power is dangerous. History teaches us that much." He turned slowly, addressing the entire chamber. "But let me ask you this, who concentrated that power?" He let the question hang for a moment before continuing. "I didn't seek the Potter inheritance, I was born to it. I didn't seek the Hogwarts lordship, I discovered it when the Goblins finally performed the audit that should have happened years ago. I didn't seek to kill Voldemort, he came to my school, threatened my students, and left me no choice." Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy. "The power I hold exists because others failed in their responsibilities. The Ministry failed to protect its citizens. The Wizengamot failed to prepare for war. And certain individuals," his voice hardened, "actively supported the Dark Lord who murdered thousands of our people. That is a serious accusation, it's a documented fact." Harry's voice didn't rise, but it cut like a blade. "You bore the dark mark, Lord Malfoy. You fought at Voldemort's side in the Battle of Hogwarts. You fled when your master fell, leaving your fellow Death Eaters to die or face capture." He paused. "And now you stand in this chamber, questioning my fitness to serve, when you should be standing trial for war crimes." The silence was absolute. "The petition is denied," Marchbanks said quietly. "Lord Malfoy, you will remove yourself from these chambers immediately, or Aurors will remove you." Malfoy's face was white with fury, but he had enough self-preservation to recognize a lost battle. He turned and swept out of the chamber, his robes billowing behind him. Harry remained standing until the doors closed. Then he sat, and the session continued as if nothing had happened. But everyone in the chamber knew something had changed. The boy who lived had become something else. Someone who would not be challenged lightly. That was either brilliant or incredibly dangerous, Sirius said that evening, pouring fire whiskey for both of them. Possibly both. They were in the sitting room at Grimmauld Place, the ancient house now bright and warm after months of renovation. Sirius had moved back in after his exoneration, determined to transform the dark family home into something worth living in. Malfoy pushed. I pushed back. Harry accepted the drink. He's been building support among the old families, trying to rehabilitate his reputation. I needed to remind everyone what he actually is. You did that, certainly. Sirius settled into his chair, studying his godson with something between pride and concern. But you also made a powerful enemy. Lucius doesn't forget humiliation. Lucius was already an enemy. Now he's an enemy who knows I won't be intimidated. Fair enough. Sirius sipped his drink. So what's really bothering you? You didn't come here to discuss Wisengamot politics. Harry was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he told Sirius about the Hollow's proposal, the renegotiation, the transformation, the deadline. His godfather listened with growing concern. You're talking about fundamentally changing an agreement that's held for 3,000 years. An agreement that was already failing. The Hollow made that clear, the old binding is dying. This is the only way to build something sustainable. And you trust it? This ancient entity that's been imprisoned since before recorded history? I trust that it's been honest with me. I trust that its interests align with mine, at least for now. Harry met Sirius's eyes. And I trust that I don't have a better option. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. James would have hated this, he said finally. The whole situation, being bound to something he couldn't control, couldn't fully understand. I know. But he also would have trusted your judgment. You've proven yourself, Harry. Whatever you decide, I'm behind you. Even if it means changing everything. Especially then. Sirius raised his glass. To changing everything. Harry raised his own. To changing everything. The conversations continued over the following days. Dumbledore listened to the proposal with characteristic thoughtfulness, asking questions that probed at the implications Harry hadn't fully considered. In the end, he offered neither approval nor condemnation, only a reminder that some choices could only be made by those who would live with the consequences. Ragnarok was more pragmatic. The goblins had dealt with the Hollow for 3,000 years, they understood its nature better than any humans. The director's assessment was blunt, the entity was dangerous, but it was also rational. A formalized partnership would create stability that benefited everyone. Hermione approached the problem like the researcher she was, spending days in the Potter Grimoire and the Goblin archives, looking for precedents or warnings. What she found was fragmentary but encouraging, hints that ancient wardens had attempted similar negotiations, though none had succeeded. Ron's contribution was simpler but no less valuable. Do you trust it? He asked during one of their conversations. Yes, Harry said. As much as I can trust anything that powerful. Then do it. You've always trusted your instincts, mate. Don't stop now. And Daphne. Daphne understood without needing lengthy explanations. She'd grown up in a world of negotiations and alliances, where every relationship was ultimately a transaction. She saw immediately what Harry was proposing, transforming a forced arrangement into a chosen one, with all the additional security that implied. The Hollow wants commitment, she said the night before the solstice. Not just containment, actual investment in the relationship. It makes sense. Willing partners are more reliable than prisoners. What if I'm wrong? What if it's manipulating me? Then we deal with that when it happens. She took his hand. But I don't think you're wrong. Everything you've told me about the Hollow suggests it's exactly what it claims to be, old, lonely, and desperate for connection. That's not a monster's profile. That's just, someone who's been isolated too long. Harry pulled her close. Have I told you lately that you're brilliant? Not in the last hour. You're brilliant. I know. She kissed him softly. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be intense. The summer solstice dawned bright and clear, the longest day of the year spreading golden light across the Hogwarts grounds. Harry rose early, dressed simply, and made his way to the deep chambers one final time. The descent felt different. The stairs seemed shorter, the darkness less oppressive. The silver symbols on the walls blazed with eager light, responding to the thinned barriers between worlds. The Hollow was waiting. You have decided, it said. Not a question. I have. Harry stopped in the center of the chamber, facing the great door. I accept your proposal. Partnership instead of prison. Choice instead of chains. You understand what this means. The binding will transform. Your children will inherit the choice. The soul sacrifice ends. I understand. And you accept the responsibility that comes with it. To maintain the partnership. To honor the bond. To speak with us, share with us, keep us connected to the world above. I do. The chamber began to change. The silver light intensified, spreading from the symbols on the walls to fill the entire space. The great door pulsed with energy that Harry could feel in his bones. And the Hollow's presence, always vast, always overwhelming, grew closer, more intimate, more real. Then let it be done. Magic erupted from everywhere at once. Harry felt it flow through him, 3,000 years of binding, of sacrifice, of accumulated power. It tore through his consciousness like lightning, illuminating every corner of his being. He saw his ancestors in that light, Aldrich and Corvus and Hadrian, generation after generation of potters giving themselves to the containment. He felt their sacrifices, understood their dedication, honored their memory. And then, with a sensation like a key turning in a lock, everything changed. The binding didn't break, it transformed. The chains became threads. The prison became a home. The forced containment became willing residence, chosen and celebrated and permanent. The Hollow's presence merged with Harry's consciousness more deeply than ever before, and he felt something he'd never expected to feel from an ancient entity. Gratitude. Thank you, it whispered, and its voice was warm for the first time. Thank you for giving us what we never dared hope for. Purpose. Partnership. A place in the world. Thank you for trusting me enough to ask. The light faded slowly, leaving Harry alone in a chamber that felt fundamentally different. The seals were still there, but they hummed with mutual consent rather than forced restraint. The great door remained closed, but it felt like a boundary rather than a barrier. The transformation was complete. Harry climbed back toward the surface, feeling lighter than he had in months. The weight of 3,000 years of doom had lifted. Whatever came next, he would face it as himself, not as a sacrifice waiting to happen. He emerged into the morning light to find Daphne waiting at the entrance to the passages. One look at his face told her everything. It's done, she said. It's done. She threw her arms around him, and Harry held her as the sun climbed toward its zenith. Below them, the Hollow dreamed contentedly for the first time in millennia. Above them, the castle stood guard. And around them, the world continued turning, oblivious to the quiet miracle that had just occurred. The old order was ending. The new order was just beginning. The months that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. With the Hollow's cooperation, the Hogwarts wards grew stronger than they'd ever been, not just defensive, but actively nurturing. Students reported that the castle felt more welcoming, that the staircases behaved more consistently, that even the Forbidden Forest seemed less threatening. The political situation stabilized as well. Harry's Wizengamot appearance had established his authority. Subsequent sessions saw him building coalitions, advocating for reforms, and generally demonstrating that he could be a responsible voice in the chamber. The old guard grumbled, but they couldn't deny his effectiveness. Lucius Malfoy retreated to his manor and bided his time. Harry knew the man was still plotting, still gathering allies, still nursing his grudge. But without Voldemort's backing, Malfoy was just another disgraced aristocrat, dangerous but manageable. And Daphne. Daphne thrived. Free from her family's expectations, she threw herself into building a new life, finishing her education, establishing connections in the business world, becoming a force in her own right rather than merely an appendage to Harry's power. Her father's attempts at reconciliation continued, growing more insistent as months passed. Eventually, Harry and Daphne met with Cyrus Greengrass together, in a neutral location with goblin arbitrators present. "I was wrong," Cyrus said, the words clearly costing him. "When I disowned Daphne, I was thinking only of short-term political survival. I didn't understand what she was choosing, or why. And now you do." Harry's voice was cool. "Now I see that she chose the winning side." Cyrus's expression was complicated, pride and shame mingled together. "But more than that, she chose someone worthy of her. I should have trusted her judgment." "Pretty words," Daphne said. "What do you actually want?" "I want my daughter back. Whatever form that takes. Whatever conditions you require." Cyrus looked between them. "I'm not asking to be welcomed into your inner circle. I'm asking for a chance to be family again." Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. They discussed this possibility, prepared for it. The decision was hers, not his. "Probationary relationship," Daphne said finally. "Supervised visits. No business discussions, no political maneuvering, no attempts to use our connection for your benefit. If you can maintain that for a year, we'll revisit the terms." "That's more than I expected." "It's more than you deserve." Daphne's voice softened slightly. "But you're my father. That still means something, despite everything." Cyrus bowed his head. "Thank you, Daphne. I won't squander this opportunity." Whether he would keep that promise remained to be seen. But the door was open, and that was something. Summer faded into autumn, and Harry's 17th birthday approached, the age of majority in the wizarding world, when he would be legally recognized as an adult with full rights and responsibilities. He planned a small celebration. Just close friends and family, gathered in the newly renovated Grimmauld Place for dinner and drinks. Nothing elaborate, nothing public. But Daphne had other ideas. "Come with me," she said on the morning of his birthday, leading him through the Hogwarts grounds toward the lake. "Where are we going?" "You'll see." They walked in comfortable silence, the early autumn air crisp and clear. When they reached the shore of the Black Lake, Daphne stopped and turned to face him. "A year ago, I walked into that cafe expecting to assess a useful idiot. Someone I could manipulate for my family's benefit." She smiled, but there was emotion beneath it. "What I found was something else entirely. Someone who saw through my mask but accepted what lay beneath it. Someone who made me want to be better than I was." "Daphne. Let me finish." She took his hands in hers. "You've given me everything, Harry. Purpose. Belonging. Love. You've challenged me to be stronger, pushed me to grow, stood beside me through impossible circumstances. And now I want to give you something in return." She released his hands and reached into her robes, producing a small box that she opened to reveal a ring, silver and emerald, elegant and understated, exactly to his taste. "In pure-blood tradition, the woman proposes," she said, her voice catching slightly. "The witch asks the wizard if he'll accept her magic, her name, her future. So I'm asking." She met his eyes. "Harry James Potter, will you marry me?" Harry stared at her, completely blindsided. He'd been planning his own proposal for weeks, had the ring hidden in his trunk, had rehearsed what he wanted to say. But of course Daphne would beat him to it. Of course she'd find the perfect moment, the perfect words. "Yes," he said, and his voice cracked embarrassingly. "Yes, absolutely yes." She slid the ring onto his finger, and then he was kissing her, holding her, laughing against her mouth because this was ridiculous and wonderful and perfect. "I was going to propose to you tonight," he admitted when they finally broke apart. "I know. Hermione told me." Daphne's smile was pure mischief. "I wanted to see your face when I beat you to it. You're terrible. You love me anyway." "I really do." They stood by the lake as the sun climbed higher, engaged and delirious and absolutely certain of their future. Behind them, the castle stood witness. Below them, the hollow stirred in its dreaming, sharing Harry's joy through the bond they'd forged. "Congratulations, little Warden," it whispered. "She is worthy of you." Harry smiled, pulling Daphne closer. "I know." The wedding took place at the winter solstice, exactly 1 year after the binding transformation. It was a small ceremony by wizarding standards, barely 200 guests, held in the Great Hall of Hogwarts with the enchanted ceiling showing a starlit sky despite the afternoon hour. Harry had insisted on simplicity, Daphne had insisted on elegance. The result was something between the two, beautiful without being ostentatious. Sirius served as Harry's best man, looking healthier and happier than he had in years. The time since his exoneration had done wonders, regular meals, purpose, and the love of family had restored the man he'd been before Azkaban. Hermione stood as Daphne's maid of honor, an unexpected friendship that had developed during the reconstruction efforts. The Gryffindor and the Slytherin had discovered surprising common ground, both were brilliant, both were ambitious, and both loved Harry fiercely in their different ways. The ceremony itself was traditional, following the old forms while omitting the blood magic that pure blood sometimes included. Harry and Daphne exchanged vows, exchanged rings, exchanged the magical binding that would link their lives together. When the officiant, Ragnarok himself, in a concession to the Goblin alliance that had made everything possible, pronounced them married, the cheers that erupted shook the walls. The reception lasted until dawn. Harry danced with Daphne, with Hermione, with a surprisingly tearful Mrs. Weasley who'd forgiven him long ago for his part in Percy's downfall. He drank toasts with Sirius and Lupin and the DA members who'd become something like brothers and sisters. And at midnight, when the solstice reached its darkest point, he slipped away to the deep chambers for a private celebration. The Hollow was waiting, its presence warm and content. "The Warden takes a wife," it said. "The bloodline continues. The bond strengthens. It's a partnership now. Not just a bloodline. Yes. We understand this. We are pleased." The entity's attention shifted, focusing on something Harry couldn't perceive. "You will have children, Harry Potter. Children who will inherit your choice. They will grow up knowing what they are, what we can be together. We will. Someday." Harry smiled. "But not too soon. We're still figuring out our own lives. There is time. There is always time." The Hollow's presence wrapped around him like a benediction. "Go. Be with your wife. Begin the future you have earned." Harry returned to the celebration, to Daphne's arms, to the life that stretched before them full of possibility. The longest night was ending. The light was returning. And in the depths below, the Hollow King dreamed, not of escape or destruction, but of the world it shared through its warden's eyes. The world that had become, against all odds, something worth protecting. 5 years later, Harry stood in the headmaster's office, his office, now, and looked out at the grounds he'd come to know better than any place in the world. Dumbledore had retired the previous year, citing age and exhaustion and the need for fresh leadership. The Board of Governors had offered the position to Harry without hesitation. He'd accepted after considerable thought, recognizing that no one else understood the school's true nature as deeply as he did. Daphne had taken over management of the Potter business interests, proving herself every bit as formidable in commerce as she'd been in politics. Their partnership had evolved into something neither had fully anticipated, equals in every sense, challenging each other, supporting each other, building a life that neither could have achieved alone. And they had a daughter. Lily Euphemia Potter was 3 years old, with her mother's gray eyes and her father's stubborn streak. She'd already shown signs of magic, accidental bursts that made objects float or sparked with light when she laughed. In a few years, she'd begin the training that would prepare her for her eventual role as Warden. But for now, she was just a child. Loved and protected and completely unaware of the destiny that awaited her. Harry heard the office door open and turned to find Daphne entering with Lily on her hip. The little girl squealed with delight at the sight of him. "Daddy!" He took her from Daphne's arms, swinging her in a circle that made her giggle. "Hello, Princess. What are you doing up here?" "Mummy said you needed rescuing from paperwork." Harry laughed. Mummy was right. I always need rescuing from paperwork. "I believe it's time for dinner," Daphne said, her eyes warm with amusement. "The elves are setting up in the private quarters. I thought we could eat as a family before you have to be headmaster again." "That sounds perfect." They walked through the castle together, the headmaster's family, drawing smiles from portraits and nods from passing ghosts. Harry felt the wards hum around them, protective, nurturing, welcoming. The Hollow's presence stirred at the edge of his consciousness, content and curious as always. "The little one grows quickly," it observed. "She will be remarkable." "She already is." Lily chattered happily as they walked, pointing out things she found interesting, a suit of armor, a moving staircase, the fat friar floating through a wall. She had no fear of the castle, no hesitation in its corridors. This was her home, as much as it had become Harry's. They reached the private quarters, a suite of rooms adjacent to the headmaster's office that Harry had redesigned with family in mind. Dinner was waiting, simple fare, nothing elaborate, just food and family and the quiet joy of being together. As they ate, Harry looked at his wife and daughter and felt something settle in his chest. Peace. Real, lasting peace, not the absence of conflict, but the presence of something worth fighting for. The Hollow King dreamed below. The wards stood guard above. And somewhere out in the world, new threats were surely gathering, new challenges waiting to emerge. But tonight, none of that mattered. Tonight, there was only this, a family, a home, a future worth protecting. Harry Potter had come a long way from the cupboard under the stairs. The years rolled on. Lily grew into a fierce, brilliant young woman who inherited her mother's political acumen and her father's magical power. At 11, she received her Hogwarts letter, delivered by her father personally, since sending it by owl would have been ridiculous. At 15, she learned the truth about the Hollow, about the wardenship, about the choice that would someday be hers. She accepted it with the grace Harry had always hoped for. "You made it a partnership," she said after he explained everything. "You gave me a choice instead of a doom. That's all I could ever ask. You might not want to keep it. When you're older, when you understand the full weight of it, Dad." Lily met his eyes, and he saw himself in her gaze, the same determination, the same courage. "You spent your whole life making the impossible possible. You think I'd throw that away? I think you should make your own decisions. Not feel obligated by what I chose." "I'm not obligated. I'm inspired." She smiled, and it was Daphne's smile on a younger face. "Show me how the wards work. I want to learn everything." And so he taught her, as his ancestors should have taught him. The binding. The partnership. The delicate balance between warden and ward. Lily absorbed it all with the same hunger for knowledge that had once driven Hermione, the same practical intelligence that had always marked Daphne. She would be ready when the time came. Harry was sure of it. 20 years after Voldemort's fall, Harry Potter stood in the chamber of the Seventh Seal and faced his old partner for what he knew might be the last time. He wasn't dying, nothing so dramatic. But he was passing the wardenship. Lily had completed her training, had bonded with the Hollow, had proven herself in every way that mattered. It was time for the next generation to take the lead. "You are certain," the Hollow said. Not a question. I'm certain. Lily is ready. More than ready. She is remarkable. We have enjoyed getting to know her. The entity's presence shifted, something wistful in its ancient voice. You have given us 20 years of experience, Harry Potter. 20 years of joy and sorrow and love and struggle. We will treasure them. You'll have many more years with Lily. And whoever comes after her. Yes. But it will not be the same. The Hollow's attention focused on him with peculiar intensity. You were the first. The one who changed everything. We will not forget. Harry felt his throat tighten. He'd come so far from the boy who'd first entered Gringotts, terrified and ignorant and alone. The partnership with the Hollow had transformed him as surely as it had transformed the binding. Thank you, he said quietly. For trusting me. For giving me the chance to prove myself. Thank you for being worthy of the chance. The entity's presence embraced him one final time. Go now, Harry Potter. Live the life you have earned. We will watch over your daughter, as we watched over you. Harry climbed the stairs one last time, emerging into sunlight that felt like a benediction. Daphne was waiting, her hair silver now but her eyes still sharp and warm. It's done, she asked. It's done. She took his hand. Then let's go home. Harry Potter died at 93 years old, peacefully and surrounded by family. He'd lived to see Lily master the wardenship and pass it to her own daughter. He'd watched his grandchildren grow and thrive. He'd seen the wizarding world transform into something better than the one he'd inherited, more just, more inclusive, more prepared for the challenges of an uncertain future. The funeral was attended by hundreds, but the burial was private. They laid him to rest in the Hogwarts grounds, near the edge of the lake where he'd married Daphne all those years ago. A simple headstone marked the spot, Harry James Potter 1980-2073 Warden, husband, father, friend. He made everything possible. Daphne followed him 6 months later, as if she couldn't bear to be apart for long. They buried her beside him, their headstones touching, their magic mingling in the earth. And in the depths below, the Hollow King dreamed. It dreamed of Harry Potter, the boy who'd walked into its prison and offered partnership instead of hatred. The man who'd transformed the binding into something beautiful. The friend who'd shared 20 years of life through an impossible bond. We will remember, the Hollow whispered to the new warden, to the castle, to the very stones of Hogwarts. We will always remember. The sun set over the castle, painting the lake in shades of gold and crimson. Somewhere, a phoenix sang. And the school that Harry had loved and protected stood eternal, its wards humming with ancient power, guarding the secrets and the hopes of another generation. The story was over. But the legacy lived on. Epilogue. 50 years after Harry's death, his great-granddaughter stood in the chamber of the seventh seal and faced the Hollow King. She was 17, fierce and brilliant, with her ancestors' green eyes and her own unique fire. The binding hummed around her, recognizing her blood, welcoming her home. You are the new warden, the Hollow said. I am. You have read the histories. You know what your ancestor accomplished. The partnership he forged. The transformation he achieved. I know. And now you must make your own choice. Maintain what he built, or evolve it further. The decision is yours, as it has always been yours. The young woman was quiet for a moment, considering. Then she smiled, a smile that reminded the Hollow, in that strange way it had of remembering, of Harry Potter himself. I have some ideas, she said. Want to hear them? Always. And so the conversation continued, as it had for generations, as it would for generations more. Warden and ward. Human and ancient. Partners in an impossible alliance that had once seemed like a fairy tale. Harry Potter had walked into Gringotts as a boy and discovered he owned the land beneath Hogwarts. His descendants had inherited something far more valuable. A future worth fighting for. Chapter 6 End.